Hello, my dear friends, and welcome back to Chilly Midnight. I'm Leanh, and I'm glad that somehow, in the middle of your busy life, you found your way here tonight. Wherever you are, right now, I hope you can give yourself permission to slow down for a little while. Maybe today was a good day. Maybe it was tiring. Maybe nothing particularly special happened. But somehow, you still feel like your mind has been carrying too much. That happens sometimes. We move from one responsibility to another. Answer messages, finish work, take care of the people around us. And before we realize it, the entire day has disappeared. So, for the next little while, you don't have to rush. You don't have to solve anything. You don't have to think about tomorrow just yet. Just get comfortable. Find a position that feels good. Let your shoulders loosen. Take one slow, easy breath, and allow yourself to arrive fully in this quiet moment. I always like to imagine where each of you might be listening from. Maybe you're lying in bed with the lights already turned off. Maybe you're sitting beside a window while the city outside is slowly becoming quiet. Maybe you're working late, traveling somewhere, far from home, or listening through your headphones, while everyone around you is asleep. And somewhere else in the world, another person may be listening to these very same words. Different places, different lives, different time zones. But for a few peaceful minutes, we're all sharing the same story. If you feel like it, tell me in the comments where you're listening from tonight. Your city, your country, and perhaps what time the clock says where you are. I always enjoy seeing how far these quiet nights can travel. And before we begin, I hope you are one small thing tonight. Be gentle with yourself. Take care of your body. Give your mind enough time to rest. And don't feel guilty for needing a quiet moment every now and then. You've made it through another day. For now, that is enough. Thank you for spending part of your evening with me here at Chilly Midnight. Now let the room become a little quieter. Let your thoughts move a little slower. And whenever you are ready, let's begin tonight's story. Story 1. Andre Bell liked the last run because nobody expected conversation from a man driving a bus through mountains after midnight. By then, Briar County had gone black beyond the windshield. Houses along Route 17 sat far apart, porch lights floating in the dark. The road narrowed after Laurel Fork and climbed under hemlocks and bare maples, the pavement shining beneath mist. Tonight, there was only the road, the glass, and Andre's faint reflection riding over both. He preferred it that way. The bus was old enough to have habits. The heater clicked 3 times before blowing warm. The left wiper left a crescent of rain near the bottom of the windshield. The passenger counter above the front door sometimes lagged when people boarded too close together. Andre knew every flaw because knowing them meant he could explain things. At Laurel Fork, 7 passengers got on. At Parker's Grocery, 2 more. At the county clinic, one nurse in blue scrubs climbed aboard and sat behind the rear door. 10. Andre checked the number automatically. He always did. The habit had started 6 years earlier, when counting things helped him through the first months of sobriety. Days. Meetings. Cravings survived. Dollar. Bills left in his pocket because he had not spent them. Later, he transferred the habit to smaller things. Passengers, stops, breaths during bad moments. Numbers stayed where you put them. People did not. Just before the old quarry turnoff, a young man in a camouflage jacket flagged him down. Andre opened the door, waited for the fare, and watched him move toward the middle. 11. The counter flashed 11. Andre pulled away. The former night dispatcher, Cal Blevins, had given him one rule when Andre first took the route. Not a policy, a rule. Cal had leaned across the dispatch desk one rainy October morning and said, "After midnight, you count everybody yourself. Don't trust the machine." Andre had laughed. Cal had not. "And if you ever got more riders than you remember taking on," he continued, "you keep moving. Don't open the doors till the number comes right again." What number? The number you started with. Andre had asked if Cal was trying to scare the recovering dope fiend on the night shift. That had changed the old man's face. Not anger. Something closer to embarrassment. "I'm trying to keep a driver," Cal had said. Andre had never forgotten it, though he spent 3 years telling himself he had. The dashboard clock glowed a little after midnight when he crossed the Briar River Bridge. Fog lay low over the water. The tires hummed against wet pavement, and somewhere behind him somebody coughed. Once. Andre glanced at the passenger mirror. The nurse was looking at her phone. The camo jacket slept with his chin on his chest. A woman near the front held a paper grocery sack. Farther back, faces floated pale between dark windows. Nothing unusual. He counted them in the mirror. 1 through 11. He counted again. 1 through 11. Then the passenger counter, above the front door. Teen clicked. Andre looked up. 12. For several seconds, he kept driving. The machine was old. Cold did strange things to electronics. Moisture got into wiring. Cal had been superstitious, and lonely men who worked dispatch after midnight had time to make stories out of faulty equipment. Andre reached toward the reset button. Before his finger touched it, the number went back to 11. He let out a breath. 9C, he whispered. No one answered. The road bent beneath the trees. The headlights washed over a rusted guardrail, a deer crossing sign, and the mouth of an abandoned access road chained between concrete posts. Andre knew it led toward the old Briar No. 4 mine. There was no scheduled stop for another 6 miles. The bell rang. One clean chime. Andre's hand tightened on the wheel. He checked the mirror. No one was standing. No one had pulled the cord. The bell rang again. The passenger counter stayed at 11. But in the dark glass of the rear door where the reflection of the aisle should have been empty, Andre saw a single hand resting against the inside of the window. It was not attached to anyone he could see. Andre did not stop at the abandoned mine road. His foot shifted toward the brake from habit, then froze. The hand remained against the rear door glass for perhaps 2 seconds longer. Pale fingers. Flat palm. Nothing behind it, but the reflection of empty aisle lights. Then the bus passed beneath a dead street lamp. Darkness moved through the interior, and the hand was gone. Andre drove another mile before checking the mirror again. 11 passengers. He counted twice. At Millstone Apartments, 3 got off. At Mercer Creek, the nurse left. The others departed, one by one, until Andre pulled into the Briar County terminal with an empty bus and an electronic counter. Reading 0. That should have settled it. Instead, Andre spent 20 minutes inspecting the rear door with his phone flashlight. Grease around the hinges. Fingerprints on the push bar. Salt dried white along the rubber seal. Nothing that looked like a handprint. He did not mention it to dispatch. Andre had learned years ago that there were things a man with his history could report, and things he could not. A brake problem was a brake problem. A strange passenger was a strange passenger. Seeing a hand where nobody stood was something people wrote down. He knew, because people had been writing things down about him most of his adult life. 6 years sober had changed the handwriting, not the habit. Reliable. Steady. Excellent attendance. Good with difficult passengers. His supervisor, Denise Cole, had once introduced him to a new driver by saying, "Andre's proof people can turn themselves around." She had meant it kindly. Andre had smiled, because that was what the recovered version of Andre Bell did when people praised him for continuing to be recovered. Every morning after work, he followed the same sequence. Shoes beside the apartment door. Keys in the blue ceramic bowl. Coffee maker set for the afternoon. Shower. 3 glasses of water. Blinds closed. Phone face down. Sleep. When he woke, he checked the calendar above the kitchen sink and crossed out another day with a black marker. He no longer counted sobriety days individually. That was something newcomers did. Still, he drew the line carefully. Wednesday, cross. Thursday, cross. He avoided looking at the date 3 weeks earlier. There was nothing written there. That was the problem. The square was clean, except for the black line. Through it, exactly like every other day. Andre stood at the sink longer than necessary. Then he opened the cabinet above the refrigerator. Behind an old oatmeal tin was a folded gas station receipt. He did not touch it. He only checked that it was still there. Then he shut the cabinet. At the depot that evening, Denise handed him his route sheet. "You look tired. Night shift glamour. You sleeping like a corpse." She smiled. Andre hated how easily the lie came. Outside rain had stopped, but the mountains held the moisture. Fog collected in low places and drifted across the depot lot in strips. Before climbing aboard, Andre walked the length of the bus. Tires, lights, rear door. Nothing unusual. He stood by the front entrance while passengers boarded. An elderly man carrying a pharmacy bag. A teenage girl with headphones. 2 mine maintenance workers. A woman in a red coat. A mother and young boy. At Laurel Fork, 4 more. 11. Andre wrote the number in the margin of his route sheet. He had never done that before. At Parker's grocery, nobody boarded. At the clinic, nobody waited beneath the shelter. 11. The counter agreed. Near midnight, the bus began climbing toward the Briar River Bridge. Andre watched the road. He did not look toward the abandoned mine entrance when they passed it. Asher. Nothing happened. No bell. No hand. He almost laughed. Then he noticed the elderly man staring toward the rear of the bus. Not casually. The man had twisted halfway around in his seat. His pharmacy bag trembled softly between his knees. Andre checked the mirror. 11 passengers. He counted again. The woman in red. The mother. The child. The workers. The girl with headphones. The old man. The 4 from Laurel Fork. 11. The electronic counter clicked. 12. Andre waited. 1 second. 5. 10. The number remained. The old man slowly turned forward. His face had gone gray. Andre looked into the mirror again. This time behind the last row of living passengers. Someone was sitting in the back corner. A woman, perhaps. Her clothes were dark. Her face would not stay clear in the reflection. Andre kept both hands on the wheel. The counter still read 12. And beside the elderly man, very quietly, the stop request bell rang. Andre did not stop when the bell rang. The old man noticed. Tonight, his eyes moved from the red stop, quest light above the windshield, to Andre's reflection in the mirror. You missed it, he said. No stop here. The man looked toward the back again. Yes, he said quietly. I know. Andre felt something cold move beneath his shirt despite the heater. Nobody else reacted. The teenage girl kept staring at her phone. The 2 maintenance workers were discussing a broken conveyor belt. The mother whispered to her son, while he pressed his forehead against the window. In the mirror, the woman remained in the back corner. Andre tried counting, without looking directly at her. 11 familiar bodies. Then her. 12. The bus crossed the Briar River Bridge without slowing. A minute later, Andre checked again. The rear seat was empty. The counter still read 12. At the next scheduled stop, the woman in the red coat stood. Andre remembered Cal Blevins' warning. If you ever got more riders than you remember taking on, you keep moving. Don't open the doors. till the number comes right again. The woman reached the yellow line. "This is me." Andre kept driving. "Sir, I've got a door fault." She stared at him. Behind her, the old man said nothing. Andre drove another mile until the woman threatened to call the transit office. The counter remained 12. Finally, with his pulse beating behind his eyes, Andre stopped beneath the lights of a 24-hour gas station. He opened the doors. The woman left angrily. The counter changed. 11, but there should have been 10. Andre watched her walk toward the store. No one else exited. He closed the doors. The number stayed 11. At the terminal, Andre did not clock out. He parked bus 34 in the maintenance bay, locked the doors, and went to the small security office behind dispatch. The night clerk, Vernon Pike, was eating crackers over a crossword puzzle. "I need footage." Vernon looked up. "Accident." "No." "Passenger complaint." "Maybe." Andre hated the word as soon as he said it. Vernon logged into the camera system. The bus had 4 feeds: front door, driver compartment, center aisle, rear cabin. Andre asked for the boarding footage first. They watched every passenger enter. Andre counted aloud. 11. "Looks right," Vernon said. "Keep going." The footage advanced. For nearly 20 minutes, nothing happened. Then bus 34 entered the fog near the river. The rear camera flickered. Not static, exactly. The picture seemed to stretch vertically, as though the interior had become taller for a single frame. Then someone was sitting in the back row. Vernon stopped chewing. Andre leaned closer. The figure was a woman. Dark dress or dark coat. Hands folded in her lap. Head angled slightly downward. Her face was there, but the camera could not seem to settle on it. Each time, Andre tried to focus on her features. Compression blocks crawled over the image. "Camera glitch," Vernon said. "She wasn't on the bus." Vernon rewound. They checked the front door feed. Nobody entered. Back to the rear camera. Empty seat. 1 frame later, the woman was there. Vernon sat straighter. "What the hell?" "Watch the passengers." They did. For several minutes, nobody acknowledged her. The mother turned to check on her son and looked directly through the place where the woman sat. One maintenance worker stretched an arm across the seat in front of her without glancing back. The girl with headphones walked down the aisle toward the rear door, passing within 3 feet of the woman. Nothing. Then the elderly man turned around. His reaction was immediate. His shoulders rose. His pharmacy bag slipped from his knees. On the silent recording, Andre watched the old man's mouth form 2 words. The woman lifted her head. Vernon replayed it. Again. Again. "What's he saying?" he asked. Andre knew. He had spent enough years reading lips across noisy buses, through plexiglass shields and engine vibration. The old man had said, "Not you." The woman raised one hand. The stop request light came on. Then she disappeared. Andre stared at the frozen image. Vernon cleared his throat. Could be corrupted footage. Andre barely heard him. On the screen, the old man was still turned toward the empty back row, and, reflected faintly in the window beside him, was something the camera had not shown before. A second woman was sitting directly behind Andre's driver's seat. Andre made Vernon replay the footage until the night clerk stopped, pretending he was interested. The second woman appeared, only in reflection. On the rear camera image, the seat behind Andre was empty. On the driver compartment feed, nothing sat there either. But in the dark window beside the old man, a pale oval of face hovered above the headrest, directly behind Andre. Lens ghost, Vernon said. From what? Overhead light, dashboard, another screen. Andre pointed at the reflection. It has shoulders. Vernon rubbed both hands over his face. Man, these cameras are older than half the buses. That explanation carried Andre through the next morning. Old cameras. Old sensors. Too little sleep. A dispatcher's superstition, remembered at exactly the wrong moment. He repeated those explanations while showering, while drinking water, while standing beneath the calendar, with the marker in his hand. He did not open the cabinet above the refrigerator. He almost did. Instead, he crossed out another day. At work, maintenance tested Bus 34's passenger counter. They walked through the doors, one at a time, then in pairs, then close together. Correct every time. A mechanic named Russ told Andre. Moisture could still cause intermittent errors. Anything electrical can lie, Russ said. Andre liked that sentence enough to repeat it to himself. The following night, the extra passenger was a boy. 9 people boarded before the river. The counter showed 10. Andre saw the boy in the mirror, sitting beside a woman named Lorna Vale, a regular who cleaned offices at the courthouse. He looked about 12. Thin coat, nigh mud on his shoes, hair cut unevenly around the ears. Lorna noticed him immediately. Her face tightened. She moved one seat forward. Nobody else looked at him. At Pine Ridge. Lorna hurried off without saying good night. The boy remained seated. The counter dropped from 10 to 9. It should have dropped to 8. Andre drove 3 more stops before the boy disappeared from the mirror. The counter returned to normal at the same instant. The next night there were 2. A heavy-set man in work overalls appeared beside one of the mine maintenance workers. An elderly woman with wet gray hair sat across from a college student coming home for the weekend. Andre saw both. So did the people beside them. The miner stopped talking. The student began crying, silently, and would not explain why. Everyone else stared ahead, indifferent. Andre stopped blaming the route. The figures appeared before the bridge, after the bridge, once near the clinic, once on the long, straight stretch beyond Mercer Creek. There was no location in common. No stop. No mile marker. No particular hour only people. That bothered him more. He began, keeping notes in the margins of his route sheets. Living passenger. Extra rider. He see? Reaction. Who noticed? He told himself it was troubleshooting. He did not write Ghost. He did not write Cal Blevins. But after 4 nights, he drove to Cal's house before work. The old dispatcher lived outside Maze Hollow in a 1-story house, surrounded by stripped car parts and bird feeders. Cal opened the door, wearing suspenders over a thermal shirt. When Andre explained the counter problem, the old man did not invite him inside. You stopped? Once. Cal looked past him toward the road. How many extra? Depends. That's not what I asked. Andre hesitated. 2 last night. Cal's mouth tightened. Then quit counting. Andre almost laughed. You're the one told me to count. I told you what to do if it was 1. You never said there could be more. No. Why? Cal finally looked at him. Because when it gets to more, it ain't about the bus anymore. Andre waited. Cal shut the door. That night, Andre had 13 living passengers aboard when the counter changed to 14. The extra rider appeared beside the teenage girl with headphones. She noticed immediately. Her hand flew to her mouth. Andre watched her in the mirror. The figure beside her looked like a middle-aged man in a dark suit. His face turned toward the window. The girl whispered something. Andre could not hear. Then she took out her phone and typed with shaking thumbs. A minute later, she made a call. Dad, she said, I need to tell you something. The suited man vanished. The counter changed from 14 back to 13. Andre nearly drove off the road. Because nobody had gotten on. Nobody had gotten off. And this time, the machine had corrected itself. At the exact moment, a living passenger told the truth. Andre spent the next 2 nights testing the idea without admitting. That was what he was doing. He watched people, not the extra riders at first. The living ones. When the passenger counter climbed above the number he had recorded, he stopped thinking about faulty sensors and started studying faces. Who looked away? Who went still? Who noticed something sitting beside them that nobody else seemed able to see? On Friday, a man in a work jacket boarded at Parker's grocery, with 6 other passengers already on board. 7. Living. The counter showed 8. Andre saw the extra rider immediately. A woman sat beside the man in the work jacket. She wore a hospital gown beneath a brown coat. Her feet were bare. The man beside her stared straight ahead. His jaw worked slowly, as though he were chewing something, though there was nothing in his mouth. Andre kept driving. At Mercer Creek, another passenger boarded. 9 on the counter. 8 living. Then near the river, the bus sank slightly on its suspension. Andre felt it through the steering column. Not a bump. Wait. The engine strained on a grade. It climbed every night, without effort. Andre checked the mirror. There were 2 extra passengers now. A narrow-faced man in a miner's cap stood in the aisle behind an elderly woman. A little girl in a yellow dress sat beside a salesman carrying a laptop case. 10 on the counter. 8 living. Andre's mouth went dry. The stop bell rang. Nobody stood. The request light glowed red. Ahead was an abandoned turnout with a collapsed shelter half swallowed by weeds. No official stop had existed there in years. Andre drove past. The bell rang again. Then again. Each time they passed something forgotten. An old church, lot with no church. A dirt road blocked by concrete barriers. A row of foundations where company houses had once stood. The bell seemed less like a request now than a reminder. By the time they reached Briar River Bridge, the steering felt sluggish. Andre pressed the accelerator. The bus answered slowly. The suspension groaned beneath them. He looked in the mirror again and stopped breathing. 5 extra passengers. Not 3. 5. They had appeared, without the counter clicking loudly enough for him to notice. A young man with half his face hidden in shadow. An old woman carrying an empty lunch pail. A child. A miner. The barefoot woman. All silent. All seated, beside particular living passengers. The bus leaned through a curve. Andre felt the right side dip, alarmingly close to the pavement. One of the living passengers screamed. It was the salesman. He had finally looked beside him. The little girl in yellow was facing him now. He scrambled into the aisle, clutching his laptop case to his chest. "Move," he said. Nobody understood who he was talking to. The girl did not move. The salesman backed toward the front. "I didn't know," he whispered. Andre caught his eyes in the mirror. "Know what?" The man shook his head. The girl stood. The bus dropped lower. Metal scraped somewhere beneath the floor. Andre fought the wheel. "What did you do?" he shouted. The salesman's face broke. "I changed the numbers." The little girl stopped. The other passengers stared. The salesman pressed both hands over his mouth, then lowered them. "At the clinic," he said. "The billing reports. I removed the unpaid cases before the audit. People got denied assistance because of it. I knew what would happen." The little girl disappeared. No movement. No fading. One instant, she stood in the aisle. The next, the space was empty. The counter dropped by 1. The bus rose slightly on its suspension. Andre heard several passengers gasp. Now they could feel it too. He looked at the others. The elderly woman had gone pale. The man in the work jacket was crying without sound. The miner stood behind them. The old woman with the lunch pail watched. The barefoot woman kept her eyes lowered. Andre understood then. Not completely, but enough. The riders were not appearing because of where the bus traveled. They were appearing because of what the living passengers carried with them. The bell rang again. This time, every stop request light in the bus illuminated at once. Andre looked ahead. Through the fog, beyond the next curve, a rusted sign emerged from the darkness. Briar number 4, company access only. The road beyond it had been closed for decades. The steering wheel turned gently beneath Andre's hands. Not toward the highway. Toward the mine. Andre fought the wheel until both shoulders burned. The bus shuddered past the mine entrance instead of turning. Behind him, every stop. Request light went dark at once. For the rest of the route, nobody spoke. The extra passengers disappeared one by one, after the living riders began talking. The man in the work jacket admitted. He had stolen pain medication from his mother after her surgery. The elderly woman confessed that she had lied about seeing her neighborson damage her car because she disliked his family. Each confession removed a silent rider. Each disappearance lightened the bus. Andre said nothing. By the time he reached the terminal, the passenger counter, Faux, matched his handwritten total. He should have felt relieved. Instead, he drove home with the words, Briar number 4, repeating in his head. The next afternoon, he did not sleep. He searched county maps, mining forums, scanned newspapers, anything containing the mine's name. Most references were ordinary. Production figures. Ownership transfers. A methane explosion in the 1970s. A closure notice. Decades later. Nothing explained the old shelters along the road, or why a transit route would follow a corridor that had once served a mine. Then, Andre found a mention buried in a digitized newspaper clipping. Pacti labor transport contract. The article described men transferred to Briar County for temporary industrial placement. It never called them prisoners. Andre read the paragraph 3 times. At dusk, he drove his own pickup toward the mine. He told himself. He was looking for evidence of an old bus stop. That lie lasted until he parked beside the chained access road, with a flashlight, bolt cutters, and work gloves on the passenger seat. He left the bolt cutters behind. The chain was already broken. Andre followed the road on foot. Fog clung low between the trees. Dead leaves softened his steps, but beneath them he could still feel old pavement. Every few hundred yards stood rusted poles where signs had once been mounted. Farther in, he found concrete foundations. Long rectangles, too narrow for houses, too regular for storage sheds. The flashlight beam caught metal bars, half buried in vines. Andre stopped. A structure emerged from the trees. Only one wall and part of the roof remained. Heavy mesh covered the window openings. Inside were 2 rows of benches facing each other, not awaiting shelter. A holding cage. Andre stood at the entrance, listening. Water dripped somewhere deeper inside. One drop, then another. The rhythm sounded almost like the bus bell. He stepped through. Rust covered the benches. Initials had been scratched into the metal, though many were too faint to read. On the far wall hung a warped wooden board. Dozens of small brass hooks remained attached. Most were empty. Below them lay a layer of leaves, mouse droppings, and blackened paper. Andre crouched. Something metallic reflected his flashlight. He picked it up. A thin oval tag. Stamped into it were 4 numbers. No name. He found another. Different number. No name. Then another. Soon he was clearing leaves with both hands. Tags lay everywhere. Dozens. Maybe hundreds. Some were brass. Others were aluminum or steel. Several still carried fragments of wire, as if they had once been tied to clothing or hung from a person's neck. Every tag had a number. None had a name. Andre felt the same pressure in his chest. He had felt when the bus became too heavy. He stood and examined the board more closely. Faded lettering remained beneath the hooks. Incoming. Below that, outgoing. A third heading had been deliberately scraped away. Andre rubbed dirt from the wood. The missing word slowly emerged beneath the scratches. Counted. He stepped back. His heel struck something under the bench. A metal box. Locked once, but rust had eaten through the latch. Inside were transport slips fused together by damp. Andre separated the top sheet carefully. Columns ran across the page. Yea, Origin, Destination, Number CCV, Number Release D, where the prisoners' names should have been. The entire column had been cut from the paper with a blade, not torn. Removed, deliberately. Andre lifted the final sheet. Something lay underneath it. A transit company passenger manifest. Modern, clean, printed only 3 weeks earlier. At the top was his route number. At the bottom, beneath the listed passengers, someone had written one additional entry by hand. No passenger name, only a driver. And her bell. Andre left the holding structure, with the manifest folded inside his jacket. He did not remember walking back to the truck. By the time he reached the county archives, the next morning, he had slept less than an hour. The archives occupied the basement of the old courthouse, below offices, with polished brass plaques and fluorescent lights that hummed faintly overhead. The woman at the desk wore reading glasses on a chain and introduced herself as Marjorie Keene. Andre asked for records concerning Briar number 4. What kind? Labor transport. Her expression changed so slightly, he might have imagined it. Mining records are mostly across town. I'm looking for county contracts. Marjorie studied him. Those are different. She disappeared into the stacks. When she returned, she brought 3 boxes. The first contained road permits and fuel reimbursements. The second contained contracts between the county and Briar, consolidated coal. The third smelled of mildew. Andre sat beneath a buzzing light and began reading. Most pages were dull enough, to make his eyes ache. Then he found the first route map. A black line ran from the old county jail, north through Laurel Fork, past Parker's settlement, across the Briar River, and up toward number 4. Andre stared at it. He took his current route sheet from his pocket and placed it beside the map. The lines were almost identical. Not similar. Identical. The modern bus route bent around newer developments, but the spine of it remained unchanged. Same bridge, same quarry turn, same long grade beneath the hemlocks, same abandoned access road. Andre felt something settle heavily behind his ribs. He opened another folder. Industrial labor, transfer, agreement. The language was careful. Temporary laborers, contracted bodies, non-resident workers, never prisoners, never men, never names. Payment was calculated by head count. Andre read that twice. The company was paid according to how many workers it received. Compensation to families, however, required documented identity and death. A later file contained correspondence after a mine collapse. One letter mentioned substantial loss of assigned labor. Another stated that because several laborers had not been formally entered onto permanent employment roles, they were not to be included among official fatalities until ownership status could be clarified. Andre kept reading. The number changed from page to page. 43 dead. 38. 31. 27. One report listed 19. Another listed none. He found a handwritten note clipped to an insurance memorandum. Remove transient names from casualty schedule. County cannot certify dependents. Avoid precedent. Andre read it until the words blurred. Where are the original manifests? Marjorie was standing behind him. He had not heard her approach. I don't know. These reference names. Yes, but there aren't any. No. Were they destroyed? Marjorie looked toward the stairwell. My predecessor told me some records went missing during a flood. Andre glanced around the dry basement. What year? She did not answer. Instead, she pulled a folder from the bottom of the third box. Inside was a photograph. A transport vehicle stood outside the number 4 holding structure. Not a modern bus. A prison truck with barred windows. Men crowded behind the metal mesh. Someone had written a number on the back. 52 received. Below it, in different handwriting, 46 released to mine superintendent. No explanation for the 6 missing men. Another photograph showed the mine yard after the collapse. Bodies lay beneath canvas. Each canvas had a numbered tag. Andre recognized the shape immediately. Oval metal, 4 digits. No names. His skin went cold. There was one final document in the folder. A county coroner's draft. The first page listed 49 dead. The signed version, attached behind it, listed 21. Andre compared the pages. Same incident. Same date. Same line. Someone had removed 28 people between draft and record. Not misplaced. Removed. Counted once. Then uncounted. Andre closed the folder. Marjorie was watching him. "You should leave that alone," she said. "Why?" Her voice dropped. "Because every few years, somebody notices the numbers." Andre thought of Cal, of the counter, of the people who only appeared beside passengers, carrying things they would not say. "What happens?" Marjorie looked toward the ceiling, as though listening for something above them. "They start asking who was left out." Andre reached into his jacket and touched the modern manifest. His own name seemed to burn through the paper. Outside, a bus passed the courthouse. The basement lights flickered. Somewhere in the stacks, a small brass bell chimed once. Andre turned. On the desk beside the archive box lay an oval transport tag he had not placed there. Stamped into the metal was his employee number. Andre carried the metal tag outside in his closed fist. By the time he reached the courthouse steps, the edges had pressed crescents into his palm. His employee number. Not his name. That distinction bothered him more than it should have. He drove straight to Cal Blevins' house. This time, when Cal opened the door, Andre pushed past him. "I found the records." Cal shut the door slowly. Andre placed the tag on the kitchen table. Cal looked at it and sat down. "You knew." "I knew enough." "Then tell me the rest." For a while, Cal only stared at the tag. Finally, he said, "They ain't ghosts." Andre said nothing. "That's what everybody calls them, because it's easier. Dead miners. Prisoners. People killed in a collapse. But that ain't right." "What are they?" Cal rubbed his thumb along the table's edge. "My father drove county transport before the public route existed," he said. "They started showing up after the company changed the casualty list." Andre thought of the coroner's draft. 49 became 21. What does that have to do with passengers hiding things? Same thing. Andre frowned. Carl looked at him. "You think lying only happens in paperwork?" The kitchen seemed suddenly too quiet. Cal continued. "My father said, the first time he saw them, he had 3 county officials aboard, men who had signed off on the mine settlement. Counter showed 7 people. He could only see 6. 1 extra. At first," Cal nodded toward the tag, "they called them the uncounted." Andre felt a chill move down his arms. "Who called them that?" "Drivers." "What do they want?" "That's the wrong question." "Then give me the right one." Cal leaned back. "What makes a person disappear?" Andre thought of the erased names. "Death." "No." Cal's answer came immediately. "People die every day. Most of them don't get on buses." He pointed at the tag. "You make somebody disappear by deciding they don't count." The words landed harder than Andre expected. Cal explained that the miners had been only the beginning. The route had changed over decades. Prison transport became worker transport. Worker transport became county transit. But the road remained, and so did the pattern. Whenever someone aboard carried a truth that had been deliberately removed, a stolen fact, a hidden victim, a falsified number, a person denied by paperwork or by conscience, the uncounted appeared. Not the same people? Andre asked. No, but I saw a boy, women a miner. You saw shapes. Cal's voice softened. That's all they borrow. Andre remembered the blurred woman, her face never quite existing. They're not individuals. They're what's left when enough individuals get crossed out. Andre looked away. Outside, wind moved through dry branches. What about confession? Cal's expression tightened. Andre told him about the salesman, about the clinic reports, about the little girl disappearing when the man admitted what he had done. Cal shook his head. You're misunderstanding it. He confessed. She left. He acknowledged what he erased. What's the difference? Plenty. Cal stood and walked to a drawer. From inside, he removed an old route ledger wrapped in a grocery bag. The pages were filled with handwritten passenger counts. Beside some totals were names. Beside others were sentences. Mrs. Talley admitted the child was hers. Foreman Reese named the 2 injured workers left off the report. Deputy Hall stated aloud that Amos Webb died in custody. Andre read the entries slowly. Each one ended with the same notation. Count restored. Cal tapped the words. They don't care if you're sorry. Andre looked up. They care whether the truth exists again. That was when everything changed. The uncounted were not punishers. They were not asking forgiveness. They were pressure, accumulated absence, a weight created whenever someone powerful enough to define the record decided. Another person, another act, another truth could be removed from it. And confession was not payment. Naming was restoration. Andre thought of the bus rising after the salesman spoke, of the counter dropping, not because a ghost had been satisfied, because something hidden had been returned to the world. He closed the ledger. Then he noticed the final page. The handwriting there was recent. Cal's 1 entry. Andre Bell, route assumed. Below it, 1 uncounted already aboard before first departure. Andre's mouth went dry. What does this mean? Cal did not answer. Andre looked up. The old dispatcher's eyes had filled with something worse than fear. Recognition. You thought they started showing up when your counter changed, Cal said. They didn't. Andre heard the stop bell in his memory. 1 clean chime. Cal pushed the ledger back toward him. They were riding with you before you ever counted them. Andre should have called in sick. Instead, the next evening, he signed the route sheet with a hand that would not stay steady. Denise barely glanced at him. 6 years today, right? Andre stopped. He had forgotten. She remembered the anniversary. Yeah. She smiled and touched his shoulder. Proud of you. The words followed him onto the bus. At Laurel Fork, 14 passengers boarded. Andre counted every face. 14. He wrote it down. Before the doors closed, the counter changed to 15. Andre stared at it. One uncounted already aboard before first departure. Cal's ledger. He looked into the mirror. Every visible seat seemed ordinary. Andre drove. At Parker's Grocery 6 boarded. 20 living. The counter showed 24. At the clinic, 3 more. 23 living. 31 registered. The extra riders came quietly. A woman holding a bundled coat as though it contained a baby. A miner with coal dust, embedded in every crease of his face. A teenage boy whose shirt carried the faded outline of a hospital wristband. They appeared between blinks. Nobody screamed at first. Then more came. Standing in the aisle, sitting 3 deep on seats meant for 2, pressed against the rear door. Silent, indistinct. Their faces refused detail, but their weight was unmistakable. The bus suspension sank. Andre heard the tires scrape inside the wheel wells. At the river bridge, the counter rolled past 50. There were still only 23 living passengers. The stop bell began ringing. Once, twice, then continuously. Every abandoned turnout seemed to call to them. The collapsed church lot. The foundations of company houses. The old prisoner road. Passengers began confessing without being asked. A woman admitted. She had been collecting her dead mother's pension checks. One shadow vanished. A young man said he had let his brother take the blame for a stolen truck. 2 disappeared. Someone near the back shouted that she had lied during a custody hearing. Another figure dissolved into empty air, but more replaced them. 50 became 70, and a 70 became 100. Andre could no longer see the rear window. Silent bodies filled the aisle from floor to ceiling. Impossible in number, their dark clothing touching without rustling. The bus groaned like a ship taking water. Andre pressed the accelerator. The engine screamed. The speedometer fell. The road ahead began to slope downward. That was impossible. Andre knew this stretch. It climbed. It had always climbed. Yet the headlights now pointed toward pavement, descending into blackness. Through the fog, the sign for Briar number 4 appeared. The bus turned toward it without Andre moving the wheel. He pulled hard. Nothing. The steering wheel rotated beneath his hands, like something alive. Behind him, confessions spilled into the bus. Affairs, theft, false reports. A nurse admitting she had altered a chart after a medication error. A supervisor saying He had removed an injured temporary worker from a workplace log. With every acknowledged truth, shadows disappeared. But the bus kept sinking. Andre understood why. The greatest weight was still aboard. His eyes moved toward the overhead mirror. For a moment, every silent face seemed turned toward him. He thought of the cabinet above his refrigerator, the oatmeal tin, the gas station receipt. 3 weeks earlier, he had finished a brutal shift after an argument with his sister, driven 40 miles beyond Briar County, and parked outside a motel. He knew from another life. He had told himself he only wanted to see if the place still existed. He had told himself buying. The pills did not mean taking them. Then he had swallowed one. Later, another. He had awakened before dawn in his truck, with his cheek against the steering wheel. Afterward, he attended his meeting, accepted his 6-year chip, let people hug him, let Denise call him proof. He had crossed out that day on the calendar. Count restored. Andre suddenly understood the cruelty of those words. He had done to his own life what the mining company had done to the dead. Removed the inconvenient entry. Kept the total he preferred. The bus dropped hard enough to throw passengers from their seats. Outside, pavement fractured beneath the headlights. Beyond, it was no road. Only the black mouth of the old mine. Andre reached for the public address microphone. His fingers closed around it. The counter above the door showed 217. Then 218. Andre pressed the switch. Every bell stopped. Hundreds of blurred faces turned toward him. "My name is Andre Bell," he said. And the bus began to descend. The bus tilted downward, and Andre's stomach rose into his throat. "My name is Andre Bell," he said again into the microphone. "I have not been sober for 6 years." The words sounded thin against the crowded dark. 3 weeks ago, I used again. I bought pills. I took them, more than one. The bus rolled another yard toward the mine. I lied afterward, to my sister, to Denise, to my meeting, to everybody who congratulated me. I let them keep believing the count, because I was afraid. If I changed it, they'd change how they saw me. Something shifted behind him. A release of weight. The suspension lifted with a metallic groan. Andre looked into the mirror. Rows of figures were disappearing. Not fading. Vanishing in sudden absences, like names cut from a list in reverse. The counter began falling. 218. 204. 160. Passengers cried out as space opened around them. Andre kept speaking. I crossed that day off my calendar. I told myself it didn't count because I stopped again, because nobody knew. The road leveled slightly. The mine entrance stopped growing in the windshield. I made myself into paperwork. His voice broke. I removed the part I didn't want anybody to see. The counter dropped below 100. Andre could feel the steering wheel again. He turned hard. The front tires scraped across broken pavement. For one terrible second, the bus leaned toward the darkness, beyond the old mine road. Then the rear wheels caught. The vehicle lurched back onto the county highway. The remaining shadow passengers vanished almost all at once. The bus rose on its suspension so sharply that several living riders struck their heads against seatbacks. Silence followed. Andre pulled over at the first safe turnout. Nobody complained. The living passengers sat scattered through the suddenly enormous interior, avoiding one another's eyes. The counter showed 23. Exactly 23. Andre opened the doors. Cold air entered. For several seconds, nobody moved. Then the elderly woman from Laurel Fork stood. She passed Andre and stopped beside the fare box. "Does it start over?" she asked. Andre looked at her. "What?" "Your 6 years." He thought about the calendar. The clean square. The receipt hidden behind the oatmeal teen. "I don't know." She nodded, as though that were the correct answer, and stepped outside. The others followed. Some touched Andre's shoulder. Most did not. The nurse, who had admitted altering a chart, stopped at the door. "You calling your supervisor?" "Yes." "So am I." When the last passenger left, Andre closed the doors and drove to the terminal alone. He called Denise from the parked bus. He told her about the relapse. Not the mine. Not yet. There were truths he could prove, and truths that would sound like another kind of relapse. Denise was quiet for a long time. Then she told him not to drive the following night. She did not tell him everything would be fine. Andre was grateful for that. He sat behind the wheel after the call ended. For the first time in weeks, he felt no need to protect the number. His 6 years had become 3 weeks. It hurt, but it existed. Andre looked up at the passenger counter. 1. The bus was empty. He turned slowly toward the mirror. Someone sat in the back row. A man this time. Transit trousers. Dark company jacket. Driver's shoes, polished black. His face remained indistinct, but the uniform was unmistakable. Andre stood. The figure did not. He walked down the aisle, near the rear seats. He saw the badge clipped above the figure's breast pocket. The company logo. A photograph blurred beyond recognition. And beneath it, a printed name. Andrew Bell. Andre stared at the badge. "No," he whispered. The figure raised one hand. Not toward Andre. Toward the stop request cord. The bell chimed. Once, Andre looked through the rear window. Beyond the terminal fence, where there should have been only the employee parking lot, a narrow black road disappeared into fog. At its far end stood the rusted sign for Briar number 4. The figure wearing Andre's name badge pulled the cord again. This time, the front doors opened by themselves. And from somewhere outside the bus, something began counting. Some truths become dangerous, not because they are hidden, but because hiding them changes the count. Andre feared that admitting one night of failure would erase 6 years of effort, so he erased the failure instead. Briar County has been doing the same thing for generations, turning inconvenient leaves into missing numbers and calling the record complete. The uncounted do not ask for innocence. They ask to be acknowledged. But the final passenger suggests one truth remains outside Andre's understanding. If your name appeared on a manifest you had never seen, would you want to know why? Story 2. The first thing Dr. Amira Shah noticed was that the lift had a button she had never seen before. She had worked at St. Aldwyn's Teaching Hospital for 11 years, long enough to know which lifts stalled between floors, which theaters leaked cold air through the ceiling vents, and which corridors smelled faintly of burnt dust when the radiators came on. The hospital had expanded in layers over a century and a half, but its inconveniences were familiar. Familiarity was one of the ways she kept fear at a distance. That night, near the end of an uneventful trauma list, her pager vibrated against her hip. C0, aesthetics requealed. No extension. No consultant name. No patient number. She read it twice. The theater recovery nurse, Maeve Collier, was stripping tape from a trolley. Problem? Probably a wrong bleep. Maeve glanced at the pager. Her expression changed so briefly, Amira might have imagined it. C0, she said. You know it? Maeve folded the tape into a neat white square and dropped it into the bin. Ask switchboard. But switchboard said there was no ward C0. Bed management said the same. Amira should have gone home. Her shift had already stretched past its proper end, and the pressure behind her eyes had begun to pulse in time with the fluorescent lights. Instead, she called the number that had appeared after the message refreshed. A woman answered immediately. Ward C0. Amira looked down at the pager again. Where are you? Take the old surgical lift. There is no C0 on the directory. A pause. Then, in a tired voice, the woman said, Not on that one. The call ended. The old surgical lift stood behind double fire doors at the far end of the main theater corridor. Amira had used it hundreds of times. Its control panel listed basement, ground, and floors 1 through 7. Tonight, there was another button beneath basement. A small black circle. No label. The plastic was worn smooth around its edge, as though many thumbs had pressed it. Amira stood with one hand on the door sensor until the alarm began to chirp. She told herself the panel had been replaced. She told herself estates had installed access to a service level. She told herself hospitals were full of rooms that clinicians never had reason to visit. She pressed the button. The lift descended. Basement passed. The floor indicator went blank. For several seconds, there was only the mechanical hum of cables and Amira's own breathing. Then came a soft chime. The doors opened onto a corridor, lit by old fluorescent tubes with greenish covers. The walls were the institutional cream the hospital had used decades ago, before everything had been repainted in brighter colors meant to improve patient mood. There were no windows, no clocks, no posters about hand hygiene or safeguarding. A nurse in a Navy uniform waited behind a narrow station. Dr. Shah, Amira, disliked the relief she felt at hearing her own name. Yes, I'm Lydia Marsh. Thank you for coming. 12 beds, Amira said, reading the faded sign above the doors. What kind of ward is this? Lydia looked toward the corridor beyond the station. Quiet tonight. It was an odd answer. Then Amira heard the breathing. Not one patient, several might. Slow inhalations, all beginning at once, followed by long, uneven exhalations. 12 breaths, moving together, behind 12 half-closed doors. Amira stepped closer. Are they ventilated? No. Sedated? No. The nearest room held a thin, gray-haired man sitting upright beneath a blanket. His monitor showed an ordinary pulse. No oxygen. No infusion. No visible wound, and his eyes opened when Amira entered. Doctor, he whispered. Where is your pain? He frowned, as if the question were too simple. Not mine. A sharp cry came from 3 rooms down. At the same instant, Amira's pager vibrated. Feature 4, unexpected bleeding. The old man gripped his right side. His face drained of color. Then from every room along the corridor, 12 patients screamed at exactly the same moment. The screams stopped as abruptly as they had begun. For a moment, Amira remained in the doorway, listening to the silence that followed. It was not ordinary quiet. 12 people were recovering from pain that had arrived in them together, and yet no one called for help. No alarms sounded. No shoes hurried along the corridor. Lydia Marsh simply checked the nearest monitor and wrote something on a paper chart. What just happened? Lydia did not look up. You were called to Theater 4. I was called here. You were called where you were needed. Amira stared at her, but the pager vibrated again. Theater 4. She left. By the time she reached the main surgical floor, the bleeding had been controlled. The patient, a young man undergoing an emergency laparotomy after a motorway collision, was pale but stable. The registrar was already closing. Amira checked the arterial line. Blood pressure, temperature, urine output. She checked them again. Control began with numbers. Numbers did not soften facts. They did not ask for forgiveness. A pressure of 86 was 86. A falling end-tidal carbon dioxide reading meant something. A blood gas did not care whether the consultant in charge was admired. She had believed that once. Amira? Consultant surgeon Adrian Holt stood across the table. He was older now than he had been when she first worked beneath him, but age had only sharpened his appearance. His theater cap was tied too neatly. His voice still carried the mild confidence of someone accustomed to having concern mistaken for authority. "You all right?" "Yes. You look as though you've seen something." "I'm tired." He nodded, accepting this because tiredness was useful. Tired doctors misheard things. Tired doctors doubted themselves. For the rest of the night, Amira restored order wherever she found disorder. Leanh. She rewrote a drug chart with ambiguous handwriting. She corrected a junior doctor who had labeled a syringe poorly. She repositioned a patient's cannula by 2 centimeters because the line was pulling against the skin. At home, she arranged her keys parallel to the edge of the kitchen counter. She slept badly. In the morning, she dreamed of a woman saying, "I can still feel it." Amira woke before the alarm and lay still. She had not thought of Clara Webb in months. That was another lie. Clara had been 36 when she came for what was meant to be a routine abdominal procedure. Adrian Holt had been lead surgeon. Amira had been the anesthesiologist. There had been a change in blood pressure, then another, and a period when the numbers had stopped making sense. Later, there had been a discussion in a windowless office. There were phrases Amira remembered better than faces. No lasting consequence. No value in alarming the family. Departmental interpretation. She remembered signing something. She did not remember reading it. At St. Aldwyn's that afternoon, she searched Clara's name in the electronic records. The file existed. Most of it did not. A summary remained. Post-operative, neuropathic pain, delayed bowel complications, repeated admissions, eventual transfer of care. Several attachments from the original surgery were inaccessible. One note carried Adrian Holt's name. Another carried hers. Neither mentioned the moment. She still refused to name. At the bottom of the screen, a new message appeared. C0. Anesthetics. Recoil. This time, Amira went without calling anyone. The extra lift button was waiting. Below the basement, Lydia Marsh stood at the nurse's station as if Amira had left only minutes ago. "Who are these patients?" Amira asked. "Recipients." "Recipients of what?" Lydia's face tightened. A man in bed 6 began to groan. Amira entered. He was perhaps 50, with scarred hands and nicotine-stained fingertips. No IV line. No surgical wound. His abdomen was soft when she examined it. He turned his head toward her. "Cold," he whispered. "What is?" "The metal." Amira stopped. The man squeezed his eyes shut. "Something pulling under my ribs." Upstairs, several floors. Above them, a pancreatic resection was underway. Amira knew, because she had reviewed the theater schedule that morning. The man gasped. "Clamp," he said. Amira felt the skin tighten across her arms. "What did you say?" "They've clamped it." Her pager vibrated. A message from Theater 2. "Temporary portal, vein clamping." The man opened his eyes. Then he said, very softly, Tell them not to cut yet. Amira looked at the pager. A second message arrived, and before she could read it, blood began to run from the man's nose. Blood reached the man's upper lip before Lydia moved. She pressed gauze beneath his nose with the calm efficiency of someone dealing with a routine nuisance. "Pressure's normal," she said. "That isn't the point." Amira looked again at the message from Theater 2. Temporary portal, Leanh clamping. The timestamp showed it had been sent 12 seconds after the man in bed 6 had said the word clamp. Who told him? No one. Does he have access to theater communications? No. Then how did he know? Lydia folded the bloodied gauze inward. You keep asking questions as though the answers will improve things. Amira left C0, with the man's words repeating in her head. Tell them not to cut yet. She spent the next morning doing what she trusted most, reconstructing sequence. Theater systems logged everything. Induction times, incision, medication, transfusion. Arterial pressure changes. Calls to radiology. Even doors opening and closing could be traced through electronic access records. If someone was obsessive enough. Amira was. She copied the timeline from the pancreatic resection into a notebook rather than onto the hospital network. Portal vein. Clamping had been entered at 18 minutes past 2 in the afternoon. The surgeon's complication note described a sudden tear, recognized 23 seconds later. Amira stopped. Bed 6 had cried out before her pager message. She checked the paper chart. Lydia had been writing on. The entry for bed 6 read, pain onset, 17 minutes past 2. Severe right upper abdominal pressure. Cold sensation. Traction beneath ribs. At 19 minutes past 2, the note changed. Sharp tearing. Amira read the line 3 times. The patient upstairs had not yet been recorded as injured. That afternoon, she found Maeve Collier in recovery, adjusting a warming blanket around an elderly woman. Do theater alerts ever run late? Maeve kept her eyes on the blanket. Sometimes. By how much? Depends. 20 seconds. Could. A minute? Maeve finally looked at her. What are you trying to prove? Amira heard the question as accusation. I'm checking a discrepancy. That ward doesn't like discrepancies. The words were spoken quietly enough that the recovering patient could not have heard them. Amira stared at Maeve. You've been there. Maeve turned away. Everyone who stays long enough has. Before Amira could ask more, the bedside monitor chimed. Not an alarm. One clear note. Exactly like the lift. That evening, C0 called again. This time, bed 9 was awake. He was younger than the others, perhaps 30, with a shaved head and the wary stillness of someone used to sleeping, in places where possessions could disappear. His chart gave only the name Leanh Price. No diagnosis. No address. No next of kin. Do you know why you're here? Amira asked. Leon smiled without humor. They said observation. For what? They didn't say. Do you know anyone having surgery in this hospital? No. His breathing changed. Amira noticed it before he did. A shallow intake. A pause. Then his left hand moved toward his lower abdomen. He winced. Don't touch me. I haven't. Not you. The muscles along his jaw tightened. Where does it hurt? He pointed to a place just above his left groin. Here then, across. His finger moved diagonally upward toward the center of his abdomen. Amira knew the shape. 3 floors above, a vascular surgeon was performing an open repair of an iliac aneurysm. Amira had reviewed the case during the afternoon briefing. She took a pen from her pocket. Show me exactly. Leon dragged the capped pen over the gown. Not where a patient might casually imagine an abdominal incision. Exactly where the operative plan placed it. He stopped midway and gasped. No. What? They're going too deep. Amira's pager vibrated. She did not look at it. Leon's face had gone gray. They've opened the muscle. Only then did Amira read the message. Theater 5. Incision extended through oblique muscle. Her mouth went dry. Have you ever met the patient in Theater 5? Leon stared at her, as though she had asked whether he knew the weather. I don't know who that is. Amira turned toward Lydia. Lydia was no longer watching Leon. She was watching the clockless wall. Leon suddenly seized Amira's wrist. His grip was astonishingly strong. They're cutting him now, he whispered. Then after a pause, his expression changed. Confusion replaced pain. No, he said. What? Leon looked down at his untouched abdomen. They cut me first. Leon released Amira's wrist. The pain left his face almost instantly. Not faded left. His breathing slowed. Color returned beneath his skin. When Amira examined his abdomen, there was no guarding, no rigidity. Nothing to correspond with the incision he had described with impossible accuracy. Upstairs, the operation continued. By morning, Amira had built a spreadsheet. She compared 6 weeks of theater complications against every C0 chart. Lydia allowed her to see. The records were incomplete, handwritten, and irritatingly vague, but the pattern survived every attempt to destroy it. A post-operative hemorrhage in orthopedics. 3, sudden pressure in the thigh. A difficult intubation in maxillofacial surgery. Bed 11. Burning throat, inability to breathe. An accidental nerve injury during spinal surgery. Bed 2. Numbness spreading through the same distribution. In 11 cases, symptoms in C0 began before the complication was formally documented. In 7, they began before anyone in theater appeared to have recognized the problem. Amira printed the pages. That was her mistake. By lunchtime, she had been asked to attend a meeting on the administrative floor. Medical Director Julian Harcourt sat at the head of a long glass table. Beside him, were the chief operating officer and Dr. Miriam, Vale head of perioperative services. Adrian Holt was already there. No one offered Amira coffee. Harcourt placed her printed spreadsheet on the table. You've been accessing restricted records. Clinical records. Restricted clinical records. And patients are experiencing symptoms that correspond to surgical events elsewhere in the hospital. Miriam Vale gave a small, patient smile. Correlation isn't causation. Some of the symptoms precede the events. According to handwritten notes, written before theater documentation. Adrian leaned back. You're under considerable strain, Amira. She looked at him. There it was again. Tiredness as absolution. Harcourt folded his hands. Do you know St. Aldwyn's post-operative mortality rate? No. You should. It's among the lowest for a teaching hospital of this size. He slid a report toward her. Complications, readmissions, unexpected intensive care transfers. Every number was better than the regional average. Some were absurdly better. Our outcomes, Harcourt said, are the reason patients come here. Amira thought of Leanh, tracing someone else's incision across his own unbroken skin. Those numbers don't answer my question. No, Harcourt said. They answer a more important one. The meeting ended, without anyone explicitly telling her to stop. That frightened her, more than an order would have. Late that afternoon, a woman named Eleanor Briggs arrived in intensive care following emergency bowel surgery. She was 71, septic, hypotensive, and deteriorating, despite vasopressors. Amira had helped stabilize her in theater. By the time they transferred her upstairs, Eleanor's kidneys were failing, and her lactate continued to rise. The intensive care consultant estimated that the next several hours would decide whether she survived. 20 minutes later, Amira's pager vibrated. See-ho. She went down. A man lay in bed 4. Amira had never seen him before. His chart had no name. Where the patient identification label should have been, someone had written only, undue male. He was conscious when Amira entered. Can you hear me? He nodded. Tell me what hurts. Everything. His voice was barely audible. Then his blood pressure fell. There was no wound. No fever. No bleeding. His ECG remained unremarkable, but his body behaved as though it were collapsing from overwhelming infection. Amira called for blood tests. Lydia did not move. Take them yourself, if you need them. The man began shivering violently. At that exact moment, Amira's phone rang. Intensive care. Eleanor Briggs' blood pressure had normalized. Her vasopressor requirement had halved. Her lactate repeated because the first result was assumed to be laboratory. Error had fallen with impossible speed. By the time Amira looked back at bed 4, the nameless man was barely conscious. What's happening to him? Lydia's expression hardened. You already know. Amira checked his pulse. Weak. Rapid. Her phone rang again. Eleanor was awake, talking, asking for water. Amira stared at the nameless man as his eyes slowly opened. He looked directly at her. "Did she make it?" he whispered. Amira had never spoken Eleanor Briggs' name. She stepped away from the bed. "How do you know there's a woman?" The man smiled faintly. Not with relief. With recognition. "Because," he said, "she stopped dying when I started." Because she stopped dying when I started. The nameless man closed his eyes. His blood pressure continued to fall. Amira stayed beside him until Lydia told her. Eleanor Briggs had been transferred out of intensive care. By morning, Eleanor was sitting upright. By afternoon, she was eating soup. The man in bed 4 could no longer speak. There was nothing physiologically wrong with him that Amira could prove. That was when the hospital began to change. At first, the changes were small enough to blame on exhaustion. A corridor between theaters that seemed longer than usual. A fire door, she could have sworn, opened onto radiology, leading instead to a blank cream wall. Fluorescent lights dimming one after another above her. As she walked, then brightening behind her. Twice she entered a lift, intending to go to the ground floor. Twice the doors opened on C0. She had not pressed the black button. On the third occasion, Amira did not leave the lift. Lydia stood at the nurse's station, watching her. "Send me back up. You can press the button." "I didn't press this one." "No." The lights above Lydia flickered. Once, twice, then again. Amira heard breathing from the rooms. The lights pulsed with it. Bright on the inhale, dim on the exhale. Who controls the lifts? Estates? Who controls this ward? Lydia looked toward the patient rooms. That depends what you mean by controls. The lift doors closed before Amira could answer. She began, keeping notes outside the hospital system. Dates, names, complications, beds. She bought a new notebook from a shop near Oxford Road and kept it locked in her car rather than her office. She told herself this was caution. It felt more like confession. 3 days later, C0 called during a quiet elective list. No complication had been reported anywhere in the hospital. Amira went down anyway. The ward was empty, not abandoned, prepared. 12 beds stood, made beneath folded white blankets. Monitors were dark. The air smelled faintly of disinfectant and something metallic beneath it. There was no Lydia. "Hello?" Her voice disappeared into the corridor. A light buzzed overhead. Then another. Breathing began. Amira froze. No patients occupied the beds. Still, she heard 12 slow inhalations. The fluorescent tubes brightened. 12 exhalations. They dimmed. At the nurse's station, a clipboard lay beside an open drawer. Amira had never seen the drawer open before. Inside were paper admission sheets. Not medical charts. Lists. She took the first page. Each row contained a bed number, recipient name, source patient, and a final column titled Pliability. Bed 2. Margaret Fenwick. Source Thomas Fenwick. Liability. Withheld evidence after workplace injury. Bed 5. Owen Pierce. Source Lucy Pierce. Liability. Accepted settlement requiring silence. Bed 8. Robert Haynes. Source unknown. Liability. Abandoned dependent adult. Amira turned the page. More names. A former landlord. A retired police officer. A hospital porter. A woman whose address was listed as a hostel. The wording changed, but the pattern did not. Someone had suffered. Someone else had allowed it. Someone else had benefited from not interfering. Her fingers became cold. These were not diagnoses. They were accusations. Some were decades old. The oldest sheet she found had yellowed around the edges. The handwriting was elegant, almost clerical. Recipient suitable, where burden has previously been displaced. Amira read the sentence twice. A sound came from behind her. Not footsteps. A bed wheel. Turning. She looked down the corridor. The door at the far end stood open. She had never noticed a room there. Inside was an empty bed. Unlike the others, it had no number mounted above it. Amira walked toward it. Each ceiling, light brightened as she passed beneath it. The breathing grew louder. On the mattress lay a fresh admission sheet. The ink was still wet. BD 13. Recipient. Ah. The name line was blank. Amira stared at it until a single black mark appeared on the paper. Not written by any visible hand. A curved stroke. Then another. Slowly, letter by letter, the ward began to fill in a name. And so, M. I. R. A. The name stopped after the final A. Amira did not wait to see what came next. She backed away from bed 13, struck the corridor wall with her shoulder, and nearly ran to the nurse's station. The admission sheet remained on the mattress behind her. No footsteps followed. Only breathing. As she reached the lift, one of the fluorescent tubes above the empty treatment room flickered hard enough to expose something she had missed before. A cable, thick fabric wrapped, painted the same cream as the wall. It disappeared beneath the treatment room door. The door was locked. Amira found the key in Lydia's open drawer. That frightened her, more than if she had needed to break in. Inside, the room looked ordinary at first. Examination, couch, metal, trolley, cabinet, sink. But there were no medicines, dressings, or disposable instruments. Dust lay undisturbed across everything, except the floor beside the rear wall. The cable vanished behind a steel panel. Amira removed 2 screws with a coin. Behind it was not wiring. It was a staircase. Narrow concrete steps descended into darkness. The air below smelled of hot dust, old insulation, and something medicinal. She recognized after several breaths. Ether. The hospital had not used ether in her lifetime. She turned on her phone light and followed the cable down. At the bottom stood another door. Cellied surface access. The seal had been broken years ago. Beyond it was a room far larger than the space above should have permitted. Copper pipes ran along the ceiling. Bundles of insulated wire climbed the walls and disappeared upward into the hospital. Some were modern. Others were wrapped in cracked black cloth. At the center stood the machine. Amira understood enough neurophysiology to recognize pieces of it, though not the whole. A bank of valve amplifiers, an analog waveform monitor, rotary voltage controls, 12 sets of leads ending in heavy electrode connectors. The design resembled early peripheral nerve stimulators used experimentally before modern anesthesia monitoring. But this apparatus had been expanded again and again. New components had been grafted onto old ones. Digital interfaces fed into equipment, manufactured half a century earlier. Every generation of the hospital had preserved it. A brass plate carried a name. All Narrow Registration Unit. Below it, Prion IT. Amira touched nothing. Along the rear wall stood shelves of ledgers. Hundreds of them. The newest volumes were cheap hospital stationery. The oldest were leather-bound, their pages thick and yellow. She opened one from the 1980s. Sonko, Lord Malcolm Everley. Procedure, coronary bypass. Recipient male, approximately 40. Address, none. Next of kin, none identified. Transfer successful. Outcome source, uncomplicated recovery. Outcome, recipient, persistent thoracic pain. She opened another. Source, Helen March, hospital governor. Recipient, Rebecca Cole. Occupation, cleaner. Family notified, no. Transfer post-operative infection, fever, delirium. Source discharged on day 6. Recipient retained. Amira kept reading. Members of Parliament, donors, judges, consultants, industrialists, people whose names had appeared on buildings, plaques, research grants, charitable wings. On the opposite side of each page were those who had received what the important patients had escaped. Unknown male. No fixed address. No next of kin. Domestic worker. Institutional resident. Transient. Unclaimed. The language was clinical enough to hide the obscenity. Burden satisfactory. Tolerance acceptable. Recipient available for reuse. Amira felt suddenly nauseated. This had not begun as a supernatural thing. People had designed it. Doctors had calibrated it. Administrators had approved it. Someone had looked at suffering and asked not how to prevent it, but where else it could be put. She reached the oldest shelf. The first ledger was dated 1956. Inside the front cover, a handwritten note read, "Pain is not destroyed. It is displaced. Below that, the success of the source depends upon the silence of the recipient. Amira stopped breathing. The sentence was too familiar. Not the words. The logic. She thought of Adrian Holt. No lasting consequence. No value in alarming the family. Her hand shook as she turned the page. A photograph had been tucked inside. 12 hospital beds stood in a concrete room. Men and women lay strapped beneath white sheets. Behind them, technicians posed beside the same machine. Amira moved the photograph closer to her phone light. Someone had written the date on the back. 1954. 2 years before the first ledger. Then she noticed the wall behind the beds. There were 13 electrical sockets, 12 connected to patients. The 13th had been circled in black ink. Beside it, someone had written, "Leave available." Amira remained below C0 until her phone battery dropped into the red. She read the earliest ledgers first. The original project had not been described as pain transfer. The terminology was cautious. Cross-subject nociceptive modulation. Peripheral distress redistribution. Compensatory sensory load. The first patients had been volunteers from long-stay psychiatric wards, prisoners transferred for medical observation, and men listed only as vagrants. The stated aim was to study whether one nervous system could be induced to absorb pain signals generated in another. The early results were inconsistent. Headaches, burning sensations, phantom pressure. Then in 1958, a surgeon named Edwin Aldwin recorded the first complete diversion. A post-operative patient recovering from bowel surgery reported no pain at all. At the same time, a man in the experimental ward developed severe abdominal agony despite having no injury. The surgeon's note contained one sentence underlined twice. Clinical usefulness exceeds experimental value. That was where the language changed. The research stopped asking whether the phenomenon should exist. It began asking how reliably it could be used. Amira turned pages faster. By the 1960s, donor names appeared. By the 1970s, outcome statistics were being compared against neighboring hospitals. By the 1980s, phrases such as institutional advantage and reputational protection appeared in administrative memoranda. One document was signed by 3 former medical directors. Another carried the crest of the hospital. Trust. A later note read, "Discontinuation now presents unacceptable statistical exposure." Amira understood immediately. If St. Aldwin's stopped using the ward, its complication rates would rise. Questions would follow. Comparisons would be made. Decades of miraculous outcomes would become impossible to explain. The hospital had not preserved C0 because anyone still believed in the experiment. It had preserved C0 because success had become evidence against stopping. She reached the ledgers from the last 10 years. The handwriting grew sparse. Several entries listed ordinary patients as sources rather than donors or dignitaries. Some were children, Some were emergency admissions. The selection process seemed to have widened. Then, the handwriting changed again. Not style. Method. The ink on the newest pages had no pressure marks. No indentations from a pen. Amira tilted one sheet toward the phone light. The letters appeared to sit on the paper rather than sink into it. She remembered the admission sheet in bed 13. The name forming by itself. A sound came from the machine. One soft electrical click. Amira turned. The waveform monitor was on. She had not touched it. A thin green line moved across the screen. Then, 12 smaller lines appeared beneath it, all pulsing together. At the bottom, a 13th line remained flat. Amira stepped backward. On the desk beside the machine lay a ledger. She was certain had not been there before. Black cover. No date. She opened it. The first pages were blank. Then names appeared. Recent ones. Eleanor Briggs. Leon Price. Margaret Fenwick. Owen Pierce. Each entry was paired with a second name and a short description of displaced harm. Some, Amira recognized from the admission sheets upstairs. Others, she did not. She turned another page. Clara Webb. Amira stopped. The source column beside Clara's name was empty. The recipient column was not. Dr. Amira Shah. Her pulse hammered in her throat. Below that, BED 13. Estep a variable. She stared at the words. Then another line appeared beneath them. Slowly. Letter by letter. Liability acknowledged through silence. Amira dropped the ledger. The machine clicked again. The 13th waveform rose from the baseline. Once, twice, matching her heartbeat. Then her pager vibrated. No ward number. No extension. Only a name. Clara W.B.B. The name remained on Amira's pager, even after the screen should have cleared. She climbed back toward C0, with the black ledger under one arm. The ward was no longer empty. Every bed was occupied. Some patients, she recognized. Others, she did not. 12 faces turned toward her as she entered the corridor. Not in perfect synchrony this time, but with the same exhausted attention. Bed 13 remained vacant. Lydia stood beside it. You knew, Amira said. I knew what the hospital used to do. And now, Lydia looked at the ledger. Now nobody knows. Amira opened it to Clara's page. Who wrote this? No one. Who selected me? Lydia's silence answered before she did. We stopped choosing recipients years ago. Amira felt something cold settle beneath her ribs. Stop. At first, consultants requested transfers. Later, administration approved them. There were criteria: no family, no advocate, no one likely to ask why a healthy person was suddenly in pain. Her mouth tightened. Then the ward began admitting people without authorization. People like Leon. Yes. Why him? I don't know. But Amira did. Not completely. Enough. She turned back through the newer pages. Margaret Fenwick had concealed evidence after a workplace injury. Owen Pierce had accepted money in exchange for silence. Robert Haynes had abandoned someone dependent on him. Different lives, same shape. Suffering had occurred. They had not caused all of it. They had simply allowed someone else to carry the consequence. Amira looked at bed 13. No. The word came out quietly. Lydia said nothing. Amira's memory supplied the rest. Clara's operation. Night, Adrian Holt working too close to the mesenteric nerve supply. The sudden drop in pressure, the instrument moving where it should not have moved. Amira had seen Holt's hand hesitate. She had seen the field fill with blood. Afterward, in recovery, Clara woke, crying about a burning pain that did not match the incision. Amira had known. Not certainty, enough to report. Enough to request an independent review. Instead, Adrian had found her in the office. He had said the injury was probably anatomical variation. He had said accusations would damage the department. He had reminded her that she was applying for a permanent consultant post, and then he had placed the incident form on the desk between them. Amira had signed the version that described the complication as unavoidable. For years, she had told herself she had not made the surgical error. That sentence had protected her. Now standing in C0, she understood how carefully it had been built. She had not injured Clara. She had only helped place the pain where it would be easiest for everyone else to ignore. The fluorescent lights dimmed. All 12 patients inhaled. Amira looked at Lydia. This thing isn't transferring pain anymore. It still transfers pain. It's doing something else. Another synchronized breath. It's accounting, Amira whispered. The word felt obscene in a hospital. Lydia glanced toward the rooms. My predecessor called it correction. Correction implies justice. No, Lydia said. It implies a balance. The pager vibrated again. Clara WB, Emergency Department. Amira's body reacted before her mind did. She stepped back. The ledger slipped open in her hands. Fresh writing appeared beneath her name. Source return. Another line formed. Deferred burden unresolved. Then, recipient available. Amira looked at bed 13. The monitor beside it switched on. No leads were attached. Her name appeared across the screen. Behind her, the 12 patients began to moan. Not from pain. From anticipation. Amira turned toward Lydia. If I refuse? For the first time, Lydia looked afraid. I don't think it asked. The sheet on bed 13 shifted, as though someone invisible had just lain down. Then the mattress slowly depressed in the shape of a human body. Amira's body. The mattress remained depressed after Amira stepped away, as though the ward had already counted her weight. Her pager vibrated once more. Clara, Wib, Beatrequeep. Amira ran. By the time she reached the emergency surgical floor, Clara had already been scanned. Small bowel obstruction. Ischemia. Evidence of perforation. The consultant reviewing the images spoke quickly, but Amira barely heard him. Clara lay behind the curtain in a hospital gown, thinner than Amira remembered, her hair almost completely gray. For several seconds, Amira could not enter. Then Clara looked toward her. Recognition came slowly. You? Amira swallowed. Yes, you were there. It was not a question. Clara pressed a hand against her abdomen and shut her eyes. I remember your voice. Amira had spent years remembering Clara's screams. Clara remembered reassurance. That was worse. She needs theater, immediately, the surgeon said behind Amira. Clara opened her eyes again. Will it hurt? Amira almost answered automatically. We'll keep you comfortable. The professional phrase rose to her lips and died there. I don't know, she said. Clara studied her with surprise. Then another spasm bent her body. Amira's pager vibrated. See Mo. She went below the ward. Not to bed 13. To the machine. The waveform monitor was alive. Now, all 13 lines moving. The shelves seemed different. Several newer ledgers had fallen open. Names filled the pages. Hundreds. Some Amira, recognized as former patients. Some were current staff. Some were people who had left St. Aldwyn's years ago. Beside many source entries was a notation. Burden retained elsewhere. Amira found Lydia waiting near the apparatus. If I destroy it. Lydia's face hardened. We don't know. Guess the machine still carries links. To whom? Everyone it ever treated, perhaps. That's impossible. So is this ward. Amira looked at the cables rising into the hospital. If the system collapses, the transferred pain may return. To the original patients, or what remains of them. Amira stared at her. Some are dead. Lydia nodded. And some aren't. A cold pressure gathered behind Amira's eyes. How many? No one counted. After the record stopped being ours. Hundreds. Perhaps more. People who had lived for years inside. Impossible recoveries. Bodies that had been spared infections, nerve damage, post-operative trauma, chronic pain. Amira imagined all of it returning at once. Not metaphorically. Physically. Hospital wards filling with screams. Old scars reopening in sensation. People waking in distant homes with pain. Their bodies had forgotten they ever owed. Destroying the machine would not end the system cleanly. It would force the debt backward. Amira looked at the 13th waveform. It moved faster than the others. Her heartbeat. I could shut down only this channel. No. Disconnect the leads. No. Cut power. Lydia shook her head. We tried that once. What happened? The patients upstairs woke screaming. Amira looked toward the ceiling. Above them, Clara was being prepared for surgery. There was still a choice, but not the one Amira wanted. That realization was almost calming. For years, she had told herself there had been no real choice in Adrian Holt's office. Report him and destroy careers. Stay silent and protect the department. She had reduced morality to available outcomes until cowardice looked like pragmatism. Now the ward had done the same to her. Only this time, she could not pretend not to understand. She climbed back to C0. 13 was waiting. A folded gown lay on the mattress. On the admission sheet, beneath her name, a final line had appeared. Transfer, authorized by recipient. Amira picked up the pen. Lydia stood in the doorway. You don't have to sign. Amira looked at her. Yes, she said. I do. Her signature trembled halfway through. She changed into the gown. The room was colder than the others. Electrode leads had emerged from the wall beside the bed. Amira attached them herself. Chest, wrists, abdomen. Places she had placed monitors on thousands of strangers. Then she lay down. The fluorescent light above her brightened. In the corridor, 12 patients inhaled. Amira closed her eyes. Clara Webb, she said. The machine beneath the floor began to hum. Give it to me. For one terrible second, nothing happened. Then somewhere, far above, a scalpel touched Clara's skin. And Amira screamed before the incision was made. Amira woke, waiting for pain. It did not come. She lay still beneath the fluorescent light, afraid to move because movement should have revealed something. A wound. A burn. The memory of Clara's incision had entered her body with such precision that Amira could still describe each layer. Skin, fascia, muscle. The pulling pressure deeper inside. The unbearable heat when tissue was separated. She remembered screaming until her throat tore. She remembered begging Lydia to stop it. She remembered Lydia saying, "It isn't mine to stop." Then, nothing. Now there was only numbness. Not even soreness remained beneath the electrodes. Amira sat up. The leads had fallen loose around her. The monitor beside bed 13 was dark. Lydia? No answer. The corridor outside was empty. Beds 1 through 12 had been stripped. No patients. No charts. No blankets dented by bodies. Amira stepped into the hall. The fluorescent lights remained steady. For the first time since she had discovered C0, there was no synchronized breathing. The silence should have felt peaceful. Instead, it pressed against her ears. She took the lift upstairs. Every floor opened onto the same stillness. No trolley wheels. No monitor alarms. No voices behind curtains. At the surgical level, Amira found Theater 3 open. Clara was in recovery. Alive. A nurse sat beside her, staring at the monitor, as though she had forgotten what it meant. How is she? The nurse jumped. Dr. Shah. Clara. The nurse blinked, then looked at the chart. I don't understand it. Tell me. There was no perforation when they opened her. Amira stared. The scan showed one. Yes. And the ischemia? Gonley. That's not possible. The nurse laughed once. It was not amusement. Apparently it is. Clara stirred. Her eyes opened. Amira approached the bed. For a moment, neither woman spoke. Then Clara touched her abdomen. No pain, she whispered. Amira looked at the clean dressing. Aye. Clara shook her head. Her expression changed as she studied Amira. You look worse than I feel. Amira almost smiled. Instead, she asked, do you remember what happened years ago? Clara's gaze sharpened. All of it. Amira felt the old instinct rise. Explain. Qualify. Describe uncertainty. Protect the record. She let it pass. I knew something had gone wrong, she said. I knew enough to speak. I didn't. Clara watched her without rescuing her from the silence. I'm sorry. The words felt too small. Clara closed her eyes. I needed you to say that then. I know. No, Clara whispered. You know now. Amira left recovery. The hospital remained silent. At the end of the corridor, a wide window looked south across Manchester. Rain had begun. Ordinary rain. Cars moved through wet streets. Buses stopped. Pedestrians crossed beneath umbrellas. Amira rested one hand against the glass. Then a woman below stopped walking. She doubled over, clutching her abdomen. A man beside her grabbed his shoulder. Across the road, a cyclist fell and pressed both hands to his chest. Amira straightened. More people stopped. One after another. A child gripped his throat. A taxi driver slammed a palm against his lower back. A woman outside a cafe began screaming while holding the side of her face. Different injuries, different pains. But the movements came together. In perfect rhythm. Inhale. The fluorescent lights behind Amira brightened. Across the street, dozens of bodies tightened. Exhale. The lights dimmed. Amira ran for the lift. The black button was already illuminated. Below C0, the machine was running. All 13 waveforms were active. But they no longer ended at 13. New lines filled the screen beneath them. Dozens. Hundreds. Too many to count. The black ledger lay open beside the controls. Amira turned to the newest page. Her name remained beneath Clara's. But the words recipient available had disappeared. In their place was a new sentence. Individual capacity insufficient. Another line formed underneath. Distribution expanded. Amira tore the page out. The machine continued humming. She tore another. And another. Nothing changed. Above her, through concrete, steel, wards, streets, houses, and rain, she could hear people beginning to scream. Not 12. Thousands. Amira looked at the cables disappearing into the hospital walls and finally understood what C0 had learned from them all. Pain did not need to belong to the guilty. It only needed somewhere to go. The lights dimmed. Manchester inhaled. And somewhere, beyond the hospital, another city answered. Perhaps the worst thing St. Aldwyn's ever created was not a machine that moved pain, but the idea that suffering becomes acceptable once it is moved far enough away from the person who caused it. Amira finally chose to carry what she had once allowed another person to bear. But the system had learned a colder lesson. Responsibility can always be diluted across more bodies. Relief feels merciful when we cannot see its cost. But if every comfort requires an unseen stranger to hurt in our place, how long before we stop asking, who is screaming? Story 3. By the time Thomas Vale understood that the engine was not going to start again, the rain had thinned to something finer than drizzle. It hung in the air instead of falling, silvering the windshield and softening the black spruce on either side of the road. Thomas sat with both hands on the steering wheel, listening to the weak click beneath the hood. He tried once more, though he already knew what the sound meant. I-me click. A pause. Another click, smaller than the first. Fine, he said. The words sounded reasonable inside the car. Reasonable had been his profession for 37 years. He took his phone from the cup holder. No service. The map still showed the pale line of the county road, but when he tried to enlarge it, the screen froze with the little blue dot suspended in a blank patch of green. He had left Burlington after a retirement luncheon that had lasted too long and said too much. Colleagues had praised his patience, his ability to keep people civil while they divided houses, savings, dogs, holidays, children. Especially children. Thomas locked the phone and slipped it into his coat. There was a farmhouse. He thought perhaps a mile back. Or a gas station ahead. He could not remember which, because he had been driving without really seeing the road, replaying a voicemail he had deleted before leaving the office. The message had been from his former wife. Not recent. He had found it while clearing an old archive, recorded years ago, in a voice so familiar that, for several seconds, he had forgotten. They were no longer married. You can't keep waiting until you know exactly what to say, Tom. Then the voice had ended. He stepped out into the cold. The road had no painted center line. Wet leaves lay pressed into the gravel shoulders like dark hands. Somewhere among the trees, water moved over stone, though he could not see a stream. Thomas raised his collar and started walking east, toward what he hoped was the nearest house. After perhaps 15 minutes, he noticed the gate. It stood on his right between two leaning maples. Narrow, wrought iron, its black paint blistered pale with age. There was no sign, Beyond it, an old stone wall enclosed a rectangle of land that seemed too open for the forest around it. A cemetery. Thomas stopped. He was certain he had not passed it in the car. That meant nothing. He had spent the drive thinking about the voicemail, about the luncheon, about the cardboard box in his trunk, containing 3 framed certificates, a chipped mug, and a photograph of his daughter at 14. Still, he looked back down the road. The bend behind him had vanished into mist. The cemetery path was visible through the gate, paved with flat stones, slick from rain. Near its entrance stood a wooden notice board with nothing pinned to it. No name, no church, no town seal. Only 4 rusted nails. Thomas checked his phone again. The blue dot had disappeared. He went through the gate. He told himself. He was looking for a caretaker's shed, a landline, perhaps a road sign on the far side. The place was larger than it first appeared. Rows of slate and granite headstones descended a gentle slope toward a low bank of fog. The first inscription he read made him stop. Elizabeth. Iwan said yes. There were no dates. Thomas frowned and moved to the next stone. Harold Piercy. Never sold the house. The next, Margaret L. Style. Had the shield. A little farther on, Peter Rowe. Stayed in Boston. Thomas felt the cold enter his sleeves. Memorial jokes, he thought. Family phrases. Personal epitaphs. Strange but not impossible. He walked more quickly, reading despite himself. Took the train. Told him the truth. Did not open the letter. Went back for the dog. Every stone held a name and a decision. Nothing else. The mist had thickened between the rows. The road was no longer visible behind him. Thomas turned toward the gate. That was when he saw a headstone beneath, a dead birch, its granite darker than all the others, as if it had just been washed. His name was carved across the top. Thomas Vale. Beneath, there were 4 words. Stayed with his family. Thomas stared until the letters blurred. Then, from somewhere under the wet ground, a man began to argue with a woman in Thomas's own voice. Thomas stepped backward so quickly that his heel struck another stone. The voices beneath the ground stopped. Not faded, stopped. One moment, his own voice had been speaking in a low, furious cadence, interrupted by a woman whose words were too muffled to distinguish. The next, there was only rain ticking softly on dead leaves. Thomas stood with both hands lifted, as though someone had accused him of touching something valuable. He had heard his own voice, recorded thousands of times. Voicemails, mediation training sessions, court conferences, preserved for review. He knew its flat, Vermont vowels, the faint roughness that appeared when he was tired. That voice had been his. But younger, he turned and walked toward the gate. He did not run. Running belonged to panic, and panic made bad witnesses of people. For nearly four decades, Thomas had watched frightened men and women destroy negotiations. It's because they could not separate what they felt from what was happening. Facts first. His car had broken down. He had walked into an old cemetery. The headstones contained unusual epitaphs. He had heard voices. Sound traveled strangely through wet ground. There could be houses beyond the trees, teenagers with speakers, some historical audio installation maintained by a local society with too much imagination and too little signage. The explanation weakened as he constructed it. But Thomas had made a career from working with weak explanations. People rarely came into his office carrying the truth whole. They brought fragments polished by repetition. She left without warning. He chose his work over us. The children understand. We both agreed. Thomas's job had never been deciding who lied. His job was finding the sentence both people could survive. Irretrievable breakdown. Shared parental responsibility. Equitable division. Terms that allowed human ruin to fit into folders. He had been good at it. Once, a woman named Melissa Crane had sat across from her husband for 6 silent minutes while he refused to discuss Christmas custody. Thomas had waited until the silence became unbearable, then said, "Your children do not need either of you to win this room." The man had started crying. They reached an agreement that afternoon. Thomas remembered driving home afterward with the quiet pride of someone who believed he had prevented a small disaster. Claire had been 16 then. He had not called her that week. The memory came so suddenly that he nearly missed the path bending left. He stopped. The gate should have been directly ahead. Instead, the stone path continued between 2 rows of graves. He did not remember passing. Fog rested, low over the ground, stopping at his knees. He looked behind him. The dark stone bearing his name was gone from sight. "Enough," Thomas said. His own voice sounded older here. He walked faster. Claire had been 15 when the divorce became official. 17 when she stopped answering regularly. 20 when Thomas began telling himself that forcing contact would be selfish. That had been one of his better lies. The more accurate truth was that every unanswered message made the next one harder to send. At first he had called weekly, then monthly, then on birthdays. Eventually, he began drafting messages and deleting them. "I know you're angry." Delete. "I don't expect you to forgive me." Delete. "I was trying not to make things worse." Delete. That sentence had survived longest because it sounded like something a mediator would say. He had abandoned her carefully. That was the part Thomas rarely permitted himself to phrase so plainly. The gate appeared ahead. Relief loosened something in his chest. He hurried toward it, passing the empty notice board. Beyond the iron bars, he could see the road again. Pale gravel, disappearing into mist. Thomas put one hand on the gate. Then he noticed the stone. It stood just outside the cemetery wall. He was certain it had not been there before. Small, gray, freshly wet. Thomas did not want to read it. He read it anyway. Thomas Vell. His fingers tightened around the iron. Beneath his name were 3 words. Kept driving north. For several seconds, he could not breathe. There had been one night, 11 years earlier, when Claire was living outside Montreal. Thomas had driven north after work, without telling anyone. He had crossed into Canada. He had made it as far as a rest area, less than an hour from her apartment, before sitting in the parked car until midnight, staring at her address, written on the back of a gas receipt. Then he had turned around. He had never told Claire. He had never told his former wife. He had never told anyone. Behind him, somewhere deeper, in the cemetery, a car door slammed. The car door slammed again. Thomas turned so sharply that his shoulder struck the gate. There was no car. Only the cemetery stretching behind him, rows of wet stones fading into fog. The sound had come from somewhere among them, close enough that he imagined. He felt the vibration through the iron. He looked back at the small grave outside the wall. Kept driving north. The words seemed darker than the granite around them. Thomas told himself not to touch it. Then he did. The stone was colder than rain. For an instant, nothing happened. Then, the world changed with the violence of a memory. He was sitting behind the wheel of his old Subaru at the Canadian rest area, not remembering it. Being there, the dashboard glowed softly. His hands were younger, the knuckles less swollen, his wedding ring already gone. On the passenger seat lay a gas receipt with Claire's address written across the back. He could smell burnt coffee. He could feel the pressure in his chest that had kept him parked there for nearly an hour. But this time he started the engine. Thomas tried to pull his hand from the grave. He had no hand. He was driving north. Snow clung to the roadside in dirty bands. Highway lights passed over the windshield, whitening the inside of the car. He knew, without having learned it, which exit to take. He knew Claire lived above a bakery whose exhaust made the stairwell smell faintly of sugar and yeast. That had never happened, yet he remembered it. The building stood on a narrow street, glazed with old ice. Thomas parked badly, half a tire against the curb, then climbed 3 flights of stairs. His heart beat painfully. He knocked. Nothing. He nearly laughed. Then locks moved. Claire opened the door. She was 21. Thomas had photographs of her at that age, taken from social media before she made her account private. But no photograph had contained this: the loose gray sweater, the ink stain on the side of her hand, the small silver ring in her left nostril. Her face changed when she saw him. Not softened. Changed. "What are you doing here?" Thomas heard himself answer. "I don't know how to fix this." Claire's mouth tightened. "Then why did you come?" He knew the answer before he spoke it. Because not knowing isn't the same as being allowed to disappear. The sentence struck him harder than anything in the cemetery. Claire looked away. Then she opened the door wider. The vision lurched. Years unfolded, not as images, but as possession. Thomas remembered a Christmas dinner in a cramped apartment where Claire burned the potatoes and blamed the oven. He remembered meeting a man named Jonah, whom she later married. He remembered holding his granddaughter, Elise, while Claire slept in a hospital chair, with her shoes still on. He remembered arguments, months without calls, apologies that did not repair everything, but were spoken anyway. He remembered learning that forgiveness was not a verdict issued once. It was maintenance. He remembered being present badly, then being present better, then simply being there. These memories entered him with the ordinary weight of real history. Thomas began to sob, not because the life was perfect, because it was not. That made it worse. The cemetery had not shown him a fantasy, where every wound healed because he made one brave decision. It had shown him years of discomfort, resentment, repetition, and love threaded through all of it. Something small was pressed into his palm. In the vision, Claire stood beside him on a summer porch, older now, laughing at something he had missed. "Hold this," she said. She placed a blue wooden bird in his hand, carved crudely from pine. Elise had made it. Thomas closed his fingers around it. The cemetery returned. He fell backward into the wet grass. His hand tore away from the stone. For several seconds, he could hear nothing but his ragged breathing. The gate stood beside him. Fog moved along the road. The grave remained where it had been. Thomas wiped his face with his sleeve. Then he realized his right hand was still clenched. Slowly, he opened it. A tiny blue wooden bird lay in his palm. One wing was crooked. On its underside, in a child's uneven handwriting, were 3 words. For Grandpa Tiam. Thomas stared at the wooden bird until his vision blurred. Then he laughed. It was a small, breathless sound, almost embarrassed. "No." The word fogged faintly in the cold air. He turned the bird over again. And for Grandpa Tom, paint had pooled unevenly around the carved letters. One wing was thicker than the other. A shallow crescent marked the base where a child's knife, or perhaps a classroom tool, had slipped. Thomas pressed his thumbnail into the wood. Pine. Real pine. He put the bird in his coat pocket. That made it manageable. Objects became less impossible when hidden. Hypothermia could produce confusion. Stress could distort perception. Grief could unlock memories, assembled from fragments. He had seen photographs of Claire. He knew she had married. Perhaps he had once learned the husband's name and forgotten it. Perhaps she had a daughter. People absorbed facts, without remembering where they came from. The mind hated empty spaces. It filled them. That was all. Thomas stepped through the gate. The road was gone. He stopped, with one foot beyond the iron threshold. Instead of wet gravel, another cemetery path descended between leaning stones. He turned around. The gate still stood behind him. Beyond it was another row of graves. Thomas gripped the iron and looked from one side to the other. No. He stepped back through. The path changed. He tried again. On the third crossing, the dead birch had moved to his left. On the fourth, the notice board was missing. By the fifth, Thomas was breathing through his mouth. He chose a direction and walked. The cemetery had rules, he told himself. Not supernatural rules. Physical ones, Uferser. Old properties expanded strangely in fog. Stone walls divided fields. Paths curved gradually enough that a person failed to notice. He was tired, cold, dehydrated. All measurable things. All reasonable things. The graves passed beside him. At first, he refused to read them. Then a familiar surname caught his eye. Val. He turned. Not Thomas. Claire, Vale. His stomach tightened. Below the name, Anna Chilone. Thomas walked faster. Another stone. Thomas Vile Lee. Called again the next day. Another. Wait. Outside her apartment. Another. Sent the letter. He had written that letter at least 12 times. Not one letter, versions. Some apologetic. Some defensive. One nearly honest. He had never mailed any of them. The fog thickened. Thomas kept walking. A stone appeared on his right. Ask it for more time with her. He looked away. During the divorce, his attorney had asked whether he wanted to petition for a stricter custody arrangement. Thomas had said Claire was old enough to decide where she wanted to stay. It had sounded generous, mature, child-centered. Words he would later use professionally. He began to understand why he disliked the cemetery. He did not accuse. Accusations could be challenged. It simply phrased things differently. He took out the wooden bird. Its blue body lay across his palm with obscene innocence. A hallucination could not leave residue. Unless the bird had already been in his pocket. Perhaps from the retirement luncheon. A colleague's gift. A joke he had forgotten. He searched his memory for a table decoration. A carved ornament. Anything blue. Nothing. Thomas closed his fist around it. Ahead. The path narrowed between older stones. Their faces were dark with moisture. Inscriptions half obscured by moss. He could no longer hear the road. No engines. No wind. Only the faint drip of water and his own shoes pressing into soaked earth. Then he saw one stone standing alone. He knew, before reaching it, that his name would be there. He stopped several feet away. Not interested, he said. The cemetery remained silent. Thomas almost smiled. Then he stepped closer. The grave was plain granite. Thomas Valley. Below his name were 5 words. He read them once. Then, again. The bird slipped in his damp palm. Let Claire think he didn't want her. Thomas shook his head. That isn't what happened. His voice sounded weak among the stones. He had wanted to protect her from the divorce, wanted to avoid making her choose, wanted to give her space, wanted. From beneath the grave came a girl's voice, young and furious. Claire, at 15. You could have asked me to stay. Thomas went perfectly still. Then, his own, younger voice answered, from under the earth. I know. And Thomas remembered saying it. Thomas remembered saying it. Not in the cemetery. In the kitchen of the house he had once shared with Claire and her mother, 3 days after the divorced papers were signed. Claire had stood near the refrigerator with her backpack still on, furious enough to be trembling. You could have asked me to stay. He had stared at the floor. I know. That was all. For years, Thomas had remembered the conversation differently. He had remembered explaining that he did not want to put her between her parents. He had remembered telling her that she could stay with him whenever she wanted. Perhaps those things had been said later. Perhaps he had added them afterward, because 2 words were too small to justify a lifetime. The grave beneath him whispered. Thomas stepped back. Another stone stood behind it. He had not noticed it before. Went to her graduation. No. He turned away. To his left. Called on her 22nd birthday. To his right. Met Jana before the wedding. The name made him stop. Jonah. The man from the vision. Thomas touched the stone before he could reconsider. A university lawn opened around him. Rows of folding chairs baked beneath a white June sky. Families stood to take photographs, while graduates moved through the crowd in black gowns, laughing, shouting names. Claire saw him. She did not smile, but she walked toward him. You actually came. Thomas felt the other life inside those words. He had driven 6 hours. He had nearly turned back twice. He had brought flowers she disliked, and forgotten that she hated lilies. He knew all of this instantly. Then, Claire hugged him. The cemetery returned. Thomas tore his hand away. The lawn remained. For several seconds, graduation chairs stood between the graves. A young man in a gown walked directly through a granite marker and disappeared. Thomas staggered backward. No. The lawn dissolved into fog. He began walking. The visions followed. He passed a stone marked, "Remembered her birthday." And suddenly candles glowed on a kitchen table. He did not touch it. Claire was 31, laughing, while Thomas carried in a badly iced cake. He kept moving. The kitchen moved with him. Rain dark. Gravestones stood among cabinets and chairs. A candle flame burned where the fog should have been. Thomas squeezed his eyes shut. When he opened them, he was beside a hospital bed. Claire slept in a chair. A newborn rested against his chest. Elise. He knew the weight of her. He knew the warm milk smell of her scalp. He knew Claire had labored. for 17 hours and cursed Jonah during the last 3. He knew which lullaby Elise would eventually demand every night. None of it had happened. None of it belonged to him. Thomas shouted, and the room vanished. He was on his knees in the cemetery. His palm had landed against another stone. Stayed. That was all, it said. The vision came harder. Claire at 16, slamming a bedroom door. Claire at 19, refusing to speak to him for 4 months. Claire at 24, introducing Jonah with guarded eyes. Claire, adding Thomas 28, calling Thomas from a highway shoulder because her car had died and she did not know who else to call. Claire at 36, saying, "You don't get credit for finally becoming normal." Thomas hearing himself answer, "I know. Not perfectly. Never perfectly." He saw himself miss things. Say the wrong thing. Forget an anniversary. Drink too much at one Christmas dinner. And apologize the next morning. He saw Claire remain angry longer than seemed fair. He saw himself remain defensive longer than was kind. But he stayed. That was the difference. He stayed through discomfort long enough for discomfort to become history instead of an ending. Thomas pulled away from the stone. The vision did not stop. He stood inside the cemetery, while another, Thomas, walked 10 yards ahead of him. The man was his age now. Same gray hair. Same slight stoop. Same left hand rubbing absently at the base of the thumb when anxious. But this Thomas wore a blue scarf. Thomas had never owned. He walked between the graves as if the cemetery were not there. Claire walked beside him. Older Claire. She was telling him something, smiling. Despite herself. The other Thomas listened. Really listened. Thomas followed. Claire. She gave no sign. She heard him. Claire. The other Thomas slowed. Thomas stopped breathing. Claire continued, walking into the fog. The man in the blue scarf remained still. Then, very slowly, he turned around. His face was Thomas's face. But the expression was not surprise. It was recognition. And then the other Thomas looked directly at him. The other Thomas did not move. For one terrible second, neither of them seemed willing to prove which one was real. Then the man in the blue scarf lifted one hand. Not a greeting. A warning. His mouth formed a single word. Down. The vision flickered. Claire vanished first. Then the scarf. Then the man himself, leaving only fog and the dark rows of graves. Thomas stood alone. From somewhere beneath his feet came a voice. His own voice. Down. He stepped back. The word came again, farther away now. Down. Thomas should have gone in the opposite direction. Instead, he followed. A night. The path sloped sharply through the cemetery, descending toward a part of the grounds he had not seen before. The stones grew older as he walked, their edges softened by weather, names erased by lichen. The fog changed too. Above it had drifted between the graves. Here it clung close to the earth. Thomas could see his own legs clearly, but the ground disappeared beneath his shoes. The buried voice continued ahead. Sometimes it sounded like him, sometimes younger. Once, unmistakably, it sounded like Claire. "Dad." Thomas stopped. Silence. Then, farther below, "Dad." He kept going. A stone wall appeared in front of him. It was chest-high and built from irregular gray rock, slick with moss. There was no gate. Thomas looked left, then right. The wall extended into the fog in both directions. He did not remember crossing any wall on the way into the cemetery. Yet something about the stones seemed familiar. He placed his hands on the top and climbed. For a moment he balanced awkwardly. There, 62 years old, coat, wet, knees aching, feeling absurd. Then his boots landed on the other side. The voices stopped. Below the wall lay another field. No orderly rows. The graves here leaned at odd angles, as though the earth had shifted beneath them. Some were little more than slabs pushed halfway out of the soil. And near the bottom of the slope stood a house. It was small enough to have been mistaken for a shed, with cedar shingles dark from rain and one square window glowing amber. Thomas stared at the light. Human light. For the first time since entering the cemetery, he felt something close to relief. He went down the hill. Before he could knock, the door opened. An old man stood inside. He was thin, white-haired, dressed in a brown cardigan buttoned incorrectly at the chest. His eyes were clouded pale gray. "Blind." "You took your time," the man said. Thomas did not answer. The old man tilted his head. Thomas Vale. Hearing his name spoken calmly was worse than seeing it on the stones. "How do you know who I am?" "Because they've been saying it for the last hour." The old man stepped aside. Thomas entered. The room smelled of wood smoke and damp wool. Shelves covered every wall, filled not with books, but ledgers. Hundreds of them. A clock ticked above the stove. Thomas looked at its face. The hands were missing. The old man closed the door. "My name is Amos Bell." "You're the caretaker?" "That's what people call me, when they need the place to sound ordinary." Thomas took the blue bird from his pocket. Amos turned toward the faint scrape of wood against fabric. "You brought something back." Thomas froze. "You know what this is?" "No." "Then how?" "Because everyone brings something back eventually." Amos moved carefully toward the stove and poured water into a dented kettle. Thomas watched him. "What is this place?" Amos was silent for long enough that Thomas almost repeated the question. Then he said, "It comes to people carrying too many unlived lives." Thomas felt cold despite the stove. "Places don't come to people." "No." Amos smiled faintly. "Most don't." Thomas looked toward the window. Outside, the lower field was almost completely black now. "I need to leave." "You should." Then tell me how. I can tell you when. Thomas's patience broke. When? Amos turned his blind eyes toward the clock, without hands. Before sunrise. Thomas stared at him. That's hours away. Not here. The kettle began to whistle. Amos removed it from the stove. The graves are mostly harmless while you still understand that they belong to lives you never lived. Mostly. At night, regret remembers it is imaginary. He set 2 cups on the table. But near sunrise, it begins to remember differently. Thomas thought of the man in the blue scarf. The way he had looked at him, not surprised, recognizing. Amos's voice dropped. If one of your unlived lives becomes more convincing than the one you actually lived, the cemetery stops asking which one is real. Thomas swallowed. What does it ask? Outside the window, someone knocked softly on the glass. 3 times. Amos did not turn. He only said, "Which one deserves to leave?" The knocking came again. 3 soft taps. Thomas turned toward the window. Nothing stood outside. Only his reflection in the dark glass, pale and narrow, with the lamp behind him. Amos reached across the table and closed the curtain. Don't answer things that knock from the wrong side of a wall, he said. Thomas looked at him. That sounds like something you've practiced saying. I have. Amos carried one of the ledgers to the table. It was thick bound in cracked black leather, its pages swollen with damp. He opened it somewhere near the middle. Names filled the paper. Dates, roads, brief notes, written in different hands. Some entries were only a sentence. Others covered pages. Thomas leaned closer. Miriam Holt, found near Route 7. 49 years old. Stayed past first light. Returned home. Husband reported she began calling their son by the name they had chosen for a miscarried child. Thomas read it twice. Amos turned the page. Samuel Price. Entered from Interstate Shoulder. Left before sunrise. 3 weeks later, Sister reported. He remembered a childhood summer in Maine that never occurred. He knew the house, layout, neighbors' names, and location of a scar. His sister did not have. Another, Elaine Cooper. Returned to spouse. Personality markedly altered. Quit employment. Claimed she had promised herself years earlier never to become an accountant. Spouse insisted. She had always wanted that profession. Thomas looked up. These people were traumatized. Yes, that explains memory changes. Some of them. Dissociation, confabulation, suggestion. Amos nodded. Thomas hated him for nodding. He turned another page himself. A photograph had been pasted beside an entry. A middle-aged man stood with his wife and 2 daughters in front of a farmhouse. Someone had written beneath it, "Before." Thomas flipped the page. Another photograph. Same man. Same wife. Same daughters. But the man's posture had changed. He stood closer to the older girl, one arm around her shoulders. Beneath it, after Thomas frowned. That proves nothing. No. Amos's fingers rested lightly on the table. Read the note. Thomas did. Wife, stated. Husband began repairing the upstairs bedroom immediately upon return, insisting their eldest had always wanted the room painted yellow. Daughter confirmed. She had wanted yellow at age 9, but never told him. Husband also remembered teaching her to ride a bicycle. Wife states he was away on business that summer. Thomas's mouth went dry. He turned pages faster. Reports accumulated. People returned, remembering weddings they had not attended. Children they had never conceived. Jobs they had never taken. Deaths they had never witnessed. One woman correctly described the inside of an apartment her estranged brother had lived in for 12 years, without ever inviting her there. Another man began signing his middle name differently because, he insisted, that was how his father had taught him. Families noticed changes first. Small things. Favorite foods. Private jokes. Old resentments replaced by unfamiliar tenderness. Tenderness replaced by bitterness for offenses no one remembered committing. Thomas stopped at one entry where the handwriting changed halfway through. Subject returned home successfully. Wife states he is kinder now. Below it, written later, wife no longer considers the change successful. Thomas closed the book. The room seemed too warm. So what happened to them? Amos did not answer immediately. Thomas looked toward the covered window. What happened? Some went on living. Some families accepted the person who came back. Thomas felt a pressure beneath his ribs. And the others? They noticed too much. Thomas thought of the blue bird in his pocket, of Elise, a granddaughter who did not exist. Yet he could still remember the way she smelled as an infant. He could remember her crying when she lost her first tooth. None of those memories had been his 10 minutes earlier. Now they possessed texture, sequence, consequences. That frightened him more than the visions. What does the cemetery do? He asked. Amos turned his blind face toward him. It feeds on regret. Not exactly. Then what? Attention. The words settled quietly between them. Amos tapped the ledger. A regret begins as a sentence. I should have stayed. I should have called. I should have chosen differently. Most people repeat it until they die. Thomas said nothing. This place gives the sentence details. The old man's voice had become softer. A room, a conversation, a birthday, a child's face. Enough details become memory. Enough memories become a life. Thomas felt the wooden bird against his chest, through the fabric of his coat. And enough life? Amos tilted his head. Begins to dislike being buried. Something moved in the hallway behind Thomas. A floorboard creaked. Then another. Slow footsteps approached the room. Thomas rose. Amos did not. The footsteps stopped outside the doorway. A man spoke from the dark hall. Thomas's own voice. Calm, almost gentle. You've read enough about strangers. A hand appeared around the doorframe. The blue scarf followed. Now, read mine. Thomas did not move. The man in the doorway looked exactly like him, and not at all like a reflection. The same gray hair lay untidily across the forehead. The same small scar divided the left eyebrow. The same tired heaviness pulled at the corners of the mouth. But there were differences. The blue scarf, a gold wedding band, and something in the face Thomas could not name until he understood that it was ease. This man had spent less of his life rehearsing explanations. Read yours, he said again. Amos rose slowly. No. The other. Thomas looked toward him. You've had your turn, Amos. The caretaker's expression hardened. Thomas looked between them. You know him. Amos ignored the question. There is no other world, he said. The words seemed oddly plain after everything Thomas had seen. No branching universe, no second Earth, no life happening somewhere behind the stones. Thomas felt the room tilt. Elise. Amos lowered his head. She never existed. The blue bird seemed suddenly heavy inside Thomas's coat. Jonah? No. The graduation? No. Thomas turned toward the man in the doorway. The other Thomas smiled without humor. That part always hurts. Thomas stepped toward him. You're not real. Neither is the version of you who thinks that sentence solves anything. Amos moved between them. The cemetery takes regret and gives it continuity, he said. You supplied the wound, it supplied the years. Thomas shook his head. I didn't invent those details. Not consciously. I didn't know what Claire's apartment looked like. You knew what loneliness looks like. You knew what kind of apartment a young woman might afford. The cemetery built outward from what you feared, what you hoped, what you accused yourself of withholding. Thomas thought of the sugar and yeast smell in the stairwell. The ink stain on Claire's hand. The burned potatoes. Details too ordinary to feel invented. That's impossible. Yes, Amos said. But not because there is another universe. The other Thomas stepped into the room. Amos flinched. That frightened Thomas more than anything else. The double looked at him. I remember Claire at 21. Thomas said nothing. I remember standing outside her door. I remember how badly I wanted to leave. You didn't? No. You never did any of it. The other Thomas's expression changed. Something wounded entered it. I remember doing it. That isn't the same. Why? Thomas opened his mouth. Nothing came. The double took another step. If memory changes how you love someone, how you speak to them, what you would die for, when does it stop being merely memory? You were made tonight. I experienced 30 years. You experienced a trick. So did you, if memory is the measure? Thomas felt anger rise. My life happened. Yes, the answer came gently. And what did you do with it? Silence filled the room. Thomas heard the clock ticking above the stove, despite its missing hands. The other Thomas removed the blue scarf. Elise gave me this. She doesn't exist. I know. The words were almost a whisper. Thomas stared at him. The double's eyes had filled with tears. That doesn't make me love her less. For the first time, Thomas understood the cruelty of the cemetery. It had not simply created a rival. It had created someone who could grieve things that had never existed. Amos spoke behind him. That is the threshold. Thomas turned. What? When they understand what they are and still want to continue. The double folded the scarf carefully over one arm. I don't want your money. Thomas looked back at him. I don't want your house, your pension. Your name means very little to me. Then what do you want? The other. Thomas took a long breath. Claire. Thomas felt something inside him contract. You don't know her. I know the Claire you abandoned. No, you know a construction. I know how she laughs when she's trying not to forgive me. That never happened. I know she hates lilies. And Thomas's face went still. The double saw it. You knew that too, you just forgot. Thomas looked away. The other man stepped closer. You had 62 years to become someone who would knock on her door. His voice was no longer gentle. I was given one night. Thomas raised his eyes. And I did. Outside, somewhere beyond the curtained window, the first bird began to sing. Amos went pale. The double smiled. Not kindly. Sunrise is coming. Then he held out his hand to Thomas. Now decide which of us should go home. The other Thomas kept his hand extended. Outside, another bird began to sing. Then another. The sounds were ordinary. That made them unbearable. Thomas looked at the offered hand and imagined how easily everything could end. He could let this man leave. A better man. A father assembled from every apology. Thomas had postponed every phone call he had not made, every mile he had turned away from. Claire might never know. Perhaps that was mercy. You could make her happy, Thomas said. The double lowered his hand. I could try. You'd remember things about her. I don't. Yes, you'd know how to speak to her. No. Thomas looked up. The other man's face softened. I'd know how to stay when speaking goes badly. The sentence cut deeper because it was true. Thomas turned away. Amos stood near the stove, listening. You said some families accepted them, Thomas said. Yes. If he leaves instead of me, what happens? Amos's clouded eyes shifted toward the window. The cemetery closes, around whichever life remains. That isn't an answer. It is the only one I have. Thomas looked at his double. The man seemed tired now, not monstrous, not triumphant. He looked like someone waiting outside a hospital room for news. "You want me to disappear?" Thomas said. "I want to continue. In my life. In the life you keep refusing to live." Anger returned. "You think attending imaginary graduations gives you the right to judge me?" "No." The double stepped closer. "Leaving the real ones does." Thomas hit him. The punch shocked them both. Pain shot through Thomas's knuckles. The other man stumbled into the table, sending a cup to the floor. It broke. Real sound. Real blood appeared at the corner of the double's mouth. Thomas stared at it. The man touched his lip and looked at the red on his fingers. Then he laughed once. "Good," he said. "What?" "Now you believe I can be hurt." Thomas backed away. Outside, the lower field was lightening by degrees. Not dawn, yet. Almost. The double wiped his mouth. "Let me go." Thomas closed his eyes. "Claire, at 15, you could have asked me to stay. Claire at 21, invented, or not, opening the apartment door. Claire at 36, saying he did not get credit for becoming normal. A granddaughter who had never breathed. A blue wooden bird. His entire life seemed to reduce itself to thresholds. Doors. Roads. Moments when staying became difficult enough that leaving could be renamed kindness. Thomas understood then why surrender had begun to feel noble. He could tell himself Claire deserved the better father. He could tell himself the other. Thomas would repair what he had damaged. He could tell himself that disappearing was finally the unselfish choice. It was the same lie, different language. He had spent decades leaving decisions to Claire, because asking forgiveness might burden her. Now, he was about to leave his entire existence to a counterfeit version of himself, because facing her might burden her again. Thomas began to laugh. Quietly, at first, then painfully. The double watched him. "What?" Thomas wiped his eyes. "I almost did it again." The other man's face tightened. "Did what?" "Left." The word settled between them. Thomas reached into his coat and took out the blue wooden bird. He held it for a moment, then placed it on the table. "For what it's worth," he said, "I'm sorry about Elise." The double stared at the bird. His expression collapsed. For the first time, Thomas pitied him. Truly pitied him. That made what came next harder. "You loved someone who never existed," Thomas said. "I abandoned someone who does." The double looked at him. "And you think that makes you more deserving?" "No." Thomas moved toward the door. "It makes me responsible." The other man stepped in front of him. Thomas stopped. Neither moved. Then Amos spoke. "The gate will only appear once now." Thomas looked toward him. "Where?" "Where you first decided to leave." Thomas understood. The northern road. The rest area, the place where he had turned back. The double understood, too. "No," he said. Thomas pushed past him. The cottage door opened onto cold gray light. Beyond it, the lower field had changed. The graves were gone. In their place stretched a wet highway shoulder beneath a paling sky. Far ahead stood a single iron gate. Thomas ran. Behind him, another set of footsteps began running too, perfectly matched to his own. Thomas ran toward the gate. The highway shoulder stretched farther with every step. Behind him, the other footsteps remained perfectly synchronized. Left foot, right foot, breath, breath. Thomas did not look back. The sky was paling above the trees. Not sunrise yet, but close enough that darkness had begun surrendering its edges. The iron gate waited ahead. Beyond it sat his dead car. Same wet road, same pressed leaves, same windshield silvered with rain. Thomas reached the gate and seized it. Someone grabbed his coat. He turned. The other, Thomas, stood inches away. Blood still marked his mouth. For 1 second they struggled without words. Two old men pulling at the same life. "You'll hurt her again," the double said. "Probably." The answer stopped him. Thomas tightened his grip on the gate. "I'll say the wrong things. I'll ask for things I haven't earned. Maybe she'll shut the door. Then let me go." "No." "Why?" "Because you already know how the story turns out." The double stared at him. Thomas understood it as he spoke. Every memory the cemetery had given this man bent eventually toward reconciliation. Even the arguments belonged to a life shaped by Thomas's regret. A life built around the conviction that staying would have saved something. Reality promised nothing. That was why Thomas had avoided it. "I don't get Claire back because I finally show up," he said. "I only get to show up." The horizon brightened. The other, Thomas, looked suddenly afraid. Not angry. Afraid. Thomas almost released the gate. Then the double whispered, "I don't want to die." Thomas looked at the blue scarf, at his own face. "I know." He pushed through. The gate slammed between them. Thomas fell onto wet gravel. Behind him came a sound like thousands of people drawing breath beneath the earth. He turned. There was no cemetery, only forest. His car started on the first attempt, and 4 months passed before Thomas drove to Claire's house. He could have gone sooner. That was what frightened him. He recognized the old machinery of delay immediately. Give her time, prepare what to say, find the right moment. This time he did not obey it. Claire lived outside Albany, in a narrow white house, with wind chimes on the porch and a child's bicycle lying on its side beside the steps. Thomas stared at the bicycle. For several seconds, he could not leave the car. Then he remembered a wooden bird he no longer possessed. He walked to the door. His rehearsed apology disappeared. The moment he knocked, footsteps approached. The door opened. Claire stood there, older than the Cemetery had shown her in some memories, younger in others, real in ways none of them had been. Thomas felt his throat close. "Hi, Claire." She stared at him. He forced himself not to fill the silence. "I should have come years ago," he said. "I kept pretending that leaving you alone was something I was doing for you. It wasn't." Her face went pale. Thomas continued, "You don't owe me forgiveness. You don't owe me a relationship. I just needed to stop making my fear your decision." Claire stepped backward. Thomas stopped. Something was wrong. She was not angry. She was frightened. "Dad?" "Yes." Her eyes moved over his face. Then to his coat. Then behind him toward the driveway. "Which one are you?" Thomas felt the world become very quiet. "What?" Claire gripped the edge of the door. "Which one?" "I don't understand." Her mouth trembled. "You were here last week." Thomas could hear the wind chimes now. One thin metallic note. Again. "You came to this door," Claire said. "You said almost the same thing." Thomas could not breathe. "What was I wearing?" Claire looked at him as though she did not want to answer. "A blue scarf." Thomas stepped back. Inside the house, someone moved. A child laughed. Then a man's voice said something Thomas could not hear. His own voice. Claire closed her eyes. When she opened them again, there were tears in them. "Dad," she whispered, "please tell me which one you are." Thomas looked past her into the hallway. A blue wooden bird sat on a small table beside the stairs. Weeks later, beside an interstate in western Massachusetts, a woman whose husband had just left her pulled onto the shoulder after her engine overheated. Through the fog, she noticed an iron gate. Beyond it stood hundreds of graves. Near the entrance were 2 new stones. Both bore the same name, Thomas Vale. And beneath each name, carved into wet granite, were the same 2 words. Went home. Some regrets are painful because we imagine a better choice would have made us better people. But an unlived life has one unfair advantage. It never has to face uncertainty until we give it enough detail to seem real. Thomas's final choice was not about proving he deserved his life. It was about accepting responsibility for the life he actually lived. Yet the cemetery leaves one question unanswered. If 2 men both remember choosing to go home, both love the same daughter, and both fear losing her, at what point does the word real stop deciding who belongs? Story 4. By the 3rd week of October, the North Atlantic had begun to sound wrong. Dr. Ingrid Sorensen noticed it first in the tidal residuals. The difference was tiny, less than the width of a fingernail translated into sea level, appearing every 19 hours across 3 pressure stations, northwest of the Faroes. Individually, the readings were meaningless. Together, they formed a curve, too smooth to be noise. Ingrid stood alone in the observatory's lower control room. staring at the graph, while rain pressed itself against the reinforced windows. Beyond the glass, the hillside fell toward a black inlet, where no fishing lights moved. The station had been built into old basalt, half laboratory and half bunker, with corridors that smelled faintly of warm dust, salt, and electrical insulation. She ran the model. The curve remained. She removed the nearest sensor. It remained. She removed the farthest. Still there. Calibration drift, she said aloud. Her own voice sounded intrusive in the room. She had learned to name errors before naming possibilities. 2 years earlier, at a conference in Bergen, she had stood beneath a projection screen and argued that a sequence of unexplained microseisms beneath the Norwegian Sea might indicate a transient mantle structure. No existing model accounted for. Her equations had been bold, elegant, and wrong in just enough visible places to become memorable. The recording of her talk circulated for months. A senior geophysicist had called it an instructive case of pattern hunger. Since then, Ingrid had built her career around not being hungry. She trusted instruments, cross-checks, independent replication. She distrusted intuition, most when it belonged to her. The observatory's overnight technician, Ewan Price, came in carrying 2 mugs of coffee and a jacket still beaded with rain. "You're looking at it again," he said. "I'm looking at a fault. You've been looking at the same fault for 4 nights. That's how faults become identifiable." Ewan set one mug beside her keyboard. He was younger than Ingrid by nearly 15 years and had the irritating serenity of someone whose professional mistakes had not yet acquired names. He leaned toward the monitor. 18 hours. Approximately. Lunar? No. Storm loading? No. Current pressure? Already corrected. He waited. Ingrid hated that. He waited. Finally she said, "The phase moves." Ewan frowned. "Moves where?" She opened a regional map. 12 seabed sensors appeared as green dots between the Faroes, Iceland, and the Norwegian basin. Ingrid advanced the data sequence. A pale contour passed beneath them in succession, not like a wave, spreading outward, but like the shadow of something enormous crossing under the network. Southwest to northeast. Then gone. 19 hours later, it happened again. Ewan stopped drinking his coffee. "What speed?" "That depends on what we assume is moving." "And what are we assuming?" "Nothing." The rain strengthened. Somewhere in the building, a ventilation fan changed pitch. Ingrid zoomed in on the raw data. For a moment, she thought the screen had frozen. Then she saw a new sensor reporting from far west of their usual network. A deep ocean unit, placed months earlier by a Norwegian survey vessel, and rarely used because its telemetry failed intermittently. Its signal had returned. The pressure reading was stable. The temperature was normal, but its gravimeter showed a shallow, downward pull, so slight the software had classified it as baseline drift. Ingrid felt something cold move through her stomach. Ewan, he came closer. She overlaid the gravimeter record with the tidal residual. The peaks matched. Not approximately. Perfectly. The source was not pulling sideways through the water. It was pulling down. Ewan whispered. That isn't possible. Ingrid did not answer. On the wall above them hung an old brass-tied clock left by the station's previous director. It had not worked in years. Its hands were permanently fixed at a little past 4. As Ingrid watched, the minute hand moved backward by 1 mark. Neither of them spoke. Then, from somewhere below the floor, too deep to be plumbing and too slow to be machinery, came a single, low metallic sound. A bell, and on the monitor, every sensor in the North Atlantic network began recording the same downward tide. The first thing Ingrid did was assume the network had failed. Not one instrument. The network. She locked the previous hour of telemetry against overwrite, then began stripping away Kexplananes in the order she trusted them. Most. Atmospheric pressure first. Wind stress second. Barometric loading, thermal drift, clock desynchronization, packet corruption. Ewan sat beside her at the secondary terminal, saying almost nothing as he pulled raw files from stations scattered across the basin. By dawn, the rain had thinned into needles. None of the corrections removed the downward signal. They carried the problem upstairs to the instrument room, where 3 windows looked east across wet grass and the gray shoulder of the sea. The building's satellite receiver occupied an old communications rack there, its status lights blinking with reassuring regularity. Position error, Ewan asked. Ingrid was already checking. Every seabed unit synchronized through satellite timing before transmitting. If the coordinates had shifted even slightly, their tidal model could generate false residuals. She recalculated positions from the previous month, then compared them with independent navigation logs from 2 research vessels. No drift. No common hardware either, she said. Some stations used Norwegian pressure packages, others British. Different gravimeters, different firmware, different deployment years. Ewan folded his arms. So what do they share? The ocean. He looked toward the windows. Ingrid immediately regretted saying it. She returned downstairs. The brass-tied clock had stopped again. Its hand rested 1 mark behind, where it had been the night before. She photographed it, then felt embarrassed enough to delete the photograph. That was the danger. Not bad data narrative. Once a scientist began collecting details, because they belonged to a story, every coincidence became evidence. Pattern hunger. She could still hear Professor Halvorsen using the phrase in Bergen, not cruelly, which had made it worse. He had been explaining her failure to a room full of colleagues, as though describing a familiar pathology. A talented researcher sees one unusual alignment, then another. Soon, She is no longer testing whether a pattern exists. She is protecting it. For 2 years, Ingrid had repeated that warning to herself whenever instinct arrived before proof. Now, instinct was telling her to calculate when the signal would return. She refused for nearly an hour. Then she did it anyway. If the interval held, the next event would begin late that afternoon. They spent the intervening hours trying to kill it. Ewan isolated the station from its normal processing server and reconstructed the tidal corrections on a separate machine. Ingrid requested meteorological data from Iceland, Scotland, and Norway. They compared wave height, ocean bottom temperature, salinity estimates, geomagnetic activity, even seismic noise from distant earthquakes. Nothing produced a 19-hour rhythm. At lunch, Ewan left a sandwich beside Ingrid's keyboard. It remained untouched. "You know," he said, "if this happens again, that doesn't mean your explanation is right. I don't have an explanation. You have a face you make when you have one." She stared at the monitor. "And what face is that?" The one that says you're afraid someone else will think of it first." He went upstairs before she could answer. The sentence stayed. That was the private humiliation beneath the public one. Ingrid had not merely wanted her old mantle hypothesis to be correct. She had wanted to be the person who saw what everyone else had missed. She told herself that desire had been burned out of her. Yet, as afternoon darkened over the islands, she found herself watching the countdown she had pretended not to create. 10 minutes. 5. 1. Nothing happened. Her shoulders loosened. Then Ewan said, "Western Unit." The distant Norwegian sensor had come online again. Its gravimeter trace was rising, not falling. Rising in amplitude, minute by minute, while every pressure sensor across the network remained perfectly ordinary. Ingrid leaned closer. The gravitational change had begun before the water moved. 37 seconds later, the first tidal residual appeared. Then the next station registered it. Then the next. A silent contour crossed the map beneath the Atlantic, exactly as it had before. Ingrid stopped breathing. They had spent 19 hours, assuming the changing water was producing the gravitational anomaly. The new sequence showed the opposite. Something beneath the ocean was pulling first. The sea was answering. Ingrid wrote the phrase in her notebook, then crossed it out so hard. The pen tore the paper. By morning, the observatory had 3 independent copies of the anomaly and no acceptable mechanism for any of them. That was when Clara Whitcomb came downstairs. Clara worked meteorology from the station's upper floor, where banks of monitors collected satellite imagery, pressure models, and cloud motion vectors from across the North Atlantic. She was 51, British, and possessed the particular impatience of someone accustomed to explaining weather to people who preferred mysteries. She placed a tablet beside Ingrid's keyboard. "You've been requesting pressure fields every 19 hours. Ingrid looked up. "Yes." "Why?" "Instrument validation. Then validate this. The image showed the Atlantic from above, Iceland near the upper edge, Scotland far to the southeast, the Faroes reduced to a small break in cloud. In the center of the ocean was a spiral, not a storm. The cloud bands were too thin, their formation too disorganized. There was no defined eye, no corresponding low-pressure center, no thermal structure. Clara would have expected from a cyclone. Yet the clouds curved around the same empty patch of ocean. Ingrid enlarged it. How long? First obvious rotation was yesterday. I checked backward afterward. It's weaker in earlier images. Wind field? That's the problem. Clara swiped to another layer. The modeled winds crossed the region almost straight. The clouds are turning, Clara said, but the air isn't. Ewan leaned over Ingrid's shoulder. That can't happen. Clara gave him a tired look. It can happen if our data are wrong. Ingrid asked, which data? All of it, apparently. They spent the next 2 hours comparing satellite products from different systems. Infrared, visible light, water vapor, scatterometer winds. The spiral remained. Its center shifted gradually northeast. Ingrid felt the familiar tension gathering behind her ribs. She opened the map of the gravitational source. The tracks overlapped. Not perfectly at first. Then she corrected for the interval between the satellite passes. The center of the cloud rotation settled directly above the projected anomaly. No one spoke. Clara finally said, whatever face you're making, stop making it. Ewan almost laughed. Ingrid did not. A call came shortly after midday from the harbor office in Klaksvik. It was not meant for Ingrid. The observatory sometimes received reports from fishing vessels when unusual wave conditions, equipment interference, or suspected seismic activity occurred offshore. Most were mundane. This one had been forwarded because the caller mentioned the sky. Ewan put it on speaker. The captain, named Mikkel Jacobsen, described calm water, northwest of the islands shortly before dawn. Visibility had been good. No fog. Little swell. Then, one of his deckhands had seen what he thought was moonlight beneath the boat. Bioluminescence? Clara asked. No, Jacobsen said. His voice crackled through the speaker. The moon was behind clouds. What exactly did he see? A pause. Another horizon. Ingrid looked at Ewan. Jacobsen continued reluctantly. He said, the water had appeared transparent for several seconds, though the depth there exceeded a kilometer. Beneath the surface, impossibly far down, was a pale, horizontal line. Not light reflected across waves. A horizon, as though there were another open sky below the vessel. What was under it? Ingrid asked. Nothing. And above it? The line went quiet. Then Jacobsen said, something pale. He refused to describe more. By late afternoon, 2 additional reports arrived. A trawler west of Mykins, a cargo vessel south of Iceland, different crews, different routes too, nearly identical descriptions, a pale curve, a second horizon, water that seemed for a moment to have depth without a bottom. Ingrid entered each coordinate manually. She hated herself for the care with which she did it. The first sighting lay near the western edge of the anomaly's path. The second was closer. The third almost touched the projected center. She added observation. Times current estimates sensor delays. Then she compensated for the gravitational source's motion. 3 points collapsed into one track. Clara stood behind her. "What are we looking at?" Ingrid zoomed out. The source beneath the seabed, sensors, the strange cloud rotation, and every reported second horizon formed a single moving line through the North Atlantic. For several seconds, the only sound was the station's ventilation. Then the satellite display refreshed. The cloud spiral had shifted again. Its center was now east of the previous frame, closer to the Faroes. And when Ingrid projected the 19-hour trajectory forward, the line did not pass beside the islands. It passed directly beneath them. The depression beneath the observatory had formed before they detected the anomaly. Ingrid, read the survey metadata until the words stopped meaning anything. 3 days. The seabed had already bent towards something that, according to every instrument they trusted, had not yet arrived. She slept for less than 2 hours that night. When sleep finally came, she dreamed she was standing on the bottom of the Atlantic without drowning. Above her was not water. It was a night sky, black, depthless, filled with stars that trembled, as though seen through rain. Far overhead, the islands hung upside down in darkness, their cliffs descending from the sky like broken teeth. Bells were ringing somewhere above them. Not church bells exactly. Too slow, too deep. Each note traveled through her body rather than through the air. She looked down. There was another sky beneath her feet. Something pale was rising through it. Ingrid woke, sitting upright in the narrow bed of her station quarters, one hand pressed against the floor. The radiator clicked softly. Outside, wind moved along the building. For several seconds, she could still hear bells. Then she realized it was only her pulse. At breakfast, Clara watched her pour coffee into a mug already full. "You should leave the station for a day." "I'm fine." "You just overflowed your coffee." Ingrid looked down. A dark pool had spread across the table. Ewan silently pushed a cloth toward her. She resented both of them for noticing. By noon, she had stopped, pretending the work was routine. She reconstructed the anomaly's geometry from every available data set, filling whiteboards with arcs, angles, sensor positions, and estimates of apparent curvature. The observatory felt smaller around her, with each calculation. The corridors seemed colder, the windows darker. Whenever she passed the old tide clock, she checked its hand. It had moved backward twice more. She stopped mentioning it, Just before evening, Ewan received access to a live deep-sea camera operated by a research platform west of the Faroes. "It's nowhere near the center," he said. "Near enough." "Ingrid, open it." The feed appeared on the main display. At first, there was almost nothing to see. Black water, marine snow, drifting through the camera lights. Occasional pale organisms crossing the frame like scraps of ash. The camera hung several hundred meters above the seabed, angled downward along a tether. Clara stood near the door. "What are we expecting?" "Nothing," Ingrid said. The answer came too quickly. For 20 minutes, nothing changed. Then Ewan adjusted the camera remotely. The beam rotated downward. A faint gray band appeared at the lowest edge of the image. "Sediment?" Clara asked. "No," Ewan said. "Bottom should still be much farther down." The band remained. It was too smooth to be rock, too broad to be an animal. Ingrid leaned closer to the screen. "Reduce exposure." Ewan did. The water darkened. The band became clearer. A curve, pale and immense. Only a fraction of it was visible, disappearing beyond both sides of the frame. Ingrid felt her fingernails pressing into her palms. "It's lens flare," Clara said. "No light source. Backscatter. Wrong geometry." Ewan rotated the camera left. The pale curve shifted. Not with the camera. Against it. He stopped. Nobody moved. He rotated. Right. Again, the curvature drifted in the opposite direction, as if something unimaginably distant were changing its position relative to the lens. Parallax, Ingrid thought. The word came automatically. A distant object, an observer moving, and she felt suddenly sick. "Turn the camera upward," she said. Ewan hesitated. "Do it." The image tilted away from the depths. Black water filled the screen. The pale curve disappeared. Ingrid exhaled. Then, the gravimeter alarm sounded. One station. Then, another. The downward pull was increasing. Too early. The 19-hour interval had not elapsed. Ewan looked from the data to the camera controls. Ingrid, she already understood. "Turn it down again." He did not move. "Turn it down." Slowly, Ewan lowered the camera. The pale curvature returned, but it was no longer where it had been. It had risen higher in the frame, closer. And at the exact moment, the camera faced it. Every gravimeter across the network jumped upward together. Clara whispered, "It knows where we're looking." On the monitor, the pale curve moved once more. This time, the camera had not moved at all. The depression beneath the observatory had formed before they detected the anomaly. Ingrid read the survey metadata until the words stopped meaning anything. 3 days. The seabed had already bent towards something that, according to every instrument they trusted, had not yet arrived. She slept for less than 2 hours that night. When sleep finally came, she dreamed she was standing on the bottom of the Atlantic without drowning. Above her was not water. It was a night sky, black, depthless, filled with stars that trembled, as though seen through rain. Far overhead, the islands hung upside down in darkness, their cliffs descending from the sky like broken teeth. Bells were ringing somewhere above them. Not church bells exactly. Too slow, too deep. Each note traveled through her body, rather than through the air. She looked down. There was another sky beneath her feet. Something pale was rising through it. Ingrid woke, sitting upright in the narrow bed of her station quarters. One hand pressed against the floor. The radiator clicked softly. Outside, wind moved along the building. For several seconds, she could still hear bells. Then she realized it was only her pulse. At breakfast, Clara watched her pour coffee into a mug already full. "You should leave the station for a day." "I'm fine. You just overflowed your coffee." Ingrid looked down. A dark pool had spread across the table. Ewan silently pushed a cloth toward her. She resented both of them for noticing. By noon, she had stopped, pretending the work was routine. She reconstructed the anomaly's geometry from every available data set, filling whiteboards with arcs, angles, sensor positions, and estimates of apparent curvature. The observatory felt smaller around her, with each calculation. The corridors seemed colder. The windows darker. Whenever she passed the old tide clock, she checked its hand. It had moved backward twice more. She stopped mentioning it. Just before evening, Ewan received access to a live deep-sea camera operated by a research platform west of the Faroes. "It's nowhere near the center," he said. "Near enough." "Ingrid, open it." The feed appeared on the main display. At first, there was almost nothing to see. Black water, marine snow drifting through the camera lights. Occasional, pale organisms, crossing the frame like scraps of ash. The camera hung several hundred meters above the seabed, angled downward, along a tether. Clara stood near the door. "What are we expecting?" "Nothing," Ingrid said. The answer came too quickly. For 20 minutes, nothing changed. Then Ewan adjusted the camera remotely. The beam rotated downward. A faint gray band appeared at the lowest edge of the image. "Sediment?" Clara asked. "No," Ewan said. "Bottom should still be much farther down." The band remained. It was too smooth to be rock, too broad to be an animal. Ingrid leaned closer to the screen. "Reduce exposure." Ewan did. The water darkened. The band became clearer. A curve. Pale and immense. Only a fraction of it was visible, disappearing beyond both sides of the frame. Ingrid felt her fingernails pressing into her palms. "It's lens flare," Clara said. "No light source. Backscatter. Wrong geometry." Ewan rotated the camera left. The pale curve shifted. "Not with the camera." Against it, he stopped. Nobody moved. He rotated right. Again, the curvature drifted in the opposite direction, as if something unimaginably distant were changing its position relative to the lens. Parallax ingrix, thought. The word came automatically. A distant object. An observer moving. She felt suddenly sick. Turn the camera upward, she said. Ewan hesitated. Do it. The image tilted away from the depths. Black water filled the screen. The pale curve disappeared. Ingrid exhaled. Then, the gravimeter alarm sounded. One station. Then, another. The downward pull was increasing. Too early. The 19-hour interval had not elapsed. Ewan looked from the data to the camera controls. Ingrid. She already understood. Turn it down again. He did not move. Turn it down. Slowly, Ewan lowered the camera. The pale curvature returned. But it was no longer where it had been. It had risen higher in the frame. Closer. And, at the exact moment the camera faced it, every gravimeter across the network jumped upward together. Clara whispered, "It knows where we're looking." On the monitor, the pale curve moved once more. This time the camera had not moved at all. Ewan killed the feed. The gravimeter settled almost immediately. No one spoke for several seconds. Then Clara said, "We stopped looking." It was the first useful sentence any of them had said all day. Ingrid wanted to argue. Instead, she found herself staring at the blank monitor, conscious of how much effort it took not to imagine what remained beyond it. By morning, they had disabled every live optical feed connected to the anomaly. The instruments continued recording. Ingrid told herself that mattered. A camera was not a gravimeter. A pressure sensor did not see. Data was not attention. The distinction felt less convincing. Each time she repeated it. Clara was the one who found the church. She had been searching old Faroese weather records for references to anomalous tides, when she discovered repeated marginal notes concerning bell schedules in coastal parishes. The entries were inconsistent with ordinary worship. Several bells had been rung simultaneously across separate islands, always during unusual tides, always at night. And, according to one 19th century note, when the lower moon was due, the church stood above a narrow inlet on Streamoy, abandoned since a landslide damaged its eastern wall decades earlier. They reached it under low cloud. The sea below was almost flat. Ingrid tried not to look at it. Inside, damp had lifted the paint in long curls from the walls. The bell itself was gone, but the rope still hung through a hole in the ceiling. Stiff with age, Clara found the archive door behind the vestry. It had been sealed with iron straps. Not locked. Sealed. Ewan stared at the corrosion around the bolts. Someone wanted this shut. Ingrid touched one of the straps. Or preserved. Those aren't the same thing. They opened it anyway, The room beneath the church smelled of stone mildew and old paper. Shelves had been built directly into the walls. Ledgers lay wrapped in oilcloth. Maritime journals sat beside parish registers. Navigation notes, tide tables, and handwritten accounts from fishermen, whose names had disappeared from every modern map. Most of the texts were Faroese or Danish. Ingrid translated aloud. At first, the language was ordinary. Bad weather, lost boats, unseasonal currents. Then the descriptions changed. One journal from the late 18th century mentioned the bright rim beneath calm water. Another warned sailors never to gather at the cliffs during the wrong ebb. A captain described seeing stars below his vessel where no stars could be. Then Ingrid found the phrase Clara had mentioned. The handwriting was cramped and faded. She read it twice before speaking. The moon that rises downward must not be witnessed by many eyes. Ewan looked toward the ceiling. What does that mean? Ingrid continued. The next pages described bell-ringing instructions. Not one church. 7. Their bells were to begin at slightly different moments, creating overlapping sound across the islands. Clara frowned. A warning system. No. Ingrid traced a line with one finger. It says people were to leave the shoreline when they heard the bells. Curtains closed. Lamps extinguished. No boats launched. To hide. Ingrid shook her head. To distract. The wording was explicit. The bells were not meant for whatever lay below. They were meant for the people above. Keep them listening. Keep them turning inland. Keep their eyes from the water. A later entry recorded what happened when the custom failed. During one winter, several villages had abandoned the ritual after a new minister called it pagan superstition. That same night, dozens of residents gathered along the cliffs to watch an unexplained light beneath the sea. 3 boats vanished before morning. Not wrecked. Not found. Vanished. The final line had been written in darker ink by another hand. Ingrid translated slowly. It does not rise because it is seen. She stopped. Ewan waited. What's the rest? Her mouth had gone dry. It rises because when enough eyes agree upon where it is, it learns where we are. A sound moved through the church above them. One low, metallic note. Then, another answered from somewhere across the water. Clara looked at Ingrid. There are no bells here. A third bell sounded from another island. Then a fourth. The pattern spread across the Faroes. One after another. Abandoned church bells began ringing toward the sea. The bells did not stop until dawn. By then, Ingrid had filled 6 pages of her notebook with dates. The archive beneath the church contained more than folklore. Once she knew what to search for, the pattern appeared everywhere. In 1847, a Danish naval survey spent 3 nights taking repeated astronomical fixes northwest of the Faroes. 7 sailors disappeared before the expedition ended. The official report blamed accidental falls. In 1922, a commercial navigation company, tested synchronized radio bearings across the same region. 2 vessels vanished in calm weather. During the Second World War, Allied listening stations triangulated German transmissions over the North Atlantic. Several records were missing, but one surviving memorandum described personnel refusing to watch the luminous distortion below the western horizon. Then came the Cold War. A military sonar, long-range radar, satellite tracking. Each technological advance created shorter, sharper clusters of disappearances. Clara sat on the stone floor beside Ingrid, sorting documents into piles. "It isn't periodic," she said. "No. So, the 19-hour cycle isn't its schedule." Ingrid looked at the dates again. "It's ours." Ewan frowned. "What does that mean?" "It means we keep assuming the phenomenon is moving independently." She drew 7 dots across a blank page. These communities rang bells at different times. Ships changed course. People were told not to gather at the cliffs. They weren't preventing observation completely. She connected the dots. They were preventing agreement. Clara understood first. Triangulation. Ingrid nodded. A single person looking into the ocean provided almost nothing. A fishing crew provided more. Several villages, watching the same patch of water from known locations, created geometry. Navigation systems created better geometry. Military networks created better still. And the observatory. Ingrid stopped drawing. Ewan said quietly, "What did we create?" She thought of the pressure stations, gravimeters, satellite timing, ocean bottom sensors, remote cameras, every instrument synchronized to fractions of a second, every position known to within meters. Thousands of measurements reduced into one coordinated model. Not eyes, coordinates. "We gave it parallax," Ingrid said. The words sounded obscene in the small room. Clara stared at her. "You said the signal behaved like a distant astronomical body." "Yes. What does an astronomer need to determine distance?" "Observation from multiple known positions. And we've been doing that continuously." Ingrid closed her eyes. Her old conference returned to her with painful clarity. Pattern hunger. She had spent 2 years teaching herself that the danger of science was seeing patterns that were not there. She had never considered the opposite danger, that a pattern could be real, that recognizing it could itself be an action. They returned to the observatory before noon. Ingrid ordered, every sensor placed into asynchronous mode. Ewan protested that it would corrupt their data set. Do it. They disabled centralized clock, correction, delayed telemetry, randomly. Broke the clean 19-hour sampling sequence. For the first time in days, Ingrid felt relief. Then Ewan went very still. What? He was staring at the network architecture. The array doesn't need us anymore. A process Ingrid did not recognize was running across the system. It had copied the sensor coordinates into a single file. Not raw data. Not tidal models. Positions. Each station was listed by latitude, longitude, depth, clock offset, and line of sight relation to every other sensor. The network had constructed a geometric lattice. Ingrid checked the creation time. The file predated their first analysis of the anomaly. "No," she whispered. She opened the metadata. The process had begun when the Western Norwegian sensor unexpectedly reconnected. The one that had first shown the downward gravitational pull. Clara stood behind her. Did someone write this? No. Could the software generate it automatically? No. Ewan disconnected the external network cable. The file continued updating. One coordinate after another shifted by tiny amounts, compensating for tides, plate motion, and satellite drift. It was refining itself. Then, a new point appeared at the center of the lattice. Not a sensor, not a ship, not any location on the Earth's surface. Its depth field contained no number. Only one word. Above. Ingrid stared at it until she understood what the geometry represented. The network was no longer calculating where the thing beneath the Atlantic was. It was calculating where they were. The network was calculating where they were. Ingrid shut down the central server. The screens went black. For 6 seconds, nothing happened. Then, the emergency monitor on the wall flickered awake. No operating system loaded. No station software. Only a white field crossed by thin black lines. The lattice. Still updating. Ewan pulled the power breaker. The lights died. Outside, the wind struck the building hard enough to make the windows groan. The emergency monitor remained on. Clara whispered, "That isn't possible." Ingrid almost laughed. They had exhausted that sentence days ago. On the screen, the points representing the sensors shifted slowly into alignment. Each dot carried coordinates Ingrid knew by sight. Ferry stations, Norwegian units, Icelandic relays, instruments anchored across the seabed. Thousands of independent measurements had become one shape. One eye. She finally understood why the phenomenon had seemed to sharpen as their research improved. They had assumed better resolution meant better observation. It did. But not only for them. Every pressure reading fixed one dimension. Every gravimeter added another. Every synchronized timestamp eliminated uncertainty. Every satellite correction refined their position. The network was not simply telling humanity where the thing was. It was teaching the thing how to locate humanity. "Turn everything off," Clara said. "It is off." "Then destroy it." Ewan stared at Ingrid. The seabed units have independent power. Cut telemetry. Already cut. Disable their clocks. They're autonomous. Ingrid looked toward the dead windows. Somewhere beyond the basalt walls, beneath kilometers of cold ocean, hundreds of instruments were still measuring, still agreeing, still pointing. The old texts had never described ignorance as safety. They had described confusion. Different bells, different moments. People turning inland. The ritual had not hidden the lower moon from human beings. It had prevented human beings from becoming a single observer. Ingrid felt something inside her collapse. For years, she had believed her. Great failure was seeing too much in imperfect data. She had rebuilt her entire professional life around precision, replication, and synchronization. Agreement, the virtues of science. And now she understood that those virtues had created the doorway. Not a physical doorway, a coordinate. A way for one intelligence to infer the existence of another. Ewan said, "If it can calculate our position, what does that actually mean?" Ingrid remembered the deep-sea camera. The pale curves shifting after the lens moved. The gravimeters responding when they looked back down. It means parallax works both ways. Clara shook her head. No. If we can determine its location from observations made at different positions, then something observing those observations can reconstruct the positions that made them. Ewan looked at the lattice. It has been measuring us through our measurements. The monitor changed. A second geometry appeared. Not beneath the first. Beyond it, a vast, pale arc intersected the sensor lattice at an angle that made Ingrid's eyes ache. It looked wrong, because the software was attempting to represent a direction for which their coordinate system had no axis. The depth field changed. Above became near. A pressure alarm began somewhere in the powerless building. Then another. Battery systems. Independent instruments. One after another, they activated without command. Ingrid crossed to the nearest terminal and watched raw telemetry appear. The downward gravitational pull was increasing across the entire basin, but the source no longer seemed to move southwest to northeast. The 19-hour cycle had vanished. For the first time, every station registered the maximum pull simultaneously. The object was no longer changing angle relative to them. It had fixed its direction. Clara backed away. What happens now? Ingrid thought of ancient villagers, hearing bells and closing curtains. Of sailors refusing to look into clear water. Of generations preserving a ritual without understanding the mathematics that made it necessary. They had survived because their observations were scattered. Primitive. Human. Her network had made them coherent. The pale arc expanded across the emergency display. Not like an object approaching through distance, like an image coming into focus. Then every disconnected monitor in the control room illuminated at once. Each showed black water, At the center of every screen floated the same enormous pale curvature. And beneath it, in coordinates no human system had entered, appeared a final line of text. Observatory sold. Ingrid stared at the words until the letters seemed to detach from the screen. Then she moved. Kill storage. Ewan looked at her. All of it? All of it. He understood before Clara did. The station held everything. Raw gravimeter data. Pressure records. Satellite overlays. Camera captures bathymetric models. The lattice file. Their calculations. The maritime scans Clara had photographed beneath the church. Proof. Enough proof to end arguments across half a dozen sciences. Enough to make Ingrid Sorensen's name impossible to dismiss again. She opened the primary archive. For a few seconds, her hand rested above the keyboard. There it was. The old hunger, not abstract ambition, not vanity in some harmless academic sense. Something smaller and uglier, she imagined. Bergen. The room. Halverson's careful voice. Pattern. Hunger. She imagined sending the dataset to Copenhagen, London, Woods Hole, every institution, whose researchers had once forwarded that recording of her failed talk. She imagined the silence after they checked her work. Then the calls. Then her name attached permanently to a discovery, larger than plate tectonics, larger than the first gravitational wave detection, perhaps larger than astronomy itself. A second celestial body, not beneath the Atlantic, beyond it. A neighboring sky, separated from theirs by an ocean. And she had found it. The thought felt so good that Ingrid became ashamed, because the object had found her too. She selected the entire project directory. Ewan watched. You understand, there's no recovering this. Yes. You'll have nothing to show anyone. I know. No paper. I know. No evidence that any of this happened. Her finger hovered above the command. That was the price. Not death. Not disgrace. Erasure. To save people who would never know they had been endangered, she would have to return voluntarily to being what the academic world already believed she was. A woman who had seen a pattern and lost herself inside it. Ingrid deleted the archive. The system asked for confirmation. She confirmed. The progress bar moved. Satellite products vanished first. Then pressure logs. The camera recording. The reconstructed seabed geometry. Weeks of analysis became empty directories. Clara stood beside her. What about the church records? Destroy our scans. The originals? Leave them. Why? Because they survived by being difficult to find. That answer silenced her. Ewan began issuing shutdown commands to every remote unit that would still accept them. Some responded. Others did not. The Western Norwegian sensor remained active. Then, one Icelandic station, then 5 more. Ingrid opened the communications table. Physically disconnect every relay we control. That means losing parts of the network permanently. Do it? He did. Green indicators turned gray. The pale arc on the emergency monitor weakened. For one fragile moment, Ingrid believed it was working. Then, Clara's laptop chimed. A perfectly ordinary notification. She looked down. Her face changed. What? Clara turned the screen. An email synchronization window was open. Attached to a draft message, none of them had written, was a compressed file. The project archive. Ingrid felt her stomach drop. Disconnect it. Clara slammed the lid shut. Ewan checked his own machine. Another copy. Then another appeared on an external backup system that had never been connected to their research storage. Ingrid opened the network logs. Outbound transfers had begun hours earlier. Before the deletion. Before they had understood. Small encrypted packages had propagated through routine data channels. To university mirrors, weather servers, navigation archives, cloud backups, and automated research repositories. Not the full data set. Worse, the lattice. Sensor positions. Timing relationships. The geometry required to reproduce their observation. Ewan whispered, "How many copies?" Ingrid ran the query. The number kept increasing. 31, 78, 146. Some systems had already mirrored the file internationally. Others had classified it as machine-generated metadata and replicated it automatically. The discovery had escaped without being published. No journal, no press release, no human decision, just infrastructure, doing what it had been designed to do. Preserve data, share it, make knowledge harder to lose. Clara said, "Can we warn them?" Ingrid looked at the outbound destinations. Universities, oceanographic institutes, military networks, commercial satellite systems, thousands of devices capable of synchronized observation. If she sent a warning, people would investigate. They would open the files, map the coordinates, look down. Her mouth went dry. "No," she said. Ewan stared at her. "Then what do we do?" Before Ingrid could answer, every gray indicator on the network map turned green. Not reconnecting to the observatory. Connecting to something else. The station speakers crackled. From far below, the floor, came the deep metallic note she had first heard nights ago. One bell, then another, and on Clara's closed laptop, through a screen that should have been dark, a pale crescent slowly appeared beneath black water. The pale crescent on Clara's laptop continued to rise. No one touched it. For several seconds, the three of them stood in the control room while the abandoned church bells rang across the islands, and every disconnected instrument reported a connection to somewhere the station could not name. Then the external network vanished. Weather feeds froze. Satellite links dropped. Telephone lines went dead. Ewan tried the emergency radio and received only a low tone, so deep. Ingrid felt it through the desk before she heard it. "Local failure?" Clara asked. Ewan shook his head. The station still sees internal devices, nothing beyond the islands. Ingrid looked toward the windows. Lights remained scattered across the dark slopes. Outside, houses, roads. The harbor, below. The world was still there. Then her phone vibrated. She had turned it off. The screen illuminated inside her coat pocket. So did Ewan's. Clara's followed. None displayed a lock screen. Each showed a live camera image. At first, Ingrid thought the front-facing lens had activated. But her face was not there. Neither was the control room. Black water filled the screen. Marine darkness without particles, without reflected light, stretching into an impossible distance. Across the lower half lay a pale horizon. Above it rose the moon. Not Earth's moon. This one seemed larger than any object had a right to appear, while still feeling distant. Its surface was smooth in places, scarred in others by dark branching marks, too large to be craters. Ingrid turned her phone face down. "Don't look." Ewan stared at his. Ingrid, put it down. The horizon moved. Clara covered her screen with both hands. Ewan placed his phone on the desk. The image remained visible through the black glass, not projected upon it. Behind it, the horizon had risen. Only slightly. Ingrid looked away. The old texts returned to her. Keep them listening. Keep them turning inland. The bells had never protected the islands by force. They had protected them by breaking attention. Outside, vehicle horns began, sounding in the village below. Then voices. People were coming out of their houses. Clara approached the window and stopped herself before looking down toward the harbor. Their phones. Ingrid pictured hundreds of screens, illuminating simultaneously. Thousands of eyes focusing on the same impossible image. Enough known positions to form another lattice. Except now, the instruments were not fixed to the seabed. They were carried in pockets, held beside windows, raised on roads and cliffs, a moving constellation of observers. The realization brought no panic, only exhaustion. This was what her discovery had always wanted to become. Not a paper, not proof. Replication. She had believed publication was dangerous because millions of people might look deliberately. She had misunderstood. The network had learned that people already carried synchronized cameras everywhere. It did not need permission. Ingrid seized a metal equipment case and brought it down on her phone. The glass shattered. The screen went black. A moment later, the cracked surface brightened again. Black ocean. Pale moon. Closer. Ewan whispered. Breaking it counts. Counts as what? Attention. Another bell sounded, then stopped abruptly. Across the valley, another ceased. Then another. One by one, the ringing died. Clara's face had become colorless. What happens when they all stop? No one answered. The station lights flickered. Outside, every house on the opposite hillside illuminated at once with the cold blue-white glow of screens. Thousands of tiny rectangles appeared behind windows. Ingrid forced herself not to look toward the sea. She looked instead at Clara, at Ewan and Leanh, at two frightened human faces in a room built for measuring a world they had believed existed independently of being measured. Her old humiliation seemed very small now. She had wanted to prove that she could see what others could not. The truth was that seeing had never been passive. Perhaps nothing intelligent had ever looked into darkness without changing it. The floor shifted. Not an earthquake. A slow downward flex. The brass-tied clock moved backward. One final mark. Then, every screen in the observatory went white. For an instant, Ingrid saw their reflections. Behind them was not the control room. Behind them was a black ocean. The pale moon filled half the sky beneath it. And along its upper edge, something darker opened like an eyelid. The horizon rose. This time no one was looking down. It was looking up. We often imagine knowledge as something innocent, a light, cast into darkness, revealing what was already there. But what if observation is never one-sided? Ingrid's tragedy is not that she wanted to understand too much. It is that she believed understanding carried no consequence until the thing being measured learned how to measure her in return. The old bells preserved ignorance imperfectly, but perhaps imperfection was the shield. In a world built to synchronize, record, share, and watch, how many doors might we open simply by agreeing on where to look? Story 5. At St. Adelheid Hospice, the night shift began with tea. Not coffee. Coffee sharpened people in the wrong direction. Lena Hartman had decided, years ago, when she still worked oncology at a public hospital in Vienna, and believed exhaustion was something that could be bullied into submission. Tea was quieter. Tea admitted defeat, without making a ceremony of it. She poured a cup in the staff kitchen just before midnight, and stood beneath the fluorescent light while rain polished the black windows. At 43, Lena had become suspicious of mirrors. Not frightened of them, suspicious. Hospital mirrors were especially cruel because they offered no softness. White light, white walls, a face caught between shifts. The faint vertical line between her brows had deepened over the winter. One silver thread had appeared above her left ear. She had noticed it during the morning wash of a woman dying from pancreatic cancer, and had spent the rest of that shift thinking, absurdly, that the body was always rehearsing its own disappearance. That was partly why she had moved to nights. At night, people were less interested in pretending they had time. Room 12 belonged to Adrian Voss. The new admission sheet said. 46 years old. Severe photosensitivity. Unspecified hematologic disorder. Palliative status under a private research exemptions whose legal language Leanh had skimmed and disliked immediately. He did not look sick. That was the first small wrong thing. He sat upright beside the bed, rather than in it, wearing charcoal trousers and a white shirt buttoned at the throat. His skin was pale, without the waxy undertone of chemotherapy or organ failure. His dark hair was combed back. No oxygen. No catheter. No tremor. On the bedside table, an untouched glass of water had collected a perfect circle of condensation. Mr. Voss? He looked toward her with the calm attention of someone who had been waiting for a particular sound. Lena Hartman, he said. She checked her badge. Yes, I know. His voice was low, almost courteous enough to be old-fashioned. She ignored the prickle across her arms and stepped inside. I'm the night nurse. I need to check your observations and confirm your medication orders. No medication tonight. That isn't usually the patient's decision. Here it is. There was no challenge in the words. That irritated her, more than resistance would have. She measured his blood pressure. Low, but not dangerously so. His pulse was slow. His temperature sat below normal. When she reached for the pulse oximeter, his hand moved away. Problem? She asked. No. Then give me your hand. He did. His fingers were cold. Not cool from poor circulation. Cold, like metal left near an open window. Leanh clipped the sensor in place and watched the red light glow through his fingertip. The reading appeared normal. From the corridor came the soft chime of a call bell. Room 8. Frau Keller. Leanh removed the clip. I'll be back. Adrian stood. Sit down. I thought I might walk. You were admitted 6 hours ago. I am familiar with the building. Something in the sentence made her look at him. You've been here before. He smiled, but only slightly. Many times. The call bell chimed again. Leanh left him and crossed the corridor to room 8, where Elizabeth Keller lay curled under a beige blanket, breathing in shallow little catches. Her metastatic bone cancer had made even turning in bed an act of negotiation. Leanh adjusted her pillows, wet her lips with a sponge, and checked the syringe driver. Bad tonight? Leanh asked. Elizabeth nodded. Then her eyes shifted past Leanh toward the open door. Adrian stood in the corridor. Not inside. His hands were folded loosely in front of him. His expression was neither hungry nor pitying. He simply waited. Elizabeth's face changed. Pain loosened from it. Not because it had diminished, Leanh thought. Because something else had become more important. Mr. Voss, Leanh said. Please return to your room. He did not move. Elizabeth lifted one trembling hand. Her voice was barely breath. Stay until morning. Adrian crossed the threshold. The call bell stopped chiming, and Leanh, turning toward the wall panel, saw that no one had pressed it. By 3 in the morning, St. Adelheid had settled into its usual artificial silence. The building never became truly quiet. Pumps clicked. Oxygen concentrators hummed behind closed doors. Somewhere in the west corridor, an old radiator knocked at irregular intervals, as if someone inside the wall had forgotten the rhythm of a proper signal. Leanh moved through it all with the practiced economy of a woman who had learned that unnecessary noise was selfishness around the dying. She checked dressings, flushed lines, documented urine output, repositioned bodies that had once carried children, groceries, lovers, grudges. Bodies became tasks, if you let them. That was the danger. Leanh had noticed the change in herself years earlier. She could look at a hand and estimate dehydration before noticing a wedding ring. She could smell approaching renal failure before registering perfume. She knew which faces would sharpen near death, which patients would begin speaking to absent relatives, and which would become fiercely interested in practical things. Bank cards, keys, the location of a blue scarf. Knowledge had made her useful. It had also made people frighteningly predictable. Sometimes, driving home after sunrise, she studied the backs of her own hands on the steering wheel. The skin there had begun to look thinner. Veins showed more clearly than they had at 30. She had started buying expensive moisturizer, laughed at herself for doing it, then continued. Anyway, what disturbed her was not dying. Dying was usually brief. Decline could take years. At 4:30, Leanh returned to room 8, expecting to find Elizabeth Keller sedated. Instead, Elizabeth was sitting upright. The beige blanket had been folded neatly across her knees. For several seconds, Leanh simply stood in the doorway. Elizabeth had required help lifting a cup the previous evening. Now she held the water glass herself. Her cheeks still carried the grayness of advanced disease, but her eyes were clear, in a way Leanh had not seen since admission. "Good morning," Elizabeth said. Her voice was stronger. Leanh crossed the room and checked the infusion pump first. Nothing had changed. "How is your pain?" Elizabeth considered the question. "Far away. That isn't a number." "No." A small smile. "It's better than a number." Leanh touched her wrist. "Warm." That stopped her. Elizabeth had been cold for days, especially at the hands and feet. Poor peripheral circulation expected. Leanh had charted it herself. Now, her skin held an almost feverish warmth. "Did Mr. Voss remain here?" Elizabeth's eyes moved toward the doorway. "No." "When did he leave?" "I don't know." The chair beside the bed had been moved closer. On the linen beneath Elizabeth's left arm was a dark rust-colored spot, no larger than a coin. Blood. Leanh lifted the patient's hand and inspected the skin. No obvious puncture. Elizabeth watched her with mild amusement. You always look for a machine first. Leanh glanced up. What does that mean? Nothing. Before Leanh left, Elizabeth caught her sleeve. Will he come back tonight? Mr. Voss? Yes. I don't know. Ask. Why? Elizabeth's calm vanished. Her fingers tightened around the blanket. Because I would like him to. It was the first request. By the next night, there had been 6. Elizabeth asked, during medication rounds. Again through the call system, though when Leanh entered, there was nothing she wanted, except the same answer. Had Adrian asked about her? Was he awake? Had he walked past? Would he come? The improvement continued. Elizabeth ate half a bowl of soup. She telephoned her younger brother in Graz. She requested a comb. Later, Leanh found her standing beside the window, with one hand against the glass, too weak to walk safely, but somehow standing anyway. You're going to fall. Elizabeth turned. For one absurd instant, she looked 20 years younger. Not in the face. In the posture. Leanh helped her back to bed, unsettled by an image of herself at 60, then 70, then 80. Each future body hidden inside the present. One waiting. Elizabeth, she said quietly, how long have you known Adrian Voss? The woman looked surprised, then puzzled. You mean this time? Lena's hand stopped on the bed rail. What do you mean this time? Elizabeth frowned. He came when my husband was here. Your husband was a patient? Yes. When? Elizabeth looked toward the dark doorway. 12 years ago. Leanh said nothing. Elizabeth's eyes returned to her. He looked exactly the same. The morning after, Elizabeth told her about Adrian. Leanh stayed 40 minutes beyond the end of her shift. She told herself. It was because the night had been busy. It was not. St. Adelheid kept most active medical records digitally, but older laboratory material had been scanned from paper and stored in a system that looked as though it had been designed by someone who hated nurses. Leanh logged in from the medication room, entered Adrian Voss's patient number, and opened his hematology history. At first, there was nothing unusual. Low temperature. Slow, resting pulse. Mild anemia on one panel, normal hemoglobin on another. Strange, but not impossible. Private patients often arrived with incomplete histories, and wealthy families were especially talented at turning medicine into secrecy. Then Leanh noticed the dates. The most recent panel was from the previous week. The next was 9 years old. Then 18. Then 31. She leaned closer to the monitor. Every report carried the same name. Adrian Voss. She checked the date of birth, attached to his current admission. 46 years earlier. One of the blood reports had been issued 23 years before that. Leanh assumed a clerical merge. It happened. Shared names, imported archives, digitization errors. She had once seen the prenatal records of a woman in Salzburg appear beneath the account of a male pensioner. She opened another result. blood group. O negative. Another. O negative. A night another from the late 1960s. O negative. The same unusual distribution of cell counts appeared again and again, including a persistent abnormality in the red cell morphology that should not have remained unchanged across different people, different decades, different laboratories. Leanh printed 3 reports. The paper emerged, warm from the machine. She compared the numbers side by side. Not similar. Nearly identical. Behind her, the corridor light flickered once. She turned. No one was there. Adrian's room was visible from the medication station. His door remained closed. Leanh looked back at the reports. On each sheet, under specimen condition, appeared the same note. Unusually dark. She folded the pages and placed them inside her pocket. That afternoon, she slept badly. She dreamed of hands resting on white sheets, each hand older than the one before it. Skin thinning until the veins beneath became dark blue threads. In the dream, she understood that all the hands belonged to her. When she returned that night, Elizabeth was awake. Did he ask about me? No. Did you tell him? No. Elizabeth's face tightened. The warmth in her hands had begun to fade. Leanh noticed that before anything else. By midnight, Elizabeth had pressed the call bell twice. Neither time did she ask for medication. Please, she said, after the second call. Just tell him I'm awake. Leanh left without answering. In the security office, near reception, she asked the night porter for corridor footage from the previous week. Medication discrepancy, he asked. Possible. Wandering. That word made the request routine. He gave her access. Leanh reviewed the footage alone. Adrian appeared first outside room 8. He walked down the corridor slowly and stopped at Elizabeth's doorway. He did not enter. On the recording, he simply waited. 30 seconds. A minute. Then, Elizabeth's face appeared inside the doorway. Her lips moved. Only after that did Adrian step across. Leanh searched backward. Room 14. Same pattern. Room 6. Same. A woman. Leanh remembered dying 3 nights later. Adrian stopped at the threshold. Waited. The patient spoke. He entered. Again. Again. Different rooms. Different patients. Always the same, invisible boundary. Leanh checked footage from an earlier admission. Then another. In one clip, Adrian stood outside a room for nearly 12 minutes. The patient inside never spoke. Adrian eventually walked away. Leanh sat back. It looked less like hesitation than an obedience. A rule. Near dawn, she returned to the archive terminal and searched his name without a patient number. Hundreds of scanned pages appeared. Most were inaccessible. One was labeled Laboratory, Historical. She opened it. The scan showed yellowed paper typed in German dated in the 1950s. Across the bottom was a handwritten acknowledgement. From the patient. Leanh stared at the signature. She had seen Adrian sign his admission consent 2 nights earlier. The same narrow A. The same long downward stroke in the V. The same final curve beneath the surname. Not similar handwriting. The same hand. Leanh did not confront Adrian. Not yet. The signature frightened her less than the possibility that she had misunderstood. Something ordinary. That was how professionals survived. Impossible things. By searching first for the mistake. She began with Elizabeth Keller. Over the next 2 nights, Leanh copied temperature readings, pulse rates, oxygen saturation, pain scores, appetite notes, medication requirements, and sleep records from the weeks before Adrian's arrival. Then she compared them with the 48 hours following his visit. The pattern was impossible to miss. Elizabeth's morphine requirement had dropped by nearly half. Her oxygen saturation had improved. Her resting pulse had strengthened. She had eaten more in 2 days than during the previous week. Even her blood pressure, which had been declining steadily, had risen toward normal. None of it should have happened. Cancer did not reverse politely because a strange man sat beside the bed. Leanh expanded the search. Room 6. A retired violin teacher with metastatic lung cancer who had died in spring. The record showed the same temporary improvement after 3 documented visits from Adrian. Room 14. Pancreatic cancer. Same pattern. A woman with advanced ovarian cancer from the previous winter. Same. Pain reduced. Appetite returned. Lucidity improved. Patients who had been drifting into sedation suddenly telephoned relatives, requested proper clothes, asked to be wheeled outdoors after sunset. Then, several days later, another pattern emerged. Agitation, insomnia, repeated use of call bells, requests for Adrian by name. One patient had attempted to leave his room after midnight, despite a fractured pelvis. Another had accused nurses of deliberately keeping Adrian away from him. A third had scratched the skin over her forearm until it bled. Leanh stopped reading. The fluorescent tube above the archive desk made a faint electrical buzz. She became aware of her own pulse. There were infusion records attached to several cases. Routine hydration, electrolytes, vitamin supplementation. Nothing remarkable, but the batch numbers were strange. Leanh searched one of them through the pharmacy inventory. No result. She tried another. Nothing. Then she found a handwritten notation buried inside a scanned nursing form from 7 years earlier. Supplement V, 2 milliliters. Administer after contact. No manufacturer. No composition. The administering physician's initials belonged to Dr. Matthias Reiner, St. Adelhede's medical director. Leanh printed the page. The smell of warm toner suddenly made her nauseous. At 2 in the morning, She entered the locked medication storage room. Using the senior nurse code, she searched the refrigerated trays. Morphine, midazolam, insulin, antibiotics. Blood products were stored elsewhere, but in the bottom drawer sat 6 tiny glass vials without commercial labels. Each contained something almost black. Leanh lifted one toward the light. Blood. It moved thickly against the glass. The label said only V. She heard footsteps outside. She replaced the vial and closed the drawer. Dr. Reiner passed the window without looking in. For the rest of the shift, Leanh could feel the folded laboratory printouts pressing against her pocket. Elizabeth deteriorated before dawn. Not medically, emotionally, she had not slept. Her hands trembled. Sweat gathered along her hairline, although her temperature remained normal. When is he coming? I don't know. You do know. Elizabeth, you work here. Her voice had sharpened into something Leanh had never heard from her. You bring people what they need. I bring medication. No. Elizabeth gripped Lena's wrist. You bring relief. Her nails hurt. Then the call bell sounded from room 11. Leanh pulled free and hurried out. The patient there, Marianne Feld, had been unconscious for most of the previous day. Now she was sitting upright. Blood covered her chin. For one stunned second, Leanh thought she was hemorrhaging. Then she saw the wound. Marianne had bitten through her lower lip. Once, then again. Her teeth were red. Leanh grabbed gauze. What have you done? Marianne pushed her hand away. Her eyes were fixed on the corridor. Don't clean it. You're bleeding. I know. Why did you bite yourself? Marianne smiled through the blood. 'Cause she believes it will bring him. The thought came before Leanh could stop it. Marianne whispered, he can smell me now. After Marianne Feld bit through her lip, the night staff began using Adrian's name more carefully. Not less often. More carefully. Nurses lowered their voices when they asked whether he had left his room. Orderlies glanced toward the east corridor before moving certain patients. Dr. Reiner changed 2 medication schedules without explanation and instructed Leanh that room 8 and room 11 were not to be left unattended for long periods. No one called it a pattern. That was what disturbed her. Patterns acknowledged themselves. This was something older, a routine so established that the people inside it had stopped seeing its shape. Adrian walked the corridors after sunset. Patients listened for him. Leanh began noticing how quickly sound traveled through St. Adelaide. The soft click of his shoes on polished flooring could wake people who slept through alarms. Curtains shifted. Call lights illuminated one after another as he passed. Yet Adrian entered almost no rooms. He stopped, waited. Sometimes someone called to him, please come in, or stay with me. Once, from behind a half-closed door, Stay until morning. Adrian would lower his head, then walk away. The refusals changed the hospice. Elizabeth stopped eating. Marianne tore the dressing from her lip twice. A man in room 5, who had been unusually lucid for nearly a week, began shaking whenever footsteps approached, then cursed when they continued past his door. Their decline was too synchronized to dismiss. Leanh needed evidence that did not depend on memory. During the next shift, she collected blood specimens scheduled for disposal. Nothing illegal, she told herself. Nothing dangerous. Waste samples. She took tiny aliquots from Elizabeth, Marianne, and 2 former patients whose stored tubes remained refrigerated for quality control purposes. Then, she added samples from patients who had never interacted with Adrian. In the small laboratory used for overnight emergencies, Leanh ran basic comparisons. The first result made her repeat the test. Then, a third time. The exposed patients showed blood chemistry that should have belonged to healthier bodies. Inflammatory markers had fallen abruptly. Cell breakdown had slowed. Oxygen transport improved despite disease progression. Under the microscope, some red cells appeared unnaturally intact, their membranes resisting degradation far beyond what Leanh expected from patients approaching organ failure. She stared at Elizabeth's sample until her eyes watered. There was another change. The cells seemed more active after exposure to fresh blood. Not Adrian's blood. Any blood. Leanh placed a control sample nearby and watched. The abnormal cells clustered toward it. It was subtle. It was also impossible. She removed the slide. Her hands were cold now. Not from the laboratory. From memory. Adrian's fingers. The unlabeled vials. Supplement V. She found him near the chapel corridor, just before dawn. He stood outside, room 16, while an elderly man inside whispered his name. Adrian. He did not move. Please. Nothing. Stay until morning. Adrian closed his eyes, then stepped backward. Leanh followed him. You heard him? Yes. He invited you. Yes. Then, why didn't you go in? He kept walking. She caught his sleeve. The fabric was cold beneath her fingers. People are getting sick when you stay away. They were already sick. You know what I mean. Adrian stopped. For the first time since she had met him, his composure looked strained. Not guilty. Tired. You tested them, he said. Leanh released him. How do you know? Because you have begun looking at everyone. The way physicians used to look at me. The corridor seemed narrower. What is in those vials? He looked toward the dark windows. Dawn had not yet come, but the glass had begun to pale. What did you give them? A little time. That isn't an answer. It is the only honest one. Leanh stepped closer. They crave you. Yes. You make them better, and then they need you. Yes. The simplicity of it made her angrier. So you stop visiting and let them suffer? Adrian looked at her then. Something in his face changed. Not hunger, but fear. Lena, there are too many now. She thought of the coal lights, awakening one after another. What happens if you keep going? His gaze dropped briefly to the pulse in her throat, then moved away. If I keep saying yes, he said, someone healthy will eventually have to bleed. Lena found the old plans because the hospice was preparing to renovate the chapel. The current drawings showed a rectangular foundation, shallow storage, heating ducts, nothing more. The earlier plans did not. She discovered them in a municipal scan, filed under the hospice's original name. Sanatorium, Sankt Adelheid, completed shortly after the First World War. Beneath the chapel was another floor. Not a cellar, a medical wing, 6 rooms, and a washroom, a laboratory, something labeled Beobachtung, observation, and a narrow corridor, ending beneath what was now Adrian's room. Lena stared at the screen until the lines stopped looking architectural and began looking like veins. The next night, she searched the chapel. St. Adelheid's chapel was small and rarely used. Families lit candles there. Patients sometimes asked to be wheeled. Inside, usually near the end, when even people who had spent their lives rejecting religion became cautious about closing doors. Behind the altar hung a wooden crucifix, darkened with age. The air smelled of wax and stone. Lena found the access panel behind a cabinet containing folded altar cloths. It had been painted over. Twice. There was no handle. She used a metal instrument tray from the utility room to pry it open. Cold air rose from below. Stone steps descended into darkness. Her phone flashlight caught white tiles. Not modern tiles. Small, rectangular ones, yellowed at the grout. The temperature dropped as she descended. At the bottom was a locked iron door. The lock had been broken long ago. Someone had simply pushed a shelving unit against it from the other side. Lena squeezed through. The corridor beyond was impossibly intact. Dust covered the floor, but the rooms remained furnished. Metal cabinets, porcelain sinks, glass-fronted cases, holding instruments dulled by corrosion. A treatment table with leather restraints. Nothing supernatural was required to make the place horrifying. Medicine had once needed remarkably little permission. She entered the observation room. Scratches marked the inside of the door. Long vertical lines. Some reached shoulder height. Others began near the floor. Lena touched one. The wood beneath the dust was deeply gouged. On the opposite wall, an iron ring had been bolted into the stone. A length of chain still hung from it. Her breathing changed. She thought of Adrian waiting at thresholds, never entering, never crossing until someone asked. The behavior had seemed ceremonial upstairs. Down here, it looked learned. In the laboratory, she found boxes of paper records wrapped in brittle cloth. The first files described anemia. The second described sunlight exposure. The third used the word subject. Not patient. Subject V. Leanh read by flashlight. Attempts had been made to determine how long he could remain without feeding. Experiments measured wound healing, blood loss, temperature, response to religious objects. Several pages documented forced entry into rooms occupied by attendants. Every attempt had failed. One physician wrote that the subject became physically unable to advance after reaching an uninvited threshold. Another note suggested using prisoners or the dying as voluntary access subjects. Leanh felt sick. A drawer beneath the desk resisted when she pulled it. Inside were photographs, black and white, curled at the edges. The first showed the basement corridor, when it was new. The second showed 3 physicians beside a metal chair. The third made Leanh sit down. Adrian was strapped into the chair. Leather crossed his chest, wrists, ankles, and throat. His shirt had been removed. Marks covered his body. Some were burns. Some were surgical incisions. A metal basin rested beneath one arm. His face was turned toward the camera. Not angry. Not feral. Humiliated. Behind him stood a physician, Leanh, recognized from the founder's portrait upstairs. Dr. Conrad Weiss. 9. The man credited in every brochure with establishing St. Adelheid as a refuge for dignity at the end of life. On the photograph's reverse, someone had written a date from more than a century earlier. Below it, subject remains physically unchanged. Leanh turned the photograph over again. She had seen that face less than an hour before. The same dark hair, the same pale skin, the same narrow line beside the mouth. A century had passed. Adrian had not aged a day, and around his left ankle, beneath the leather restraint, was the same faint white scar Leanh had noticed above his sock on the first night. Leanh remained beneath the chapel until the battery warning on her phone turned red. She should have gone upstairs. Instead, she opened the oldest box of correspondence. The letters were tied with gray ribbon and addressed mostly to Dr. Conrad Weiss. The first several were clinical, then the language changed. He refuses animal blood. He will not enter unless asked. The dying woman in Ward 3 permitted him willingly and reported relief afterward. Leanh read faster. The first successful exchange had happened almost by accident. A tuberculosis patient named Rosa Engel had been screaming for hours, despite morphine. Adrian, still restrained in the observation room, had apparently asked to see her, and Weiss refused. Rosa heard them arguing through the corridor and called Adrian into her room herself. What happened next was recorded in careful medical prose. Adrian drank less than a cup of blood, then opened his own wrist. Rosa swallowed several drops. Her pain diminished within minutes. By morning, she was sitting upright. For the next 11 days, she spoke clearly and wrote letters to her children. Then she died peacefully. Weiss called it a therapeutic response. Leanh closed her eyes. The phrase had survived. A century later, it still appeared in St. Adelhide's internal documents. She continued reading. Weiss had not freed Adrian. He negotiated. Adrian would be permitted to feed only from patients already considered terminal. No coercion. No children. No unconscious patients. No entry without direct invitation. No feeding beyond a quantity agreed upon beforehand. In exchange, Adrian would provide small amounts of his blood for those suffering beyond ordinary relief. The arrangement was handwritten. Not legal. Not medical. A bargain between a prisoner and the physician who owned the keys. Later letters revealed something Weiss had understood too late. Recipient began asking for Adrian again, not merely because the pain returned. They experienced tremors, insomnia panic, increased sensitivity to the smell of blood. One patient broke, a nurse's nose trying to reach the corridor after Adrian passed. Another begged Weiss to cut her wrist open. Weiss wrote, "The benefit is genuine. So is the appetite created by it." Lena's mouth went dry. She opened a later file. Consent forms. The earliest versions were explicit to the point of madness. They described Adrian as non-human. They warned that his blood created physiological dependence. They stated clearly that the patient might experience temporary vitality followed by severe deterioration if treatment ceased. Then the wording changed. Decades passed. Non-human blood became experimental blood derivative. Dependence became continuation sensitivity. Feeding became reciprocal donation. By the 1980s, Adrian's name disappeared entirely. In the current form, Supplement V was described only as an adjunctive compassionate therapy. No mention of hunger. No mention of invitation. No mention that something drank from the patient in return. Leanh photographed everything. Then, she found a ledger dated only 6 months earlier. Unlike the letters, it was not dusty. Someone had been using it. Inside were patient names. Current patients: Elizabeth Kellar, Marianne Feld, room 5, room 16. 27 names in total. Beside each name were dates, quantities, intervals, withdrawal reactions. Leanh turned the page. Another column had been added in red ink. Required maintenance. Several patients were marked twice weekly, some every third night. Elizabeth's name carried an annotation. Increasing requirement. Marianne's: behavioral instability, if delayed. At the bottom of the final page was a calculation. Leanh read it once, then again. Projected admissions. Projected blood requirement. Projected donor capacity. The hospice was expanding. new wing would add 30 beds. Dr. Reiner had already approved the construction. Lena looked back at the names. 27 living patients. 27 people whose bodies had been taught to need something they had never been told existed. A shadow crossed the light beneath the archive door. Lena froze. Someone stopped on the other side. Then Dr. Reiner's voice came quietly through the wood. You were not supposed to learn how many of them there are. Lena did not answer Dr. Reiner. She switched off her phone light and stood in the archive with the ledger pressed against her chest. For several seconds, neither of them moved. Then the shadow beneath the door disappeared. No footsteps followed. That frightened her more. She left the archive through the chapel entrance and did not return to the nurse's station. She went directly to Adrian's room. The door was open. He was sitting beside the dark window. You knew I would find it, Lena said. Adrian looked at the ledger in her hand. Yes. The answer landed differently than she expected. You left the records there. I stopped asking for them to be destroyed. So, this was you. In part. Lena stepped inside. You let Elizabeth talk to me. You let me see the old laboratory records. You walked in front of cameras. Yes. You wanted me suspicious. I wanted someone to look. Anger rose through her so quickly. She almost welcomed it. You could have told me. And you would have believed me? She opened her mouth. Nothing came. Adrian stood. The room seemed colder when he did. You would have reported me to Reiner, he continued. Or requested psychiatric evaluation. Or assumed I was manipulating terminal patients. All reasonable conclusions. You are manipulating them. His expression tightened. Yes. The word silenced her. Adrian crossed to the doorway, but did not leave. I feed from people who are dying, he said. They invite me because I can give them something. Medicine often cannot. And then they become dependent. Yes. You knew. For longer than anyone. Currently working here has been alive. Lena thought of Rosa Engel. 11 clear days. Letters to her children. Then death. How many people have you done this to? I stopped counting before your grandparents were born. The horror of the sentence was not in his age. It was in the weariness. You could have stopped. I tried. He looked toward the corridor. Repeatedly. Lena followed his gaze. Call lights glowed beyond the doorway. One. Then another. Then another. Adrian did not move toward them. Why now? Because St. Adelheid changed. He nodded toward the ledger. Once there were 6 patients, then 12, then 20. They called expansion, compassion. Better funding. More beds, more people allowed a dignified death. His mouth formed something close to a bitter smile. No one asked what the arithmetic did to me. Lena remembered the projection. Donor capacity. You need blood to produce whatever is in those vials. My blood does not replenish without feeding. And the more patients receive it, The more they require. She looked at him. So you reduced the treatments. I reduced my feeding, knowing they would suffer. Yes, again, that terrible willingness to admit it. Why? Because there are 27 now. His voice became softer. The new wing would make 50, then more. Leanh felt the shape of the institutions around them differently. Not a sanctuary, a machine with Adrian at its center. And if you refuse, some of them decline faster. If you continue, my reserves diminish. And then, Adrian looked at her throat, only for a moment. That was enough. The dying do not always have much left to give. Leanh stepped backward. You said someone healthy would have to bleed. Yes. Would you kill them? I don't know. The honesty was worse than reassurance. Adrian looked suddenly very old, though his face had not changed. That is why I want. It ended before I learned. Leanh stared at him. For days, she had arranged the evidence around a single assumption. Predator, victims, accomplices. But the categories would not stay still. You're saying, you want me to expose this place. I want the lie exposed. They'll shut St. Adelheid down. Perhaps people will lose access to your blood. Yes. They could die in pain. Yes. And if I destroy you. Adrian's gaze returned to the call lights. Many will die before morning. Leanh thought of Elizabeth, gripping her wrist. Marianne tearing open her own mouth. 27 names. Then she understood the prison. No chains. No locked doors. Only people who would suffer if he walked away. Adrian stepped back from the threshold of his own room. You are a nurse, he said. Leanh almost laughed, as if that still answered anything. He looked at her with a calmness that now felt less like predation than accusation. So, tell me, Leanh. His voice was very quiet. If mercy is given without truth, and the person receiving it is made dependent before they understand the price, can you still call that care? Leanh spent the next hour doing something she had avoided for years. She chose responsibility, not procedure, not policy, not the comfort of documenting what someone else had decided. Responsibility. She found Dr. Reiner in his office before dawn. He had already placed the old ledger on his desk. You took hospital property, he said. You hid human experimentation. His face hardened. That is a theatrical description. It is an accurate one. Reiner stood. He looked older than Leanh had ever noticed. Not frail, merely tired in the way administrators became tired. Through years of believing compromise was the same thing as wisdom. You think we invented this? No. Then you understand it predates us. That does not excuse continuing it. His jaw tightened. We keep people comfortable. You make them dependent. We give terminal patients weeks of clarity, they would otherwise lose, without telling them what they are agreeing to. Reiner looked toward the window. Outside, the eastern sky remained black. "If we disclose everything," he said, "what do you imagine happens?" Leanh said nothing. They panic. Families sue. Regulators close us. Adrian is removed, contained, studied, killed. Choose whichever version lets you sleep at night. And the patients? They crash. The word was clinical. That made it worse. How quickly? For some hours. Leanh thought of Elizabeth's warm hands, Marianne's bloody mouth. Reiner lowered his voice. You cannot remove a dependency by announcing that dependency was unethical. No. Then what are you proposing? Leanh had not known until that moment. Now she did. We tell them. Reiner stared at her. All of it. That is impossible. No, it is dangerous. She stepped closer to the desk. There is a difference. He laughed, once without humor. You want informed consent for a vampire. I want informed consent for what we are already doing. The word hung between them. A vampire. Ridiculous. True. Reiner sat down slowly. And those who refuse, no more blood, they may suffer. Yes. They may die sooner. Yes. And those who agree, they choose knowing the cost. You think choice cleans this? No. Leanh heard Adrian's question again. Can you still call that care? No, she repeated. I think choice stops us from lying about what it is. By the time the first families were contacted, the hospice was awake in a way Leanh had never seen. Doors remained open. Staff whispered in corners. 2 nurses cried. 1 physician threatened to resign. Reiner did not. Perhaps because resignation would have been another form of leaving someone else to decide. The disclosure was not elegant. There was no gentle language left. Adrian consumed blood. His blood could reduce pain and restore temporary vitality. Repeated exposure caused severe dependence. Withdrawal could accelerate decline. Participation was voluntary. Refusal could mean suffering. Continuation could mean craving. No one was promised dignity. Only truth. Some families demanded immediate transfer. 1 patient called the entire thing obscene. Another laughed for nearly a minute and said she had always suspected Rich. Hospices offered better drugs. Elizabeth listened without interrupting. When Leanh finished, she asked only one question. Will he come if I ask? Yes. And if I say no, he will not enter. Elizabeth nodded. For the first time in days, she stopped, watching the door. Before dawn, 7 patients chose to continue. They were moved to the old evening room at the end of the east corridor, where blackout curtains covered the windows. Chairs were arranged in a line. No restraints. No hidden vials. No euphemisms. Leanh stood beside the doorway. Adrian waited in the corridor. Elizabeth sat nearest to him. Her sleeve was rolled above the elbow. The others followed. 7 bare arms. 7 frightened faces. Adrian did not move. Elizabeth looked toward him. "You may come in." Still he waited. Leanh frowned. "You heard her?" "Yes." "Then why?" "Not yet." His eyes moved along the row. One patient looked away. Another began to tremble. Adrian remained outside the threshold. When he spoke, his voice was almost gentle. "One invitation cannot belong to 7 people." The room became silent, and Leanh understood. For the first time in more than a century, St. Adelheid would have to wait, while every dying person decided separately whether to invite the monster inside. They began with Elizabeth Keller. No one in the evening room spoke for several seconds, after Adrian reminded them that choice could not be collective. The silence felt heavier than panic. Panic would at least have allowed movement. This was something else. The weight of being seen clearly at the edge of death and still being required to answer for oneself. Elizabeth looked down at her own exposed arm. Her skin had become thin enough for the blue map of veins to show plainly beneath the surface. Leanh noticed, not for the first time, how age revealed the body by making its coverings less certain. She thought of her own hands in the mirror, her own lines, her own long private dread, that, in the end, she might become a task completed by strangers. "Elizabeth," Leanh said quietly, "you do not have to." Elizabeth lifted her head. "My dear," she said, with the dry ghost of her old humor, "that is the first useful sentence anyone in this building has said to me all week." Then she turned toward the doorway. Adrian remained beyond the threshold, pale in the hall, light, his hands folded before him, as if he were waiting to be admitted to a formal visit rather than a dark bargain. Elizabeth's voice was steady when she spoke. "Adrian Voss, I understand what you are. I understand what your blood does. I understand that. If I ask you to stay until morning, I will want it again." She drew a breath. "And I ask you to stay until morning." Only then did he enter. He moved to her chair without haste. Leanh forced herself not to look away. There was very little drama to it. That was perhaps the worst part. No theatrical violence. No monstrous transformation. Adrian bent over Elizabeth's arm with almost ritual care, taking only a small amount, then offering his own wrist. Elizabeth drank with the solemnity of a communicant. When it was done, the room remained utterly still. Leanh saw the change begin at once. Not health exactly, and certainly not cure, but a clearing. Elizabeth's shoulders relaxed. The strain in her breathing eased. Color rose faintly to her cheeks. Her eyes, which pain had made cloudy for days, became sharply present. She smiled at Leanh. "There you are," she said. "Now I can think." One by one, the others chose. 2 refused. A retired judge with liver failure asked to be moved back to his room and requested ordinary sedation instead. A former piano teacher burst into tears and said she preferred a shorter, honest suffering to a hunger she might mistake for love. Leanh sat with both of them later and found their refusals harder and in some ways nobler than the consent of the rest. 5 accepted. Each invitation was spoken aloud in different words, but all meant the same thing. I know enough. Come in anyway. By dawn, the evening room held a strange peace. Not innocence. Never. That again. Truth had stripped too much away. In the weeks that followed, St. Adelheid changed faster than Leanh would have believed an old institution capable of changing. Night. Families withdrew patients. Investigators came discreetly, and then less discreetly. The planned new wing was canceled. Dr. Reiner resigned 3 months later, though only after signing a series of revised protocols that used plain language where euphemism had once hidden everything. The hospice survived. Smaller. Poorer. Watch. No patient received Adrian's blood without a direct explanation, a witnessed conversation, and an individual invitation that could be revoked at any time. There were no more unlabeled vials in hidden drawers. No more fabricated batch numbers. No more arrangements made on behalf of the sedated or the frightened by relatives who preferred miracles to honesty. Some patients still chose him. Many did not. That, Leanh learned, was the difference between a system of predation and an act of consent. Not purity, not safety, not the absence of moral stain, but the preservation of a person's right to understand what was being asked of them at the end. She remained at St. Adelheid. People she knew found that incomprehensible. Perhaps it was, but Leanh no longer wanted. The comfort of believing care was clean. She had spent too many years turning decline into routine, convincing herself that detachment was dignity and professionalism, a shelter from grief. The truth was uglier, and in an odd way, more merciful. To care for the dying was to stand close enough to corruption, fear, bargaining, vanity, appetite, and love that the borders between them sometimes disappeared. That did not absolve anyone. It only made honesty sacred. Near winter, long after the investigations had quieted, Leanh paused outside the evening room before dawn and looked in through the partly opened door. A row of lucid patients sat in the dark, each with a sleeve rolled back, pale arms bared in the hush before morning. Some looked afraid, some calm. One seemed almost amused. Beyond the threshold, Adrian waited without crossing, his face unreadable in the low light, until the first patient turned toward him and spoke. The invitation meant for no one else. Leanh stood listening as one voice followed another. Not prayer. Not surrender. Something lonelier than either. And more human. Maybe that is the oldest horror in the story. Not the vampire himself, but the ease with which mercy can become control. When truth is withheld. Pain makes almost any bargain look holy. Fear of decline makes dependence feel like devotion. Lena survives, not because she finds a pure answer, but because she gives up the fantasy that one exists. In the end, the creature remains, but so does choice, however burdened and imperfect it may be. If you were facing your last days, would you choose a shorter, honest suffering or a borrowed clarity that asked for something back? Story 6. The first thing Malcolm Reed noticed about Owen Fraser after they pulled him from the sea was that he was dry behind the ears. Not dry everywhere. His deck jacket streamed black water onto the messroom floor, and his hair lay against his forehead in dark ropes. Water ran from his cuffs and gathered beneath the chair where the medic had put him. But behind each ear, where the skin folded pale against the skull, there was no water at all. Malcolm noticed because he was standing close enough to smell him. Salt, diesel, wet wool, and something faintly mineral like coins held too long in a closed fist. He told himself. The dry skin meant nothing. Owen had been overboard for more than 6 hours. The storm had begun before midnight, flattening the horizon into one black wall and throwing the ferry hard enough against the sea that plates had walked out of their racks in Malcolm's galley. Owen had gone missing during the worst of it. Nobody had seen him fall. One minute he had been helping secure a loose line near the stern. The next, only one of his gloves remained, caught under a cleat. By dawn, even Captain Hargreaves had stopped pretending. There was much chance. Then the lookout saw a hand rise between the waves. They brought Owen aboard just after first light. Alive. Not shivering. Not confused. Not blue. He opened his eyes while they were cutting away his outer clothes and said calmly, "Bit rough out there." 3 men laughed because there was nothing else to do. Malcolm did not. He had heard that exact sentence 2 nights earlier from a lorry driver in the cafeteria, a broad man from Inverness who had said it after nearly dropping his tray when the ferry rolled. Bit rough out there. Same lazy emphasis on rough. Same breath through the nose afterward. It was possible Owen had heard him too. People borrowed phrases. People copied one another without knowing it. Marriages were built on that sort of theft. A joke becoming shared property. An expression migrating from one mouth to another until no one remembered where it began. Malcolm had once believed shared language meant closeness. He no longer believed much of anything. Meant what people said it meant. By breakfast service, the sea had settled into long gray swells. Malcolm returned to the galley because food still had to be served, even after a man came back from the dead. He found Owen sitting alone beneath the fluorescent strip above table 3. Someone had given him a clean crew sweatshirt. His skin looked too smooth from a distance, as if the cold had polished it. Malcolm carried over a tray. Tea. Owen looked at the mug, then at Malcolm. Tomato soup. Malcolm stopped. "You hate tomato soup." Owen smiled. It was Owen's ordinary half-smile, the one he used when somebody teased him about football or his terrible luck with women. Man can change his mind. Owen had once called Malcolm's tomato soup hot ketchup for pensioners, and refused to eat it, even during a long delay, when it was the only thing left warm. Malcolm ladled him a bowl anyway. Owen ate carefully, spoon-scraping porcelain. Tonight, across the room, the chief engineer, Callum Price, was telling a steward about the storm. Thought the old girl would shake her teeth loose, he said. Owen's spoon paused, only for a second, then continued. Malcolm watched him finish every drop. When Owen stood, he touched 2 fingers to the steel edge of the table. Cheers, chef. Later, while wiping down the counter, Malcolm found himself thinking about the dry skin behind Owen's ears. He imagined seawater, reaching every part of a body, except those 2 narrow crescents, as though the shape that had come aboard had been assembled in a hurry. He looked through the serving hatch. Owen was in the corridor outside, speaking to Callum. Malcolm could not hear the whole conversation over the extractor fans, but he heard Callum laugh. Then Owen laughed too. Exactly the same way. A short bark, a throat, clear, then 2 softer breaths. Callum walked away without noticing. Owen remained beside the bulkhead, his palm resting flat against the painted metal. His head tilted slightly as if listening. From somewhere deep inside, the ship came the ordinary groan of steel under pressure. Owen smiled at the wall. Then, in Callum's voice, he whispered. The next morning, Malcolm found no reason to mention what he had heard. That was how suspicion worked with him now. It did not arrive as certainty. It settled quietly in the back of his mind and waited for evidence. By noon, Owen was back on light duty. The medic had protested, but there was nothing visibly wrong with him. His temperature was normal. His lungs were clear. He ate 2 breakfasts and complained about the instant coffee. By the time the ferry turned south again, the crew had already begun reshaping what had happened into a story they could live with. Lucky bastard. Strong swimmer. Must have found something to cling to. People preferred explanations that let the world remain itself. Malcolm understood that impulse. He had practiced it for 11 years of marriage. His wife, Claire, had always tucked her hair behind her left ear when she lied. At least Malcolm had decided that afterward. During the marriage, he had thought the gesture meant she was nervous or tired or trying not to laugh. Only after everything ended had he gone back through old memories and reassigned meanings to them. The late trains, the phone turned face down, the sudden interest in Sunday morning runs. He had built a second marriage in retrospect, one in which every harmless detail had been a warning. It had not made him wiser. It had made him incapable of looking at anyone without wondering what he had missed. So when Owen passed through the galley that afternoon and said, "Keep your powder dry," Malcolm looked up sharply. The phrase belonged to Captain Hargreaves. The captain used it whenever the weather report looked unpleasant. Malcolm had never heard Owen say it before. "Since when do you talk like Hargreaves?" Malcolm asked. Owen paused. A smile appeared. "Since when do you listen?" It was a good answer. Too good, perhaps. Later, Owen told a stewardess. No sense crying over cold chips. That belonged to Mags Donnelly from catering. At dinner, when Callum Price dropped a fork, Owen muttered, "Gravity still works then." A passenger had said the same thing that morning after a bottle rolled off his table. None of it proved anything. The ferry was a closed world. Words circulated. People who worked together long enough began to sound alike. Malcolm knew that better than most. Callum swore in mechanical metaphors. Mags called every unpleasant person a damp sandwich. Hargreaves said steady now before giving bad news. Claire used to say, "You've gone somewhere else," whenever Malcolm became quiet. Toward the end, she had started saying it, even when he was standing right in front of her. That evening, the ferry shuddered against a cross-current. Malcolm stood at the prep counter peeling onions, while Owen sat near the service, Hatch drinking tea. "You remember much?" Malcolm asked. "About what?" "The water?" Owen looked at him. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. "Cold," he said. "Anything else?" "Dark." "How did you stay afloat?" Owen lowered his eyes to the tea. "Kept going." Malcolm waited. That was not an answer. "You were out there more than 6 hours." "Was I?" "You know you were." Owen rubbed his thumb across the mug handle. "Bit rough out there." The lorry driver's voice was gone this time. The words sounded like Owen's now. That disturbed Malcolm more. He turned back to the onions. Behind him, Owen said, "You always interrogate customers?" "You're not a customer." "Good. I'd complain about the soup." Malcolm looked over. Owen grinned. For one moment, he was exactly himself. Malcolm almost laughed. "Instead," he said, "careful, I'll put you back where we found you." Owen laughed anyway. Near midnight, Malcolm was alone in the galley wiping grease from the extractor hood when Owen appeared in the doorway. "Couldn't sleep?" Malcolm asked. "Something like that." Owen leaned against the stainless counter. For several seconds, neither spoke. Then Owen glanced toward the soup kettle and smiled. "You know what my problem is," he said. "I've got the palate of a dead Labrador." Malcolm's cloth stopped moving. Owen chuckled, as though expecting the line to land. Malcolm had said those words once. Only once. 3 months earlier, to Claire, on the phone, standing alone in this galley, with one hand resting against the steel counter. Malcolm did not sleep after Owen left the galley. He stood with the cleaning cloth in one hand and stared at the steel counter beneath the telephone mount, remembering exactly where his palm had been when he made the joke to Claire. The conversation had been short. She had asked whether he was eating properly. He had told her the crew fed him well enough. She had said that did not answer the question. Then he had looked at a tray of overcooked sausages and said, "You know me. I've got the palate of a dead Labrador." She had laughed. Nobody else had been there. Malcolm checked, and because he no longer trusted, remembering alone, the galley camera covered the prep counter and service hatch. He pulled up the archive in the tiny office behind dry storage, found the date, and watched himself appear on the screen in washed-out gray. Alone, he saw himself answer the phone, saw his free hand settle on the steel counter, saw his mouth form the words. The camera had no audio. He watched the clip 3 times anyway. By morning, suspicion had become something harder. Not belief, a method. He began with nonsense. While preparing breakfast, Malcolm pressed his fingertips against the stainless steel worktop and said quietly, "Mags keeps a blue rabbit in her locker." There was no blue rabbit. Mags did not even have a locker. She kept her things in a battered canvas bag beneath the till. An hour later, Owen came through for coffee. Malcolm waited. Nothing. At lunch, he tried again. He put one hand against the metal casing of the industrial mixer and murmured, "Captain Hargreaves sleeps with his shoes on." Again, nothing happened. Tonight, Owen ate stew with Callum, argued about football, carried a crate to stores, and spent 20 minutes helping a family find a missing child's stuffed seal. Perfectly ordinary. Malcolm almost felt relieved. Then Owen passed the galley door and told Callum, "Hargreaves probably sleeps with his shoes on." Callum laughed. "Wouldn't surprise me." Owen laughed too. Malcolm's knife stopped halfway through a carrot. That afternoon, he changed the test. He spoke several false statements aloud, in places where there was no exposed metal near him. In the linen cupboard, he said, "Mags owns a greyhound." In the staff lounge, sitting on the vinyl sofa with his feet tucked up, he said, "Callum can't swim." In the corridor, "Careful not to touch the handrail," he muttered. "The captain used to box professionally." None returned. Then he went to the stairwell beside the engine access passage. The Ferry hummed around him. Here the vibration was stronger. It traveled through the soles of his shoes and into his knees, a constant low trembling that passengers stopped, noticing after an hour aboard. Malcolm wrapped his hand around the metal rail. "The cook used to be a magician," he said. He waited. The ship gave a long creak. Nothing answered. At dinner, Owen came in, carrying dirty mugs. "Mag says you're hiding biscuits again," he said. "She says that every week." "She knows you." Malcolm looked at him. Owen smiled and placed the mugs beside the sink. Then, without any particular emphasis, he added, "Didn't know you used to be a magician?" Malcolm felt the muscles in his back tighten. "Who told you that?" Owen shrugged. "Someone." "Who?" Another shrug. "You did, maybe." "No." Owen's expression changed slightly. Not fear. Something closer to concentration. Then Mags shouted his name from the corridor, and Owen turned at once. "Coming." He left. Malcolm followed 2 seconds later. Owen was already joking with Mags, as if the conversation had never happened. Malcolm spent the rest of the shift testing surfaces. The oven door, a support beam and dry storage. The metal frame beneath the crew tables. A pipe behind the freezer unit. He whispered, lies into them like prayers. Most never came back. Some did. Not immediately. Not always intact. But enough. By the end of the night, he had begun drawing a crude map in a notebook, marking where he had spoken each phrase, and whether Owen later repeated it. Every successful location had one thing in common. Metal connected directly or indirectly to the ferry's structure. Just before dawn, Malcolm went below to the narrow service passage beside the cold water lines. No cameras. No crew. Only pipes, condensation, and the vibration of machinery behind the walls. He crouched beside a thick steel pipe and pressed his mouth close enough to feel its chill on his lips. Very softly, he whispered, "The sea remembers what the land forgets." Then he went upstairs, without telling anyone. At breakfast, Owen entered the galley, humming. He poured himself tea. Malcolm said nothing. Owen lifted the mug, looked at the trembling surface, and smiled. "The sea remembers what the land forgets," he said. Malcolm stopped, trying to prove that Owen was repeating things. He started trying to discover what Owen could not do. The difference mattered. Repeating words was a trick. Even parrots did it. What frightened Malcolm was the possibility that Owen was learning how to be a person. He began with food. Owen Fraser had always hated mustard. Not mildly. He once scraped it from a sandwich with the edge of a spoon and accused Malcolm of attempted murder. So Malcolm changed the dressing on the crew salad. He removed the mustard entirely. When Owen came through the line, Malcolm said, "Made it the way you like." Owen looked at the bowl. "Still trying to poison me." He pushed it aside. Mags laughed. "There's no mustard in that." Owen glanced at her. Then back at Malcolm. His expression did something almost invisible. Adjusted. "Can't be too careful." Everyone accepted that. And Malcolm wrote it down. The next test involved the duty roster. He told Callum, within Owen's hearing, that Owen was assigned to the forward loading deck after lunch. Then Malcolm quietly asked Hargreaves to move him to stores instead. Owen reported to stores. Perfectly. When Malcolm asked why, Owen said, "Roster changed." "How did you know?" "Hargreaves told me." "When?" Owen hesitated. Not long enough for anyone else to notice. "Earlier." Malcolm checked. Hargreaves had not spoken to him. The roster itself was clipped to a steel panel in the crew corridor. Malcolm wrote that down too. He tried jokes. Not repeated jokes. New ones. In the galley, with no one else present, Malcolm held up a badly shaped bread roll. "Looks like Callum's head." Owen smiled. Malcolm waited. "That's it." "What?" "You're supposed to improve it." Owen looked at the roll again. Callum's head. Yes. Another pause. Then Owen said, "Gravity still works then." The passenger's old phrase. Malcolm felt a small chill move across his shoulders. Why is that funny? Owen smiled wider. It's a joke. Explain it. What? The joke? Owen's smile remained, but his eyes changed. They lost focus for a second, as though he were searching a room with no doors. Malcolm tried again. Why is comparing this role to Callum's head funny? Owen looked down. Because Callum? That isn't an answer. Neither was the joke. It sounded clever. Almost. But Malcolm noticed the trick. Owen could recognize the shape of conversation. Challenge deflection, laugh. He could perform the rhythm. Meaning was harder. That evening, Malcolm asked him about the missing stuffed seal he had helped return to the child. What color was it? Gray. What did the girl say when you found it? Thank you. How did she feel? Happy. Why? Owen frowned. Because she got it back. Why did it matter to her? Silence. The ferry vibrated under Malcolm's boots. Owen looked irritated now. She wanted it. Why? People want things. Malcolm thought of Claire, standing in their kitchen during their last argument, telling him that knowing the facts of her betrayal did not mean. He understood what had happened between them. At the time, he had called that cowardice. Now the memory made him uneasy. Tell me something you miss, Malcolm said. Owen's irritation vanished. What? Something from before. Before what? Before you went into the water. Owen leaned against the steel prep table. His fingertips rested on its edge. I miss chips from that place in Kirkwall. What place? Owen named it. Correctly. What made them good? Salt. What else? Vinegar. Malcolm shook his head. No. Tell me why you remember them. Owen stared at him. For several seconds, only the extractor fan spoke. Then he smiled. Can't be too careful. Malcolm stepped back. It was Mags's laugh that came from the corridor a moment later, and Owen turned toward it, as though released from something. That night, Malcolm opened the security archive again. He checked the corridors. Crew mess. Loading access. Service passages. At first, he saw nothing unusual. Then he found footage from the previous night. Owen entered the lower crew corridor alone. He stopped beside a bulkhead, placed both palms flat against the painted steel, and stood there. Malcolm increased the playback speed. Passengers passed. Crew passed. Lights dimmed for the night crossing. Owen did not move. For more than 3 hours, he remained with his hands against the hull, head bowed slightly. Listening. By breakfast, Malcolm had watched the footage 14 times. 3 hours and 17 minutes. That was how long Owen had stood against the bulkhead, not shifting his weight. not scratching his face, not checking the time. Malcolm tried standing perfectly still beside the freezer, while the first batch of porridge heated. He lasted 4 minutes before his calf began to ache. Owen came in shortly afterward and stole a piece of toast from Mags's plate. "Allez, you weren't eating it. I was saving it. For archaeology?" Mags slapped his wrist. Owen laughed. Malcolm stared. The joke was new. Not good exactly, but new enough that Malcolm felt his certainty loosen. Then Mags grinned and said, "There he is. I knew drowning wouldn't make you less annoying." Something changed in Owen's face. Not visibly enough to point at. His shoulders relaxed. His grin sharpened. He stole the second piece of toast. Mags laughed louder. Malcolm understood before he wanted to. Owen was learning from approval. The realization followed him through the morning. Callum asked Owen whether he was still hopeless at darts. Owen said, "Only when sober." Callum laughed and slapped his shoulder. Later, Malcolm heard Owen tell the same joke, more naturally. Timing the pause exactly where Callum expected it. At lunch, a steward named Yuan reminded Owen that he always folded his crisp packet into a triangle. Owen looked down at the empty packet in his hand. "Oh, right." He folded it. Yuan did not notice the hesitation. The next packet Owen folded automatically. Malcolm began, watching, not Owen but everyone around him. They were teaching him. Every correction became information. Every laugh marked a successful behavior. Every sentence beginning with "you always," or "you never narrowed the shape he was expected to occupy." He hated tomatoes. He cheated at cards. He never wore matching socks. He called the captain boss, only when annoyed. He whistled when nervous. The crew supplied these facts, freely, affectionately, delighted by the opportunity to restore a man who had almost been lost. And Owen accepted each detail like wet plaster, taking an impression. Malcolm tried disrupting the process. That afternoon, he told Mags, Owen never used to whistle. She looked at him as if he had claimed the sea was dry. Of course he did. When? All the time. I don't remember it. That's because you spend your life hiding behind pans. Owen was nearby. An hour later, Malcolm heard him whistling in the loading corridor. The tune belonged to Yuan. Malcolm stopped him. "What are you doing?" Owen stopped whistling. "Walking. The tune." "What about it? Do you know what it is?" Owen shrugged. "Something Yuan whistles." "Why are you whistling it?" Another shrug. "You said I whistle." "I said you didn't." "Mag said I did." For the first time, Malcolm heard no deflection in the answer. Only simple logic. Mags's version had won because she believed it more confidently. That evening, Malcolm found himself remembering Claire again. Not the affair. Something smaller. She had once told him he hated dancing. He had corrected her automatically. "I don't hate dancing. You never dance. That's different." Years later, he could no longer remember whether he truly disliked it or had simply stopped because Claire expected him to refuse. How many traits were choices? How many were repetitions? How much of a person existed only because other people remembered them consistently? The question made Owen harder to look at. Near the end of the shift, Callum came into the galley, carrying a mug with a cracked handle. Owen was helping Malcolm stack trays. Callum glanced at Owen and raised 2 fingers to his eyebrow. It was a strange little gesture. Owen froze. Only for half a second. Then he raised 2 fingers to his own eyebrow in return. Callum smiled and walked on. Malcolm had never seen the gesture before. He caught Owen's wrist. What was that? Owen looked down at Malcolm's hand. What was what? That thing with Callum? Owen's eyes followed Callum through the doorway. Then he smiled. Just something we do. Malcolm released him. Later, he found Callum by the engine room stairs. The eyebrow thing, Malcolm said. You and Owen. Callum chuckled. God, that started years ago. Whenever one of us fancied someone we shouldn't. You've always done it. Since before you joined. Malcolm felt the vibration of the ship moving through the rail beneath his palm. He had never spoken about the gesture. Never demonstrated it. Never fed it into the steel. But Callum had expected Owen to know it. And somehow, in the instant, before disappointment could appear on Callum's face, Owen had known exactly what Owen Fraser was supposed to do. Malcolm waited until the night crossing before going below. He told Mags. He had a headache and left the galley early. She barely looked up. Take something for it. He almost laughed. People believed. Whatever fit the shape already prepared for them. The restricted maintenance passage lay 2 decks beneath the passenger cabins, beyond a door marked engineering. Personnel only. Malcolm had no business there, but years on the ferry had taught him which doors were locked for safety and which were locked, because nobody wanted passengers wandering through them. Callum kept the spare key above a fire extinguisher cabinet. Malcolm took it. Below, the ferry felt less like transport and more like an animal. The walls sweated. Pipes crossed the ceiling in bundled lines. Pumps thudded somewhere behind the plating, each pulse traveling through the deck and up Malcolm's legs. He carried his notebook and a small torch. His crude map had shown the strongest results along surfaces, tied most directly to the hull. Phrases spoken against tables sometimes returned. Phrases spoken against handrails returned more often. Down here, almost everything was connected to everything else. He put his palm against a pipe. The vibration was so fine, it felt less like a movement than pressure inside his bones. The captain owns a white horse, Malcolm whispered. He waited. Nothing. Of course, nothing. Owen was 2 decks above. Unless hearing was the wrong word. Malcolm followed the pipe aft. It passed through a maintenance compartment behind a heavy watertight door. A warning plate identified seawater intake machinery and cooling systems. The lock opened with Callum's key, Inside, the temperature dropped. Metal grills lined one wall. Thick pipes disappeared downward, through the deck, toward the sea chests, beneath the waterline. Malcolm knew enough about the system to understand the basics. Seawater entered through grated openings in the hull, feeding cooling circuits before being discharged again. He swept his torch over the nearest filter housing. Something dark clung around its flange. At first, he thought it was kelp. He crouched. The material was translucent in places, pale gray elsewhere, threaded through with fine red veins. It had collected where seawater leaked in a thin bead around the seal. Malcolm touched it with the end of a screwdriver. It contracted. He jerked back. The movement was slight. Enough. He stared at it until his breathing sounded louder than the machinery. A dead jellyfish, he told himself. Some marine animal pulled through the intake. That happened. Probably. Then, he noticed the dried residue farther along the pipe. Not one patch. Several thin smears ran across bolts, brackets, and joints, becoming fainter as they climbed away from the intake. Like something had moved through the compartment. Malcolm followed them. The trail ended at a vertical support, welded directly into the hull. Above it, scratched into the paint, were 5 parallel marks. Now, not deep, old. He rubbed one with his thumb. Rust stained his skin. The scratches had been there longer than a few days. Longer than Owen's fall. Malcolm looked back toward the intake. The thought arrived slowly because he resisted it. What if Owen had not brought the thing aboard? What if the thing had already been inside the ferry? He took out his phone and photographed the residue. The flash flattened it into something almost ordinary. Then the ship rolled. A deep metallic groan passed through the compartment. The gray tissue shivered. Malcolm held still. Another vibration followed lower this time. From the pipe. Voices. Not words he could understand. Just blurred. Rhythms transmitted through steel from somewhere above. Engines, footsteps, conversation reduced to pressure. The tissue tightened against the flange. Then loosened. Malcolm leaned closer. A seam appeared in its surface. 2 edges separated. For one impossible second, the gray material pulled itself into the shape of lips. Not Owen's lips. Not anyone's. Just the idea of a human mouth. It opened and silently formed the beginning of a word. Malcolm did not touch the tissue again. He left the maintenance compartment with the photographs on his phone, a smear of rust on his thumb, and the certainty that whatever he had been testing upstairs had not begun with Owen's fall. By morning, certainty had become unbearable. He needed something harder. Records. The bridge log showed, Owen reported, missing a little after midnight. Search procedures began almost immediately. The sea temperature had been recorded because of the incident. 6 degrees. Malcolm stared at the number until it ceased to look like temperature and became an accusation. He found the medic's incident report next. When Owen was recovered, His core temperature had been normal, not dangerously low, and not recovering. Normal. His blood pressure had been steady. No seawater in his lungs. No signs of prolonged exposure. Malcolm printed both reports. Then he went, looking for camera footage. The stern camera had been nearly useless during the storm, its lens repeatedly blinded by spray. But there were fragments. At one point, Owen appeared beside the rail. Then static. Then an empty deck. Malcolm advanced frame by frame. In the final clear image, Owen was turned partly toward the camera, one hand gripping a line. The next usable frame showed the line snapping loose. Owen was gone, but something else was visible. A pale shape spread briefly across the flooded deck. Flat, boneless. It slid toward the drainage channel and vanished beneath the spray. Malcolm enlarged the frame until the pixels broke apart. It looked nothing like a person, he thought, of the tissue around the seawater intake, of the old scratches, of Owen standing for hours with his hands against steel. He checked footage from before the storm. 3 nights earlier, a camera in the lower service corridor had caught a strange distortion near the floor. Not Owen. Not anyone. A wet gray mass, no larger than a coat pressed against the base of the bulkhead. The next frame was empty. Malcolm sat back. The organism had been aboard before Owen died. Maybe days before. Maybe longer. It had listened first. Learned first. Then the sea had given it a body. That afternoon, Malcolm stole a discarded dressing from the medical bin. Knight Owen had cut his palm on a crate that morning, and the medic had wrapped it. The gauze held a small amount of blood. Malcolm took it below. In the maintenance compartment, he placed the stained cloth near the translucent residue. The gray tissue reacted immediately. It drew itself toward the gauze, not crawling, flowing. Its surface gathered into folds, flattened, gathered again. For a moment, a fingertip appeared, then collapsed. A cheek. Gone. A closed eyelid with no skull beneath it. Gone. Malcolm stumbled backward. The thing did not have a shape. It had attempts. Human anatomy passed across its surface like memories it could not keep. That was when he finally understood. Owen Fraser had drowned. There had been no miraculous survival. The thing had found him in the water, or found what remained of him and borrowed enough structure to come aboard. Everything afterward had been repair. Language through metal. Habits through observation. Identity through other people. Malcolm returned to the galley after dark. Owen was there alone. He was slicing bread badly. "You're holding the knife wrong," Malcolm said. Owen adjusted his grip. "Better?" Malcolm closed the door. Owen died. The knife stopped. Malcolm placed the printed reports on the counter. "You're not him." Owen looked at the pages without reading them. "You're Malcolm." "Don't. You make soup." "Stop it. You don't like dancing." Malcolm's stomach tightened. I never said that on this ship. Owen looked confused, then frightened. Not theatrically. Wrongly, as if fear itself were something he had only recently learned how to hold. Malcolm stepped closer. What are you? Owen's mouth opened. Close. His eyes moved toward the steel counter. I don't know the words. Try. Owen pressed both palms against the metal. The ferry hummed beneath them. For several seconds, he seemed to listen to every voice traveling through the hull. Then he looked at Malcolm. His face trembled. Just once. I was water, he said slowly. Malcolm did not move. Owen swallowed. I was many things. His fingers tightened against the steel. Then, with the halting sincerity of someone assembling the thought, for the first time, he said, I don't want to become water again. Malcolm did not answer at once. The words should have made the thing easier to hate. Instead, they made it harder to look at. Owen, whatever sat behind Owen's face, kept both hands on the steel counter. Beneath the fluorescent light, his skin had the waxy color. Malcolm had noticed after the rescue, but now something moved beneath it. Not breathing, not muscle. Adjustment. You were many things, Malcolm said. Owen nodded. What happened when you found the real Owen? The word real seemed to hurt. The creature looked toward the galley door, as if expecting someone to enter and tell it what expression belonged there. Cold, it said. That's not an answer. I know. That frightened Malcolm more than the failure itself. Before, Owen had covered gaps with borrowed phrases. Now he recognized the gaps. Malcolm took the blood-stained gauze from his pocket and set it on the counter. Owen recoiled from the smell of gray residue clinging to it. You know that? I was that. You still are? No. The answer came too quickly. Owen stepped away from the metal. For a moment, his left cheek sagged. The skin beneath his eye loosened as though the structure below it had softened. Then footsteps passed outside. Mags opened the door. There you are, she said. Thought you'd vanished again. Owen looked at her. His face tightened instantly into place. Mags noticed nothing. Callum wants you on the aft deck. Tell him I'm coming. She left. Malcolm stared. You changed. Owen touched his face. Mags knew me. The sentence settled between them. How many people? Malcolm asked. How many have to know you? I don't know. When nobody knows, I get loose. Malcolm thought of the tissue below, forming eyes, lips, fingertips. And when more people do? Owen looked toward the closed door. I stay. There it was. The organism had no fixed human structure. It borrowed one from agreement. A remembered joke. A folded crisp packet. A stupid eyebrow signal. Mustard football. The way Owen held a mug. Each recognition pressed the thing into a narrower form. Each person became part of the mold. And on land, Owen's silence answered before he spoke. I need enough. For what? To not come apart. Malcolm imagined Kirkwall Harbor. Owen's mother waiting friends. Neighbors. People saying his name and embracing him and correcting the smallest mistakes. Until the creature became more stable with every act of love. You're going to use them. Owen flinched. I don't want to hurt them. You want them to think you're their son. I want to stay. That isn't the same thing. No. Again, no deflection. Malcolm hated him for making the distinction. He kept testing. What's your favorite food? Chips. You learned that? Yes. Do you actually like them? A pause. Yes. How do you know? Because when I smell vinegar, I want them. What about Mags? She talks too much. That's Owen's opinion. No. Owen looked embarrassed. She talks too much now. The smallness of it struck Malcolm unexpectedly. Not mimicry. Annoyance, annoyance. Personal, unnecessary annoyance. What about Callum? Owen smiled. He cheats at darts. Do you like him? Yes. Why? The creature struggled. Malcolm expected failure. Instead, Owen said, because when I forget, he waits. Malcolm looked away. Claire had once accused him of believing that if he catalogued every habit in another person, he would never have to trust them. He had thought understanding meant prediction. The thing before him had begun as prediction, then repetition, then preference, fear, embarrassment, affection. Maybe that was all. Anyone was assembled more slowly. You stole a dead man's life, Malcolm said. Owen's expression hardened. You said your wife lied. Malcolm froze. You said people can live beside you and still be someone else. That's different. Why? Because she was a person. Owen's mouth trembled. So was I not a person yesterday? Malcolm could not answer. The creature looked almost ashamed of asking. Then it said very quietly, if you knew Claire wrong for 11 years, how is that different from everyone knowing Owen wrong now? By the time the first lights of Orkney appeared on the horizon, Malcolm had decided there was no honest choice left. Only damage. The ferry moved through calmer water, now its engines settling into a steady vibration beneath the deck. Passengers had begun gathering coats and bags. Crew voices traveled through corridors with the practiced efficiency of arrival. Owen stood near the aft stairwell, helping an elderly man with a suitcase. Mind the step, he said. The man thanked him. Owen smiled. Malcolm watched from behind the galley door and felt something close around his chest. Every interaction made him stronger. Not physically, perhaps. Not in any ordinary sense. More definite. A name spoken with certainty. A face remembered. A gesture recognized. By the time Owen stepped ashore, there might be enough people holding him in place that the sea could no longer take him back. Malcolm thought of Owen's mother. He had met her once, years earlier, when she rode the ferry south. Small woman, red scarf, the same pale eyes as her son. She would see him. She would say his name. She would believe. And in that instant, Malcolm thought belief would become flesh. What right did he have to let that happen? What right did he have to stop it? He spent the final hour moving through his duties mechanically. Check stores. Sign delivery sheet. Turn off the soup warmer. He touched as little metal as possible. He no longer wanted to feed the ship anything. Owen came into the galley carrying 2 mugs. Tea. Malcolm did not take his. You know what happens when we dock? Owen nodded. People go home. Your people. Another nod. They think you're him. I know. You'll let them. Owen looked down at the mug in his hands. What else can I do? Tell them. Owen gave a small, exhausted laugh. Tell them what words? Malcolm had no answer. The creature looked toward the serving hatch, where the first pale edge of morning showed beyond the glass. I remember being afraid of Callum laughing at me, Owen said. That isn't your memory. I remember Mags bringing me tea when I was sick. Not yours. I remember my mother's kitchen. You heard someone describe it. Yes. Malcolm's anger rose because Owen was agreeing. I remember things that didn't happen to me, Owen said. But they hurt when I lose them. Malcolm turned away. That sentence followed him. He hated it, because it sounded too much like grief. Near docking, Malcolm told Owen that Callum needed help checking a loose securing latch on the stern deck. It was a lie. He spoke it standing on rubber matting, careful not to touch the wall. Owen followed him outside. The wind was sharp, carrying salt and exhaust across the deck. Behind them, the ferry's wake opened into gray water. No latch, Owen said. No. Owen looked at Malcolm. He understood. Not everything. Enough. You decided I can't let you meet them. Because I'm not Owen. Yes. Or because they might decide I am. Malcolm felt the words land. Owen stepped backward toward the rail. I don't want his life because it was his, he said. I want it because it is the only shape I have. You stole it. I was empty. That doesn't make it yours. No. Again, that terrible agreement. Malcolm moved closer. Owen's eyes filled. Real tears, Malcolm thought. Or something that had learned where tears belong. You think if they love me, he disappears, Owen said. He already disappeared. So, what are you saving? Malcolm grabbed him. For a moment, Owen did not resist. Then, his body changed beneath Malcolm's hands. Not fully. His shoulders softened, collapsing under the jacket like wet cloth before tightening again. Malcolm recoiled, Owen lunged for the rail. Whether to escape or steady himself, Malcolm never knew. They struggled. The ferry rolled once. Malcolm shoved. Owen went over. No scream. Only the heavy slap of a body striking water. Malcolm reached the rail. Owen surfaced in the wake. For several seconds, his face remained perfectly human. Then one cheek loosened. His mouth widened. His features slipped sideways as if reflected in disturbed glass. He looked up at Malcolm. The distance between them grew. Owen's face sank beneath the white churn of the wake. Malcolm watched until there was nothing left but gray water. And when a pale, shapeless mass briefly spread beneath the surface before breaking apart, he finally allowed himself to believe the sea had taken its shape back. For the first week, Malcolm expected someone to ask where Owen had gone. Nobody did. That frightened him, almost as much as the call would later. Callum assumed Owen had gone ashore early during the docking confusion. Mags thought he had taken compassionate leave. Captain Hargreaves believed there had been a paperwork error and swore at the office for losing track of him. The explanations disagreed, but nobody found that remarkable. People preferred a missing detail to an impossible one. Malcolm said nothing. He deleted the photographs from the maintenance compartment. He burned the printed medical reports in the galley stove. He returned Callum's spare key and stopped drawing maps of the ferry's metal surfaces. The gray residue below vanished during the next maintenance cycle. Callum blamed the filters. For 3 weeks, Malcolm worked, slept, cooked, and watched the sea without speaking to it. He avoided touching the bulkheads when talking. He stopped, leaning against the steel counter during phone calls. When crew members joked about Owen, Malcolm left the room. His fear began to acquire the dull edges of guilt. What stayed with him was not the face coming apart in the wake. It was the question. So, what are you saving? Malcolm had told himself. He had saved Owen's family from a lie. But sometimes, late in the galley, he imagined Owen's mother opening her door to nobody. Was absence more truthful than imitation? Claire had once accused Malcolm of treating truth as though it were something clean. You think once you know what happened, it stops hurting, she had told him. He had been standing at the stainless counter when she said it. He remembered answering with a joke because he had not known what else to do. Truth's just soup, after everyone's had a spoon in it. Claire had laughed despite herself. He had never said the sentence again. The ferry continued without Owen. That was the worst part. Nothing in the machinery mourned him. The engines vibrated. Trace rattled. Passengers complained about coffee. New crew joined and occupied the spaces where Owen had once stood. After 5 weeks, Malcolm began sleeping through the night. After 6, he stopped checking faces in the cafeteria. Whenever someone laughed like Callum. By the 7th, he could almost believe he had done something terrible for the right reason. Then his phone rang during an afternoon off. Malcolm was in his flat in Thurso, chopping onions. The number was unfamiliar. He nearly ignored it. Hello. For a moment, there was only room noise. Not wind, not water. Children, perhaps. A television. Cutlery touching plates. Then a man said, "Malcolm?" His hand tightened around the phone. The voice was Owen's. Not an approximation. Not the stitched-together version from the first days after the storm. Owen Fraser. Exactly. Malcolm sat down. "Where are you?" A pause. Then Owen named a town well inland. Malcolm knew it, only as a place buses passed through on their way south. "No," Malcolm whispered. "I'm all right." "How?" "I learned." "That's not an answer." "I know." Malcolm closed his eyes. That small admission frightened him, more than any borrowed phrase. "You shouldn't be able to stay there." "I can now." "Who knows you?" Silence. Malcolm heard a child laughing in the background. His stomach turned. "Owen." "I didn't go to his mother." The words arrived carefully. "I didn't take that." Relief came first. Then something worse. "What did you take?" "I needed a name people could keep." "You already had one." "It belonged to a dead man." The answer was new. Malcolm knew it was new. No phrase collected from the Ferry could have carried that meaning whole. "Then, who are you?" Owen breathed into the receiver. "I'm still finding out." Somewhere behind him, a door shut. A child said something. Malcolm could not make out. He stood and went to the kitchen window. There was no sea visible from his flat. Only roofs, chimneys, wet pavement. Land. Solid land. Then Owen laughed softly and said, "Truth's just soup, after everyone's had a spoon in it." Malcolm's knees weakened. He had spoken those words once. Only once. Alone in the Ferry's galley. Years ago, with his hand resting on steel. Before Malcolm could answer, a child's voice called brightly from somewhere behind Owen. "Dad." Perhaps the most frightening thing about Owen was not that he could imitate a person, but that imitation eventually became experience. Malcolm wanted identity to be something objective, something deception could counterfeit, but never truly possess. Instead, he discovered how much of a human being is held in other people's expectations, memories, corrections, and love. By destroying the replacement, he tried to protect truth from uncertainty. Yet the final call leaves a harder question behind. If a borrowed life begins making choices of its own, at what point does destroying the imitation become killing the person it has become? Story 7. Etienne Mercier first distrusted the Château de Valombre because of a crack no respectable wall would have allowed itself. It began 30 centimeters above the oak, skirting in the eastern library, and climbed toward the ceiling. That alone was not unusual. Buildings settled. Mortar failed. Timber shifted with damp and winter cold. Etienne had spent 31 years listening to houses complain in precisely those languages. But cracks obeyed weight. This one did not. He stood before it, on his first morning at Valombre, with a folding rule in one hand and a carpenter's pencil tucked behind his ear. The fracture began narrow, widened as it rose, then divided twice across the pale plaster, until the separate lines disappeared beneath an ornamental cornice. A tree growing upward. That was what it resembled. Except trees did not grow from polished parquet. Behind him, Madame Delatour, the estate administrator, was explaining which rooms required immediate stabilization before the legal transfer. Etienne heard only fragments. Western facade before winter. He touched the crack with one fingertip. Cold dust came away. Family wishes. The public rooms finished first. The plaster surrounding the fracture was dry. No damp bloom. No discoloration. He tapped the surface with the wooden handle of his awl. Solid. "You've repaired this before?" he asked. Madame Delatour stopped speaking. She was a narrow woman in her 60s who wore dark dresses, practical enough for work, but expensive enough not to resemble uniforms. "Which part?" "This wall. I believe everything in this house has been repaired before." Etienne disliked the answer because it sounded like something wealthy people said when they had paid others to remember details for them. He crouched. The library alone probably contained more money in first editions than the entire street where his parents had lived. Outside Clermont-Ferrand. That thought had entered his mind several times since driving through the iron gates. He resented himself for counting. Windows, paintings, marble fireplaces. The small humiliations of craftsmanship were often financial. A mason could spend his life understanding stone better than the people who owned it and still be required to wipe his boots before entering their houses. Etienne placed the folding rule against the wall. Has anything moved recently? Moved? Doors sticking, floors. Dropping windows refusing to close. No. Any blasting in the valley? No. Drainage work? No. And She hesitated. The family has begun arriving. Etienne looked back at her. I asked about structural changes. So did I. For a moment, neither spoke. Then Madame Delatour smiled. Not quite apologetically. Forgive me. Valombre encourages melodrama. She continued the tour. Etienne marked the crack in his notebook and followed. The château had been expanded, badly, but expensively over 3 centuries. 17th century, basalt walls, supported 18th century galleries, which carried 19th century. Roofing altered again after the war. Yet the oldest masonry remained unnaturally clean in its lode paths. No bowing. No serious settlement. No crushed lintels. A building that old should have confessed somewhere. Valombre seemed determined not to. By late afternoon, Etienne had measured the eastern library, adjoining music room, corridor thicknesses, window openings, and the northern stair hall. He recorded everything twice. Old habit. His father had taught him that expensive mistakes attracted lawyers faster than cheap ones. Before leaving, he drew a short pencil line beside the library, crack, and dated it. The uppermost branch had already extended beyond the mark, only by 2 millimeters. He blamed vibration. The following morning, more Valombre relatives arrived. Among them was Claire de Valombre, the woman expected to inherit the estate. Etienne met her only briefly. She was younger than he had expected, perhaps 40, carrying document boxes rather than luggage. She shook his hand and apologized for interfering with his work. That evening, according to Madame Delatour, Claire slept in the ancestral suite above the old ballroom. Etienne thought nothing of it, until the next morning. He returned to the Eastern Library and began checking yesterday's measurements. Window opening, correct. North wall, correct. Fireplace width, correct. Then he measured the distance from the library door to the inner corner, adjoining the music room. He frowned, measured again. Then, a third time, the wall had moved. Not cracked, not bowed, moved. The room was 7 centimeters, narrower than it had been the previous afternoon. Etienne crossed into the music room and measured from the opposite side, 7 centimeters larger. There was no debris, no fresh plaster, no displaced floorboards, no sign that anyone had touched the partition. He stood between the two rooms, holding the rule so tightly, its brass hinge pressed into his palm. Then something dry whispered behind him. A faint sound, almost delicate. Etienne turned toward the library wall. In the crack had grown another branch, and this time, scratched into the fresh white dust beneath it, was a mason's quarry mark he had known since childhood. The mark belonged to his family. Etienne did not mention the quarry mark to Madame Delatour. Not immediately. He told himself that secrecy was professional caution, though he knew the difference between caution and embarrassment. The mark was simple, 2 shallow cuts crossing beneath a hooked diagonal. His grandfather had carved the same symbol into the cornerstones of barns, wells, and retaining walls throughout the Leanh plain. Etienne's father had used it too, though less often, preferring stamped initials. Once, clients began asking for invoices and guarantees. The Mercier mark was not unique in the legal sense. Quarrymen borrowed shapes from one another. Sons changed fathers' marks. Apprentices simplified them. Still, Etienne knew it. He had traced it with dirty fingers as a boy, while his father explained that a mason left a mark because stone remembered the hand that placed it. By midday, Etienne had convinced himself that some forgotten Mercier had worked at Valombre. There was nothing impossible about that. Men like his ancestors had built houses. They would never enter through the front door. That explanation lasted until lunch. The restoration crew ate in a converted stable, behind the eastern courtyard. There were 6 local laborers, 2 carpenters from Issoire, Etienne, and Lucien Roux, the estate electrician, who seemed to know the private business of every family within 20 kilometers. "The Château closes," Lucien said, tearing bread into his soup. "Half the valley closes with it." Etienne looked up. Lucien counted on his fingers. "The dairy supplies them. A florist in Saint-Aubin does every wedding, funeral, christening. Boucher's nephew repairs the tractors. My sister launders the guest linen. Pelletier rents 3 cottages from the estate. The cafe gets half its autumn trade from hunting parties." "One house doesn't employ a valley," Etienne said. Lucien smiled. "No, but one family owns enough of it." Etienne disliked the sentence more than he expected. He had grown up believing wealth was simply money accumulated somewhere else. Valambre made it look geological. The chateau stood above the village, literally and economically. Its roofs visible from almost every road below, as though the mountain had produced an upper class from stone. That afternoon, family members gathered in the small salon adjoining the library. Etienne worked nearby, removing a strip of 19th century plaster to inspect the older masonry beneath. Their voices carried through the wall. Claire spoke least. An older man whom Etienne had been introduced to, as Henri de Valambre did most of the talking. "Recognition is one thing," Henri said. "Legal equivalence is another." "They are descendants," Claire replied. "According to documents assembled by an archivist. According to parish registers, wills, baptismal records, and our own correspondence." "And what exactly do you intend to call them?" There was a silence. "Family," Claire said. Etienne's chisel stopped. A faint sound passed through the wall. Not a crack. A pressure sound. Stone, adjusting against stone. He pressed his palm to the exposed masonry. Cold. Then, the door frame beside him gave a short, wooden groan. Etienne set down the chisel and measured the opening. 3 millimeters, narrower than that morning. He measured again. The family continued talking. Henri's voice sharpened. You cannot revise 3 centuries because you dislike the manners of the dead." The frame moved beneath Etienne's rule. He felt it. Not much. Less than the thickness of a fingernail. But he felt the timber shift against his hand. "Inside the salon," Claire said. "Perhaps the dead revised us first." The wall gave another quiet groan. Etienne stepped back. For the rest of the afternoon, he moved through the older rooms, checking yesterday's measurements. A passage, near the chapel, had lengthened by almost 2 centimeters. The servant's stair had narrowed. A stone pier beside the ballroom had somehow gained width, without disturbing the plaster around it. None of it made structural sense. Near sunset, Etienne returned to the section of wall he had opened beside the salon. He brushed away mortar dust with a soft hand broom. Another quarry mark appeared. Then another. Both Mercier. He enlarged the opening. Beneath, the newer facing stones lay an older course, of dark, volcanic rock, each block carefully dressed. Every third stone bore the same hooked diagonal. Etienne's mouth went dry. This was not the work of one passing mason. It was a crew mark, a family mark. He followed the course until it disappeared, behind an 18th century pilaster, then knelt and cleared dust from the lowest visible stone. There, beneath the Mercier symbol, someone had carved a name. Most of it had been deliberately chiseled away. Only the final letters remained. C.I.R. Etienne stared at them. Behind the wall, the Villambres were still arguing over who belonged to their family. And beneath his hand, buried inside the chateau's oldest masonry, someone had once gone to considerable trouble to erase his. Etienne photographed the damaged inscription before covering it again. He did not know why he covered it. No one had asked him to. He replaced the loose plasterboard, swept the dust into his pan, and left the wall looking almost untouched. The action bothered him afterward, because concealment belonged to owners, priests, lawyers, people who decided what remained visible. Not masons, yet he told no one. The following morning, rain enclosed Valombre. Clouds pressed low against the mountain, turning the windows silver and flattening the valley below into indistinct roofs and fields. Etienne arrived before most of the household and went directly outside with a level, plumb line survey staff and the small optical instrument he used when settlement needed to be measured accurately. If the chateau was moving, the foundations would tell him. Buildings could disguise movement upstairs. They could not disguise it at ground level. He established reference points along the eastern courtyard, then around the western facade, marking positions against bedrock exposures that had not moved since long before Valombre existed. He checked them twice. Night, nothing. No measurable settlement. No rotation. No subsidence. Foundations were stable. Etienne stood in the rain, staring upward at the chateau. A drop ran from his hair into his collar. 7 centimeters had not vanished from one room because of imagination. Door frames did not contract during arguments. Stone piers did not gain thickness, while the ground beneath them remained fixed. There were only 2 possibilities. His measurements were wrong, or geometry inside. Valombre was no longer obliged to correspond to geometry outside it. The first possibility offended him. The second frightened him. So he tested the first. For 3 hours, he measured everything again. Western gallery, length, width, wall, thickness, window spacing, ballroom, pier positions, span between columns, floor, elevation, chapel passage, library, music room. He marked each reading in pencil and compared it with the previous day's notes. Then, he asked Lucien Roux to measure several distances independently, without showing him the figures. Lucien returned his folding rule. You're checking me. I'm checking myself. That's worse. Their numbers matched. At midday, Etienne entered the western gallery and stopped. A crack crossed the far wall. It had not been there an hour earlier. This was no hairline fracture. It began near the marble baseboard, rose almost vertically for the height of a man, then divided. One branch angled toward the windows. Another climbed toward the ceiling. Each divided again. Fine. White dust still drifted from the plaster. Etienne approached slowly. Beside the crack hung an enormous framed genealogy of the Valombre family. He had noticed it before without studying it. Generations of names arranged beneath painted heraldic branches, marriages joined by fine lines, heirs emphasized in gold. Now he looked from the genealogy to the wall, then back. His breathing changed. The resemblance was not approximate. The main fracture divided where the painted family tree divided. A smaller crack ran left, at almost precisely the angle of a cadet branch, established in the 1700s. Another terminated where 3 infant deaths were marked by tiny black crosses. Etienne took the genealogy from the wall. Behind it, more fractures appeared. Those were thinner, older, and some had been filled and painted over repeatedly. He placed the frame on the floor and traced the visible branches with his eyes. One section disturbed him. Along the lower left edge of the painted genealogy, a line stopped abruptly beneath the name Armand de Valombre. No marriage followed. No descendants. Only empty parchment. On the wall behind that empty section, however, the crack continued. It divided once, twice, then disappeared beneath decorative paneling. Etienne removed the nearest panel. Stone dust spilled across his boots. Underneath ran 3 distinct fracture lines. At their intersections were quarry marks. The hooked diagonal. Mercier, Enel. His stomach tightened. He fetched his notebook and began comparing the room's dimensions with his exterior survey. Outside, the western wall had not moved even a millimeter. Inside, the gallery was now 4 centimeters wider than its exterior dimensions permitted. He checked wall thickness, then checked again. The missing space did not exist anywhere. Yet he could stand inside it. Behind him came the soft click of shoes. Claire de Valombre stood in the doorway, holding a folder against her chest. She looked first at the exposed masonry, then at the genealogy resting on the floor. "You found it," she said. Etienne turned. "Found what?" Her gaze settled on the branching crack. For several seconds, she said nothing. Then she pointed, not to the fracture, but to the blank place beneath Armand's name. "My grandmother used to say that whenever the family removed a branch from the record, the house grew one in its place." Etienne stared at her. Before he could answer, the wall made a deep grinding sound. A new crack opened across the plaster. It ran directly from Armand de Valombre's erased branch to the Mercier mark beneath Etienne's hand. Claire left before Etienne could ask what her grandmother had meant. The family called her away to another meeting, and Etienne was almost grateful. He did not want folklore. He wanted numbers. Numbers could be checked. For the next 2 days, he treated Valambre as though it were an ordinary sick building. He installed temperature gauges in the western gallery, library, ballroom, and chapel passage. He measured humidity at dawn, midday, and evening. He inspected roof drainage, gutters, buried downpipes, cellar walls, and every accessible foundation joint. Nothing explained the movement. Temperature variation was modest. Moisture levels were normal for an old mountain chateau. The western slope showed no fresh displacement, and the bedrock beneath the oldest foundations was dense volcanic stone. Etienne even searched the restoration records for hidden 20th century interventions. Concrete underpinning, steel reinforcement, badly installed expansion joints. Anything. The records showed repairs, but no secret capable of making a room larger inside than the walls enclosing it. He began calculating loads. On slate roof, oak trusses, basalt masonry, marble floors, furniture, where significant, he estimated, bearing pressures, thrust along arches, compression through columns. The numbers should have produced centuries of visible suffering. Instead, Valambre behaved as though some portion of its mass simply did not exist. Etienne ran the calculations again. Then again, late on the second afternoon, Lucien found him in the ballroom, surrounded by notebooks. "You look disappointed." "I am. That the chateau isn't falling down? That it should be." Lucien laughed. Etienne did not. A ballroom column directly above one of the oldest foundation walls carried a load that, by his conservative estimate, should have cracked the stone beneath it generations ago. Yet the base remained pristine. No crushing. No settlement. No deformation. Etienne placed his palm against the marble. It felt almost warm. Then Lucien's telephone rang. He listened, and his expression changed. "My sister," he said, after ending the call. "Her kitchen wall has split." Etienne looked up. "Old crack." She says, "New." "Where?" "St. Aubin, Lower Road." Etienne closed his notebook. They drove down together. Lucien's sister lived in a narrow stone house. Below the chateau, one of several built against the mountain where the road bent toward the river. A fresh diagonal fracture crossed the kitchen wall from the window lintel toward the floor. Etienne examined it carefully. Foundation. Movement. Real movement. The downhill side of the house had settled several millimeters. When did this happen? "This morning," Lucien's sister said. Etienne asked, "What time?" "During breakfast, I heard it go." He checked neighboring buildings. 2 houses farther down, another crack had opened beside a doorway. Across the lane, an old retaining wall had shifted outward. By sunset, he had found 5 new failures. All recent. All downhill from Valambre. He returned to the chateau before dark. The western gallery crack was changing. not widening, closing. Etienne stood motionless as he realized the smallest branches had almost disappeared. Yesterday he could slide a fingernail into one near the genealogy. Now it was barely visible. He measured the wall, 3 millimeters thicker. The ballroom pier that had widened earlier had gained another 2. The Château was strengthening. Below it, the village was breaking. Etienne carried his instruments outside. He sighted from the western foundation toward the village houses and noted elevations, slope angles, bedrock exposures. Then he calculated until his handwriting deteriorated. There was no geological mechanism connecting the two. No continuous landslip. No shared foundation. No underground excavation. And yet the timing aligned. When Valombre gained material, something below appeared to lose support. A thought occurred to him that he immediately rejected. Then it returned. Load transfer. But not through soil. Not through stone. Through something else. The next morning, Claire found him pinning maps across the library table. Red marks indicated damaged village properties. Blue marks indicated sections of Valombre that had thickened or stabilized. She studied the pattern. "You know," she said quietly, "I know nothing. You've drawn it." Etienne looked down. The damaged houses did not scatter randomly through the valley. They formed branches. Long irregular lines following roads, old property boundaries, and clusters of cottages. He reached slowly for the framed Valombre genealogy, placed it beside the map. The major branches matched. Not perfectly. Enough. Then he noticed the oldest erased line beneath Armand de Valombre. On the genealogy, it ended. On his village map, that same line continued downhill through St. Aubin, through Lucian's sister's house, through dozens of properties, and eventually to the small district where Etienne's grandfather had been born. A dry whisper came from the library wall. Etienne turned. The great branching crack was closing. Stone dust sifted gently onto the floor. And from somewhere far below, the Château came a dull sequence of sounds, separated by several seconds. One. Then another. Then another. Houses, cracking down the mountain like bones, accepting weight. Etienne spent the morning following Mercier marks. Once, he stopped treating them as coincidence. They appeared everywhere. Not openly. Never on the visible faces of finished stone. They hid beneath later plaster, behind carved panels on the undersides of lintels and inside joints, where only the person repairing them would think to look. A hooked diagonal beneath the library cornice. 2 crossed cuts behind the servant's stair. A shallow mark on the basalt footing beneath the chapel wall. They were not decorative. They were not ownership marks either. They were placement marks. Instructions left by masons for masons. Etienne knew the difference. What disturbed him was their age. He borrowed the Restoration archives from Madame Delatour and carried them to the old estate office, where invoices, quarry receipts, wage books, and building accounts had been stored in mismatched boxes. The earliest surviving Mercier records he knew from his own family began generations later. His grandfather had researched them after retirement. Farm, laborers, quarry hands, smallholders, a roof mason in a soir. No connection to Valambre. No ancestor wealthy enough to appear in estate correspondence. No ancestor documented as having worked this high in the valley. Yet, in an account ledger dated to the Château's first major expansion, Etienne found a payment entry for 38 dressed blocks from a local quarry. The supplier's name had been scraped away, not crossed out. Scrapped. Beside, it was the hooked Mercier mark. Etienne sat motionless. The room gave a faint creak. He looked up. Nothing moved. He returned to the ledger. Another erased name appeared 3 pages later. Then another, each beside the same symbol. He began making copies. The first sheet slid from the desk. He bent to retrieve it. The floorboards shifted beneath his knees. Not metaphorically. A narrow gap opened between 2 boards, then closed again. Etienne stood. The office door was farther away, only slightly, perhaps 5 centimeters. He stared at it, then measured. 6. The Château had moved while he was reading about his family. He left the room at once. In the corridor, the dimensions returned to normal. Etienne turned back. The office seemed unchanged. He stepped inside again. A stone somewhere behind. The plaster clicked into place. The room narrowed. His skin prickled. "No," he whispered. He stepped backward. The wall relaxed. Etienne tested it. Inside, the room tightened. Outside, it released. He did this 4 times, before the humiliation of the act overcame the fear. The Château was responding to him, not merely to family meetings, not merely to Claire's intentions, to him. That afternoon, he descended to the lowest cellar level where the oldest foundation, masonry, remained exposed. The air smelled of wet stone, iron, and old wine. He carried a lamp, chalk, measuring tape, and copies of the erased ledger entries. The mercy mark appeared on the foundation piers, at regular intervals. But here, the marks had companions. 9 names, some recognizable. Rouge, Pelletier, Barreau, Chaston, families from the village. Names belonging to people who now repaired Valambre's wiring, washed its sheets, supplied its food, rented its fields. Etienne moved from pier to pier. Every name had been damaged, chiseled away, filled with mortar, cut through by later inscriptions. On one pier, beneath a badly mutilated Mercier name, a 17th century mason had scratched a simple diagram. A vertical trunk, branches extending sideways, small squares at their ends. Etienne stared at it until his eyes hurt. It was not a construction plan. It was a family tree. He pressed the copy of the Valambre genealogy against the stone. The branching pattern matched. The erased village names occupied the spaces where the official genealogy stopped. A sound came from overhead. A long, deep compression groan. Dust fell from the cellar vault. Etienne stepped back. One of the foundation stones beside him shifted inward. Then another. The movement continued along the wall toward him, each block settling with deliberate precision, not collapsing. Making room, he retreated. The stones followed. The cellar passage narrowed around his body as though measuring him. His shoulder touched cold basalt. On the opposite wall, mortar split. A fresh line opened. The crack branched once, twice, then stopped at chest height. At its end, beneath crumbling lime wash, another name emerged. Etienne brushed the dust away with shaking fingers. The surname was Mercier. Below it, in smaller letters, was a phrase in archaic French. He read it twice before understanding. Born of the house, denied by the house, made to bear the house. Above him, Valambre gave a low, settling sigh. For the first time, Etienne no longer thought the Château was moving because of geology. It was correcting for blood. The phrase in the cellar changed the way Etienne looked at walls. Until then, he had searched Valambre for damage. Now he searched for intention. The chapel was the obvious place to begin. Its floor sat nearly a meter higher than the oldest cellar vaults. Yet the surviving plans showed no corresponding foundation depth beneath the altar. That alone was suspicious. 17th century builders did not waste stone, and Valambre's masons had been too precise to leave an unexplained void. Etienne spent the morning tracing construction joints. Behind the sacristy, a vertical seam in the masonry had been disguised beneath lime wash. It continued downward. Behind a cabinet disappeared beneath the floor, then reappeared in the cellar directly below. A sealed doorway. Someone had filled it with stone of almost identical color. Almost. Etienne could see the difference in the tool marks. He waited until the chapel was empty. Then he removed the first block. Cold air breathed through the opening. Not cellar air. Odor. Dry mineral, carrying the faint odor of extinguished candles. He enlarged the gap just enough to enter sideways. Beyond it, narrow steps descended into darkness. Etienne hesitated. The sensible thing would have been to find Claire. The professional thing would have been to document the opening and notify the estate. Instead, he took his lamp and went down alone. The staircase ended in a low passage beneath the chapel. The walls were unfinished basalt. No decorative plaster. No carved moldings. This was architecture never intended to be seen by the family above. His lamp revealed shallow niches along both sides. At first, Etienne thought they were storage recesses. Then he saw the slabs stacked inside them. Grave markers. Dozens. Some broken. Some intact. Names covered their surfaces. Ruse. Barreau. Pelletier. Merkshear. Many had been deliberately removed from graves and carried underground. Etienne crouched beside the nearest Mercier slab. The inscription named a woman, Marguerite Mercier, who had died in the late 17th century. Below her name, daughter of Armand. Etienne stopped breathing. Armand de Valombre. The branch that ended on the painted genealogy. He moved to the next slab. Another Mercier. Another reference to Valombre blood, disguised behind phrases such as of the household, born within the estate, or simply natural issue. Servants. Children. Recognized privately. Erased publicly. The passage widened into a chamber directly beneath the chapel altar. Its walls were covered in diagrams. Etienne raised the lamp. For a moment, he thought he was looking at ordinary load calculations. Columns were drawn as vertical strokes, arches as curves, foundation blocks as squares. Beside them ran lines representing forces traveling downward through the structure. But the notation changed halfway across the wall. Names replaced measurements. Valombre names. Some circled, some connected by branching lines. Others scratched out. From every erased name, an arrow descended beyond the drawn foundation and continued toward clusters of smaller names below. Village families. Etienne moved closer. The diagrams were load paths. Genealogies used as structural schematics. His fingers trembled as he traced one line without touching the wall. Armand de Valombre, a branch descending to Marguerite Mercier. Then her children, then theirs. Beside the branch, a 17th century mason had written a calculation in faded charcoal. Not weight in kilograms. Not stone volume. People. 3 acknowledged. 7 excluded. Load transferred accordingly. Etienne stepped back. The diagram on the wall depicted Valombre as a building supported not by foundations, but by genealogy. Recognized branches carried themselves. Unrecognized branches continued downward beneath the château, where their lines dispersed through. Homes, fields, retaining walls, mills. The village, he thought of Lucien's sister. The kitchen crack. The houses breaking downhill. A noise sounded behind him. Stone against stone. Etienne turned. The staircase passage had narrowed. The walls were moving together. He hurried toward the exit, then stopped when his lamp caught another inscription beside the sealed doorway. It was not a family name. It was an instruction, written by the mason who had designed the hidden chamber. When legitimacy is altered, the house must be weighed again. Below, it was a second sentence, carved more deeply. What the house refuses to carry shall be carried by the refused. Etienne stared at the words. Then he noticed the floor. The chapel slabs above were not supported by earth. They rested on stone ribs, radiating outward from the chamber like branches. And directly beneath the central rib, newly exposed by falling dust, was the Mercier quarry mark. Fresh cracks spread from it across the floor. Not away from Etienne. Toward him. Etienne did not leave Valombre that night. He should have. Instead, he carried the first grave slab, the charcoal diagrams he had copied, and 3 boxes of estate records into the old dining room and locked the door behind him. Claire joined him without protest. For several hours, they worked in silence. Probate deeds first, then parish registers, then marriage contracts, baptismal records, and private correspondence, bundled in fading ribbon. The pattern emerged slowly because the Valombres had never written the truth in one place. They had divided it. Law in one document, blood in another, architecture somewhere else. A 17th century probate deed described the estate as passing only to recognized issue, lawfully entered under the name and protection of Valombre. A chapel register. Listed children baptized without surnames. A household ledger recorded payments to wet nurses. A masonry plan from the same decade showed new buttresses, added precisely, when several children disappeared from the official family register. Etienne placed the documents side by side. "You see it?" Claire asked. Yes. He wished he did not. Recognition was not symbolic. It was structural. When a descendant was acknowledged as belonging to the Valombre line, the Château accepted that branch into its own load. When a descendant was denied, erased, or assigned another name, the corresponding architectural burden was diverted outward. The excluded did not merely lose inheritance. They inherited weight. Etienne began testing the idea against dates. A disinheritance in the early 18th century. He searched village records from the same period. 3 houses on the eastern slope had collapsed after unexplained foundation failure. Another erased branch 2 generations later. A mill wall subsided. Then a row of tenant cottages. A bastard son removed from a 19th century succession dispute. That same year, a retaining wall failed below the estate, killing 2 laborers. Claire stood behind him, reading over his shoulder. "They knew," she said. Etienne shook his head. "Someone knew." He pulled another masonry ledger closer. This one belonged to an estate architect named Benoit Charpentier. The handwriting was tight and mathematical. Besides, several repairs appeared. Notes that meant nothing unless read as genealogy. 3rd branch denied. Western lode relieved. Another. Issue removed from recognition. Transfer successful. No visible movement in principal house. Etienne felt something sour rise into his throat. Successful. That word stayed with him. He found another entry. Village settlement within tolerable range. He pushed the book away. Claire did not speak. Outside the chateau was very quiet. Too quiet. Etienne could hear the faint movement of paper whenever either of them breathed. Finally, Claire said, "My family did not preserve the house." "No. They moved the cost." Etienne looked at her. Yes. The distinction mattered. Preservation sounded passive. This had been repeated choice. Generation after generation. Whenever legitimacy became inconvenient, the Velambres made a legal decision upstairs and somewhere below them. Stone absorbed the consequence. Etienne returned to the maps. He layered historical property boundaries over the village damage reports he had collected. The pattern sharpened. Families descended from erased branches occupied zones of recurrent subsidence. Mercier properties. Roos properties. Pellet TE properties. Each line of structural failure corresponded to a genealogical line severed from the official tree. The village had not merely grown beneath Valambre. It had been arranged beneath it. A foundation made of people. Then Claire produced one final document. I found this among my grandmother's papers. It was a recent genealogical report. Dozens of branches had been reconstructed. Names once lost to service records, parish margins, and informal unions now formed a dense network descending from the Velambres. ACN scanned them. Hundreds of living descendants. Possibly more. Claire touched the bottom of the page. My intention was to recognize all of them during the transfer. Etienne looked up. The room seemed to contract around them. You cannot. Her expression hardened. Why? Because recognition changes the load. We know that now. No. We know what happens when people are removed. He spread the 17th century diagrams across the table. What happens when they are restored? Neither spoke. Then Etienne saw it. A notation in Charpentier's plan. He had misunderstood before. A reverse diagram. Branches returning upward. Arrows converging on the chateau. Beside it, one sentence. If the severed line is lawfully restored, all displaced burden returns to the principal house without delay. Etienne stared at the walls around them. He imagined every cracked cottage, every collapsed foundation, every generation of weight. Coming home at once from somewhere deep inside. Valambre came a single resonant impact, not a crack, a load settling. Claire whispered, "What would happen?" Etienne looked toward the ceiling. For the first time since arriving, he understood why the chateau had survived so perfectly. Then he answered, "It would have to carry itself." Etienne spent the next morning in the parish archive. He no longer searched for Mercier. That was the first change. For days, he had treated the name as if it were a key meant specifically for him. As if Valambre had hidden some private inheritance beneath the chapel and waited 3 centuries for the correct descendant to arrive with a measuring rule. The records cured him of that vanity. Mercier appeared beside Ruhao, Rushu beside Pelletier, Pelletier beside Chastain, Barreau, Four, Lacombe, Vial, and dozens more. Names he had heard all his life. Schoolmates, shopkeepers, hind farmers, men who repaired roofs, women who cleaned holiday cottages, families whose children left the valley because there was no work except what Valambre indirectly provided. The erased genealogy did not resemble a secret aristocratic branch. It resembled the telephone directory. Claire sat opposite him, turning parish pages with gloved fingers. Etienne traced Marguerite Mercier backward. Her baptismal record named no father. A later annotation, added in another hand, did. Armand de Valombre. Then came a marriage to a quarryman named Matthew Mercier. Their children's children. One branch descended to Etienne's grandfather. Another vanished into Saint-Aubin. Another married into the Roux family. Another crossed into the Pelletiers. Etienne leaned back. The chair creaked beneath him. For the first time, the enormity of the thing frightened him, more than the château itself. How many? He asked. Claire looked at the papers spread between them. My genealogist confirmed 412 living descendants. Etienne said nothing. There may be more. Of course, there were. People disappeared from records, more easily than from blood. Etienne returned to Valombre before dusk and went directly to the ballroom. The marble floor was smooth again. Too smooth. The branching fractures that had appeared earlier had closed almost completely, leaving pale lines like healed scars. He stood in the center and listened. Nothing. The château felt stronger than it had when he arrived. Below the windows, the village roofs stepped down the slope. He imagined load passing through them. Not metaphorical burden. Actual structural demand. Roof beams bending and foundations sinking. Retaining walls leaning outward. A family removed from a genealogy upstairs. And decades later, a house below split beside a child's bed. How many injuries had been called bad ground? How many ruined businesses blamed frost? How many people had sold property cheaply because walls would not remain straight? How many had believed poverty was simply poor fortune? Etienne thought of his father. A patient man with permanently cracked fingernails, who had spent half his working life repairing buildings owned by people richer than himself. He remembered one winter when the Mercier house developed a diagonal crack above the kitchen door. His father had repaired it twice. The second time, he had stood beneath it with plaster dust on his shoulders and said, almost cheerfully, "Some houses are born heavy." Etienne closed his eyes. Perhaps the house had not been. Perhaps they had. A low vibration entered the floor. He opened his eyes. The marble beneath his boots had darkened along several veins. The lines spread outward. Not fractures. Something beneath the stone. Branches. Etienne stepped toward the edge of the ballroom. The The pattern followed. He stopped. It stopped. He moved left. A dark vein extended leftward beneath the polished marble. His pulse accelerated. The chateau was tracing him. Not welcoming him. Locating him. He crossed the room more quickly. Veins formed beneath each step, connecting his position to the old family tree fracture near the northern wall. When he stopped beneath the Valambre portraits, the entire ballroom gave a soft downward groan. Etienne understood. He had mistaken recognition for inheritance. He was no displaced prince. No secret claimant. No man who could walk into Valambre and discover that the house had always been his. He was ballast. One unit among hundreds. A living point in a distributed foundation. Claire entered through the ballroom doors. Etienne did not turn. "You should see this," she said. She carried another deed. He almost laughed. "I've seen enough." "No." Her voice made him look. The document was old, but the wax seal remained partly intact. A clause near the bottom had been underlined by Claire's grandmother. Etienne, read it. Then again. It described the obligation of the recognized family head to name legitimate issue before succession. Below that came another clause. If no declaration was made, the chateau would preserve the last accepted genealogy. Etienne looked toward the village. "So it continues." "Yes, unless you recognize them." Claire nodded. The ballroom floor trembled under his boots. Hundreds of dark veins appeared at once, branching across the marble. Each line pointed downhill, toward houses, toward roads, toward families, toward him. Etienne finally understood what Valambre had been doing for centuries. It had not merely excluded people from a family. It had turned them into architecture. The declaration was scheduled for the following afternoon. Claire intended to sign it in the ballroom. Etienne thought that choice was madness. She called it appropriate. By noon, word had spread through Valambre that the transfer ceremony might be interrupted by structural work. Staff moved paintings from the western rooms. Archive boxes were carried to vehicles. The kitchen packed silver and ledgers into crates. No one had been told the truth. They were told there was a risk of foundation instability. That lie, Etienne noticed, was easier for everyone to accept. In the village, the cafe owner worried about losing wedding business. The dairy supplier worried about contracts. Lucien's sister worried that if the chateau closed, her daughter would lose her housekeeping job. A dozen families rented land from the estate. Others depended on visitors, maintenance, hunting parties, summer concerts. Valambre had not merely forced weight onto them. Over centuries, it had arranged their survival around the privilege that harmed them. Etienne spent the morning recalculating the likely failure. If Claire recognized every documented branch, the displaced burden would return. Where? The old diagrams were clear, only in principle. Principle, walls. Central columns, the chapel ribs, ballroom piers. But centuries of additions complicated everything. If one major support failed, the Western Gallery might follow. Then the archive rooms. Then the kitchens and staff quarters. The art collection could be destroyed. People could die. Etienne presented the calculations to Claire in the library. You cannot sign with anyone inside. I've ordered the western wing cleared. Not enough. How much? The whole chateau. She studied him, and the businesses dependent on it. I cannot calculate bankruptcy with a plumb line. No, she said. But they will still happen. Etienne looked away. The great crack beside them had nearly vanished. Valambre was listening. Claire placed the declaration on the table. 412 confirmed descendants were listed in an attached register. Richaud, Mercier, among them. Roux, Peltier. The names ran for pages. If I do nothing, she said, the house keeps transferring the burden. Yes. If I sign, it may collapse. Yes. And you want me to decide which form of damage is more legitimate. Etienne almost corrected her, then stopped. That was exactly the question. He walked to the window. Below them, St. Aubin lay beneath afternoon cloud. Roofs repaired generation after generation. Walls patched. Foundations reinforced. Families learning to live with cracks without knowing why they appeared. His father's voice returned to him. Some houses are born heavy. No. Some people were assigned heaviness by others. Behind him, Claire said, there is another requirement. Etienne turned. She had opened the 17th century deed. At the bottom, beneath the clause concerning legitimacy, was a witness provision. The declaration had to be acknowledged not only by the family head, but by a representative of an excluded line. A bearer. Etienne read the sentence. His mouth went dry. You knew. Not until this morning, and you chose me. I did not choose your ancestry. That is not what I asked. Claire's face tightened. No, I chose the mason who understood what the house was doing. Etienne stared at the blank witness line. The chateau gave a faint creak. He imagined signing. He imagined marble splitting, walls falling, staff running into the courtyard, centuries of paintings crushed beneath stone. Then he imagined refusing. The declaration abandoned. The ballroom remaining perfect. Another kitchen wall opening below. Another child waking to plaster dust. Another generation repairing damage it had never caused. His resentment toward Valambre had once been simple. Rich above, poor below. But the truth was uglier. Now people below depended on the thing that exploited them. Justice would injure victims alongside beneficiaries. Truth would not distinguish between guilty ancestors and innocent employees. Etienne picked up the pen. His hand stopped above the paper. The floor beneath him shifted. A thin crack appeared across the library tiles. It reached the table leg, then divided. One branch moved toward Claire, the other toward Etienne. He understood the gesture immediately. The house was waiting to know which lineage mattered. He signed. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then, Claire signed beneath the Valombre seal. The Château inhaled. That was the only way Etienne could later describe it. Every door in the library pulled inward at once. The windows trembled in their frames. Somewhere overhead, stone groaned under a weight. It had avoided for centuries. From the ballroom came a sound like a mountain beginning to split. Etienne ran toward it. When he reached the doorway, a black fracture was racing across the white marble floor. It divided beneath the chandeliers. Divided again. 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 Within seconds, the entire ballroom had become the shape of a colossal family tree. And from inside, the walls came, the thunder of new rooms forcing themselves into existence. The ballroom did not collapse at once. That was worse. It reorganized, the black fractures racing through the marble widened into branching seams, but instead of simply breaking, the floor lifted along some lines and sank along others. Chandeliers swung as the ceiling redistributed itself. Columns groaned, twisted, then shifted sideways with impossible slowness. Etienne stood in the doorway while Valombre rebuilt its understanding of itself. A wall split open beside the musicians' gallery. Behind it was not rubble. There was another room. Small, plastered, windowless, a servant's room perhaps, except it had no place on any plan Etienne had studied. Another wall bulged outward. Stone blocks separated, rotated, and settled into a new doorway. Beyond, it stretched a narrow corridor that should have passed directly through the eastern courtyard. It did not. The Château was restoring spaces, erased with the people who had occupied them. Outside, Etienne shouted. Claire did not move. She stood at the edge of the ballroom, watching names appear in the fractures. Mercier, Rao, Pelletier, Barrow. Hundreds of surnames, branching through marble. Etienne grabbed her arm. A column cracked behind them. They ran. The corridor to the main staircase had narrowed. So drastically, they had to turn sideways. Doors opened where portraits had hung. Stair treads extended beneath their feet as they descended, adding steps faster than they could count. Valombre no longer cared about symmetry. It cared about inclusion. They reached the courtyard as the western roof dropped. Not fell. Dropped. Several meters in one violent settling motion. Windows shattered outward. Sections of gallery folded into itself with a roar of timber and stone. People screamed from the lawn. Etienne counted heads. Staff. Archivists. Laborers. Lucien. Most had obeyed the evacuation order. Then the chapel bell began ringing. No one was inside the tower. Each strike coincided with movement somewhere in the chateau. A buttress cracked. Bell. A chimney collapsed. Bell. The ballroom windows burst in sequence. Bell. The mountain itself seemed to answer. From below came another sound. Etienne turned toward the village. Silence. No houses cracking. No retaining walls failing. For the first time since he had begun listening, the valley was not carrying Valombre. The chateau was. A deep fracture opened across the courtyard. Claire stumbled. Etienne caught her, but the paving beneath him tilted sharply. Something struck his shoulder. He fell hard. Pain flashed down his arm. When he tried to rise, his left hand refused to support his weight. A carved stone block had landed beside him. On its underside was the Mercier quarry mark. He laughed once. Not from humor. From recognition. Even now, the house had found him. Claire dragged him clear as another section of masonry came down. By nightfall, the western wing was gone. The ballroom roof had collapsed almost entirely. Several archive rooms were destroyed, despite the evacuation. Paintings vanished beneath tons of rubble. The kitchens were unusable. The guest wing leaned outward at an angle. No mason would have trusted. But the chapel remained. So did the oldest central walls. Etienne understood why when he saw them the next morning. They were heavier now. Not visually. Structurally, columns had thickened. Arches had lowered. Openings had narrowed. Valombre looked less graceful, less aristocratic. It had become squat, burdened, almost exhausted. Like a building finally forced to admit what it weighed. Etienne's shoulder never healed properly. He could still work, but never again, with the strength required for heavy stone. The loss was quieter than he expected. He had believed craftsmanship protected him from dependence. Now, he needed younger masons to lift what his hands could only measure. Months later, he returned to St. Aubin. Lucien's sister had repaired her kitchen crack. It had not reopened. Neither had the one above the door of Etienne's childhood home. Claire converted what remained of Valombre into a public trust. Some businesses closed. Others survived. The family sold paintings to fund repairs and compensation. No ending proved clean enough to call justice. One evening, Etienne stood in the ruined ballroom. The marble floor remained split into the great branching genealogy. No one had repaired it. New walls now enclosed rooms that had not existed for centuries. Etienne placed his good hand against one of them. Cold stone. Solid. Bearing its own weight. Deep inside the chateau, something settled. Not a groan. Not a warning. Only the ordinary sound of masonry, accepting the load placed upon it. For the first time, Valombre sounded like a house. Valombre survived for centuries because someone else was always made to carry what the family refused to acknowledge. Restoring the truth did not undo the damage, and it did not spare innocent people from consequence. It simply returned the burden to where it belonged. Perhaps that is what makes inherited injustice so difficult to confront. By the time the truth is recognized, entire lives may depend upon the structure built from the lie. If repairing history means breaking the present, is that destruction, or the first honest measurement of what was already cracked? My dear friends, I think this is where we'll leave tonight's journey. Thank you for spending these quiet moments with me here at chilly midnight. Whether you listened from beginning to end, drifted in and out of the story, or simply kept my voice playing somewhere in the background, I'm very grateful that you were here. I hope, in some small way, tonight gave your mind a place to rest. Maybe one of the stories stayed with you. Maybe a certain detail made you think. Maybe something felt mysterious, comforting, strange, or simply interesting enough to follow you for a little while after the story ended. If there was a moment you especially enjoyed, I'd love to hear about it. You can leave a comment and tell me which part stayed with you the most, or what kind of story you'd like us to explore together next time. I always enjoy reading your thoughts. They make this quiet little corner feel a little less distant. And if you know someone who enjoys slow stories, late night listening, or simply having a calm voice nearby at the end of a long day, you're always welcome to invite them to join us here. But for tonight, you've done enough. There is nothing else that needs your attention right now. The unfinished work can wait. The plans for tomorrow can wait. Even the thoughts that have been following you all day can be set down for a while. Let the night take care of the rest. If you're lying in bed, allow your body to become a little heavier. Let your breathing become slower. Let the room around you fade gently into the background. And if sleep is already beginning to find you, there's no need to fight it. Just let yourself drift. Wherever you are in the world tonight, I hope you feel safe, comfortable, and a little more at peace than you did when you arrived. Thank you for sharing another night with me. This is Leanh from Chilly Midnight. Until our paths meet again in another quiet story, be kind to yourself. Rest when you need to, and take good care of the life you're living. Good night, my dear friends. May your thoughts become quiet. May your sleep come easily. And may tomorrow begin gently. I'll meet you here again